Welcome to English Conversation Launch. I'm Anthony and I'm your instructor for this course. So that you can get the most out of this course, I've set up this little introduction video to go through the course structure. Let's go over that now. Each section of this course targets 15 words and phrases in a natural conversation. Here are the steps for each section. Steps 1 to 3, the learning stage, and steps 4 to 6, the mastery stage. Let's look at the learning stage in a bit more detail. The learning stage has 3 steps. Step 1 is the conversation. In step 2, I'll explain the conversation in lots of detail so that you can really start to understand all the words and phrases used. Step 3 is the brain training exercise. Now for the mastery stage. In step 4, you'll do speaking practice. Step 5, listening practice. And in step 6, you'll watch the words and phrases in use video so you can hear all the words and phrases in a natural context. That's the basic structure of this course. So it's a very, very detailed course. In the conversation explained step, which is step 2 of the learning stage, I'll explain the conversation in lots of detail. We'll go through all the words and phrases so that you can really start to master them and understand them deeply. Now, the conversation explained step is usually broken into parts. It's broken into 3 or 4 parts to make it more manageable for you. Now, there are lots of extra resources for this course as well. Once you've completed step 2, the conversation explained step, you should download all the MP3s and PDFs. Put the MP3s on your smartphone or your MP3 player and listen to them again and again and again. Not once or twice, but many, many, many times. This will really ingrain the new English in your brain. You can also download the PDFs and print them out. This will help you when you're going through the course, and it will help you when you're listening to those MP3s. So you can listen to the audio and read at the same time. This will further enhance your understanding and ingrain the new English in your brain. So that's the basic overview of the course. Let's move on now to the first section. I'll see you there. Conversation 1. Paul is welcoming Harry onto the university hockey team. Then they talk about their likes and dislikes. Listen to the conversation all the way through. Just try to understand the general meaning of what is said. We will master the words and phrases in bold in the following lectures. Let's begin. Hi, you must be Harry. I'm Paul. It's great to welcome you onto the team. Great to finally meet you, Paul. I've been watching the hockey team for a while, and I just had to sign up for the team. I can't wait to play next week. It's nice to welcome players who have a passion for hockey. Are you into any other sports? Yeah, I also play for the university football team. Actually, we played a match this morning and won 5-0. Oh man, You must be really good at sports. I used to play for the rugby team, but I couldn't stand the cuts and bruises I was getting every week. Plus, I didn't really enjoy playing that much. The only reason I joined was because my friends were on the team. I love your t-shirt, by the way. Where did you get it from? It's pretty cool, right? I bought it at a music festival last year. I've never been to a festival, but I'm dying to go to one. There's one in Manchester next month. Are you up for going? You bet. Music is probably the one thing that I couldn't live without. Speaking of music, there's an awesome band playing in the university bar later today. Oh yeah, I saw it advertised yesterday. Remind me of the band's name. The Rockbusters. That's the one. I've seen them play live before. To be honest, they're not my cup of tea. I prefer soft rock to the heavy rock that they play. Regardless, I don't mind joining you if you want some company. Conversation 1 explained. Situation: Paul is welcoming Harry onto the university hockey team. Then they talk about their likes and dislikes. In this lecture, we will go through the conversation and I'll explain the words and phrases in bold. Pause the video if you need time to make notes and absorb what I'm saying. Let's begin. Hi, you must be Harry. I'm Paul. It's great to welcome you onto the team. Paul says to Harry, "You must be Harry." We use this phrase, must be someone, when we've never met the person before, but we are 90 or 95% sure it is this person. So let me give you an example. Imagine I'm at work and there's a new employee coming in today. My colleagues tell me about this employee. They say, she's a very nice woman, she has black hair, and she's going to be working in the finance department. Well, during the day, I come across a woman. She has black hair, she is very kind, and she works in the finance department. I can go to that woman and say, "Oh, hello, you must be Mary." So I've used the phrase must be Mary because someone told me about her and I'm guessing it's her. I've never met her before, but I'm 95% sure it's Mary. So we use the phrase must be someone when we've never met them before, but we're quite sure it is them. Great to finally meet you, Paul. I've been watching the hockey team for a while, and I just had to sign up for the team. I can't wait to play next week. Harry is really excited about joining the hockey team. He said, "I just had to sign up." When we use this phrase, we often emphasize the word had. I just had to sign up. So we use this phrase when we really want to do something. It doesn't mean we really have to do it. We're not forced into doing it. It just means we really want to do it. If a new movie has been released recently and my friends all tell me about it, they say, "Wow, This movie is incredible. Go and see it. It's the most amazing film you'll ever see. Well, I can say, wow, I just have to see that movie. It means I really must do it. I want to do it really, really badly. All my friends are telling me about it. They're saying it's amazing. It's one of the best films ever. So I just have to go and see that movie. It's nice to welcome players who have a passion for hockey. Are you into any other sports? Paul can really see that Harry loves hockey. So he said, it's nice to welcome players who have a passion for hockey. When we have a passion for something, it means we love it dearly. We think about it a lot, we enjoy doing it, and it's a big part of our life. So we can have a passion for anything. Nowadays, I have a passion for cooking. I enjoy it, it's fun, it's relaxing, and it's a big part of my life. So I have a passion for cooking good food. What's your passion? What do you love doing? What do you think about a lot? What couldn't you ever live without? It could be a hobby, it could be a sport, it could be something simple like reading. Some people have a passion for reading good literature. Yeah, I also play for the university football team. Actually, we played a match this morning and won 5-0. The word actually has a few different meanings, but let's focus on this one. So Harry spoke about the football team. He said, I also play for the university football team. Now he wants to add some more information about the football team. So he uses the word actually to introduce the next sentence. So he says, actually, we played a match this morning and won 5-0. So we use actually in this way to introduce some more information about the topic we've just spoken about. Harry just spoke about football. Now he's introducing some more information about the football team. Actually, we just played this morning. Let me give you another example. Imagine my friend comes to me and starts talking about video games. We talk for a while about video games. We talk about the latest games, which ones we like playing, which ones we don't like, which ones are popular nowadays. And after we've finished, I want to add some more information related to video games. I can use the word actually to introduce this new information. So once we've stopped talking about video games, I can say, oh, actually, I'm going to buy a new video game later. Do you want to come with me? So it's introducing a new sentence about the topic you've just been talking about. Oh man, you must be really good at sports. I used to play for the rugby team, but I couldn't stand the cuts and bruises I was getting every week. Paul couldn't stand the cuts and bruises he was getting from playing rugby. So the phrase is can't stand something. If we can't stand something, we really dislike it. We almost hate it, in fact. Now, we can use this phrase for anything really. It could be an activity, a type of food, or even a person. So let's say you hate a particular food. You don't like the taste, you don't like the texture, you just never eat it. You can say, I can't stand that food. So I know some people hate mushrooms, for example. You could say, I can't stand mushrooms. I really dislike them. So we use can't stand something to say, I really, really dislike it. Plus, I didn't really enjoy playing that much. The only reason I joined was because my friends were on the team. Plus means in addition to. It means also. We use this when we want to give another reason for the thing that we've just stated. So Paul said that he used to play rugby, but now he doesn't. One reason is that he couldn't stand getting cuts and bruises all the time. The second reason is that he didn't really enjoy playing that much. So he told us the first reason, and then he said, plus, I didn't really enjoy playing that much. So this second reason, he's used plus to say also or in addition to the previous reason. Imagine I'm the co-founder of a company and I'm talking to my fellow co-founder. We're looking for the right person for a job. And I found someone. I say to my co-founder, look, this is the right person. She is hardworking. She's got lots of experience. And I think she's a really, really good person. If I think of another reason after that, I can use plus to introduce it. So I can give these three reasons and finally say, plus she has a real passion for her work. So plus is used to introduce another reason like this. I love your t-shirt, by the way. Where did you get it from? You can notice that Harry and Paul were talking about sports. Suddenly, Harry talks about Paul's t-shirt. And he used the phrase, by the way. Now, this is a very useful phrase for when we want to shift the topic to something completely different. So they were talking about sports, and Harry then says, I love your t-shirt. Now, it would be strange just to say, I love your t-shirt. So what we do in this case is we use the phrase, by the way. It just means we're talking about something completely different. By the way, I like your t-shirt. We can put by the way at the beginning of the sentence or at the end. Now, let's go back to my example of me talking to my friend about video games. So we're sitting there chatting about video games for 5 or 10 minutes. Suddenly, I want to change the topic. Something pops into my head and I want to change the topic from video games to going out for dinner. So I say to my friend, oh, by the way, are you coming out for dinner later? Or I can say, oh, are you coming out for dinner later, by the way? So I've shifted topic completely from video games to coming out for dinner, using by the way. It's pretty cool, right? I bought it at a music festival last year. Pretty cool, pretty amazing, pretty nice, pretty good. I'm sure you've heard the word pretty in this sense before. We use it before an adjective, and the meaning is to a high degree. So let me illustrate this using a scale. Let's say cool is here, just cool. So if I say that t-shirt is cool, I'm talking about this level. If I say that t-shirt is totally cool, it's probably up here. Pretty cool would be somewhere in the middle, about here. So it means to quite a high degree. We can use pretty when we don't want to sound very dramatic or over the top. So imagine Harry says, "Oh, I love your t-shirt." And Paul says, "Yeah, it's totally cool." He might sound like he's showing off a bit. But if he tones it down a bit and just says, "Yeah, it's pretty cool, right?" It sounds a bit more natural, sounds like he's not showing off and he's agreeing with Harry. If my friend asks me about a particular restaurant I visited and he says to me, "How was the restaurant? What was the food like?" And I say, "Oh, it was pretty good." What does that mean, do you think? Well, if I just say, "It was good," it probably means just okay, pretty average, it was good. Not bad, but just average. If I say, "It was totally amazing," then it would be up here. Pretty good would be somewhere in the middle. So it was not amazing, not average, but pretty good. The food was pretty good and the service was pretty quick. So again, the service was in the middle. It wasn't quick, it wasn't super fast, but it was pretty quick. So we use pretty in this sense before an adjective. I've never been to a festival, but I'm dying to go to one. There's one in Manchester next month. Are you up for going? Harry has never been to a music festival before, but he's dying to go to one. Have a guess what this means. He's dying to go to a music festival. Well, it means he really wants to go. He's not really dying. This is a metaphor. It means he really, really wants to go. If you're really desperate to do something, it's top of your to-do list, you can say, "I'm dying to do that thing." So I really want to visit India someday. I've heard so much about it. I have Indian friends who tell me about the country, the culture, the people, and of course the delicious food. So I really, really want to go and visit India someday. So I can say, "I'm dying to visit India." This means I really, really want to visit soon. You bet. Music is probably the one thing that I couldn't live without. Speaking of music, there's an awesome band playing in the university bar later today. Music is the one thing that Paul couldn't live without. Now, this is another way of saying music is really important to Paul. It's a big part of his life. He plays music, he listens to music, he enjoys going to festivals, he likes talking about music. Music is a huge part of Paul's life. So he can express this as, music is the one thing that I couldn't live without. So think of something that's really important to you. Which thing in life is so important that you couldn't live without it? You couldn't let go of it? Is it riding your bike? Is it reading books? Is it visiting your friend? Is it going to the restaurant? Something in your life that's really, really important. For me, it could be cooking. Cooking is the one thing that I couldn't live without. For some people, it's sport. So maybe football is the one thing you couldn't live without. It could also be an object. So if you like taking photographs, maybe your camera is very special to you. It's very, very important. So you could say, my digital camera is the one thing I couldn't live without. Oh yeah, I saw it advertised yesterday. Remind me of the band's name. The Rockbusters. Harry couldn't remember the band's name. He was trying to think of it, but he just couldn't. So he asked Paul, remind me of the band's name. When you want someone to tell you something that you've forgotten, you can use this expression, remind me of something. So if I go to work and I've forgotten the name of the new employee, I keep trying to think of it, but I just cannot remember. I can ask my co-worker, oh, remind me of his name. And my co-worker will tell me, it's James. So if you can't remember a particular thing, use the expression, remind me of something. And the other person can tell you what that is. That's the one. I've seen them play live before. To be honest, they're not my cup of tea. Harry has seen the band The Rockbusters play before, but he didn't really like them that much. They weren't his cup of tea. We use the phrase, not my cup of tea, to say that I don't like this particular thing. Maybe it's not your style, or you just don't like something about it. So if my friend says to me, hey, come, let's go and watch the new horror movie at the cinema later, I can say, no, horror movies are not my cup of tea. This means it's not really my style, it's not my preference, and I just don't like that particular thing. Horror movies are not my cup of tea. And before Harry said that, he said, to be honest. So the full sentence is, to be honest, they are not my cup of tea. So he introduces the sentence with this phrase, to be honest. We use this phrase when we want to introduce our opinion on something which the other person might not like. So Paul likes the Rockbusters. He likes this band. He wants to go and see them play live. He said they're an awesome band. But Harry said, to be honest, they're not my cup of tea. To be honest, I don't like them. So he's got the opposite opinion to Paul. Paul likes the band. Harry doesn't like the band. So when we want to introduce our opinion, which is the opposite to someone else, we can use the phrase, to be honest. So let's go back to the horror movie example I gave earlier. My friend says to me, let's go and watch the new horror movie at the cinema. It's really, really good. It's so scary. It's exciting. You'll really like it. So he has a very positive opinion, but I don't like horror movies. So I say to him, well, to be honest, I don't like horror movies. So I'm using to be honest to give my opinion, which is the opposite of his. I prefer soft rock to the heavy rock that they play. Regardless, I don't mind joining you if you want some company. Harry prefers soft rock to the very heavy rock that the Rockbusters play. So he doesn't like the Rockbusters very much. But he said that he would join Paul anyway. So when we join someone, it means we go with them to do something. So Harry said, I don't mind joining you. This means I don't mind going along to watch them play anyway. If my friend is going to the restaurant later and he wants to ask me to come, he can say to me, hey Anthony, John and I are going to the Chinese restaurant later. Do you want to join us? It's a different way of saying, do you want to come with us? So use this expression when you want to invite someone to do something with you. Do you want to join me? A related word is the word company. Harry said, I don't mind joining you if you want some company. If we want company, we want people around us. So company are the people that are around you when you are doing a particular thing. So if my friend is at home alone and he's feeling a bit lonely, a bit sad, maybe he's just broken up with his girlfriend and no one is visiting him, I can call him and say, Hi Sam, how are you feeling? Are you okay? Do you want some company? Now this question, do you want some company, means, do you want someone around you? In other words, do you want me to come and be with you so that you can talk to me, so that we can socialize, so that we can play some games? So company is the person or the people around you at a particular time. I hope you understand this conversation a lot more now. Don't forget to listen to the MP3 of this conversation again and again and again. Now that you've studied it more, the conversation will become clearer, your understanding will creep up and up and up, and you'll master the words and phrases that we've just been through. So listen to that as much as you can. I'll see you in the next video. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Pause the video and write down each sentence before pressing play again to check. Let's begin. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: We're visiting Disneyland next month. The kids are dying to go. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Would you like to join us later for dinner? Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: I finished painting the bedroom. What do you think? To be honest, I think it's a bit too dark. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Mary is feeling really lonely. I try to visit her regularly to keep her company. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Going to the cinema isn't really my cup of tea. I much prefer to sit at home and watch a movie. Speaking practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the meaning of the words and phrases we studied in this section. Train your brain to master them. Let's begin. I'm going to talk to the neighbors about the noise they're making. I can't stand it any longer. I'd recommend this car. It's got lots of extras and is really fuel efficient. Plus, it's currently on sale at 20% off. Rita and William's baby is so cute. You just have to go and see it. Let's go and visit them later. Hi, Jack. You've lost so much weight. You must be exercising a lot nowadays. That's right. I've lost around 10 kilograms through dieting and exercise. Aunt Lisa and Uncle John are coming to visit me from New Zealand next month. They haven't visited for more than 2 years, so I'm dying to see them. Michael has a passion for extreme sports. He's been skydiving, bungee jumping, water skiing, and next week he's going scuba diving. Joanne, this is my friend and business partner Mark. He's successfully started 3 large companies. Actually, he's just been awarded Entrepreneur of the Year. What do you think of my art? Is it something you could display in your gallery? To be honest, we already have lots of paintings similar to this. We're looking for something different. Listening practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play again to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master these words and phrases. Let's begin. Hello, madam. I'm calling to confirm your appointment for a haircut on Friday. Can you make it? Yes, of course. Please remind me of the exact time. Hello, madam. I'm calling to confirm your appointment for a haircut on Friday. Can you make it? Yes, of course. Please remind me of the exact time. The ride was fun, but also pretty scary. Don't go on it if you are easily frightened. The ride was fun, but also pretty scary. Don't go on it if you are easily frightened. Diane, why don't you come and join us at this table over here? Everyone, this is my friend Diane. I've known her for many years. Diane, why don't you come and join us at this table over here? Everyone, this is my friend Diane. I've known her for many years. I'm going to the supermarket soon, so let me know if there's anything you need. Oh, by the way, your package arrived today. It's in the living room. I'm going to the supermarket soon, so let me know if there's anything you need. Oh, by the way, your package arrived today. It's in the living room. I lost my external hard drive, but thankfully someone found it and returned it to me. It contains all my work over the last 5 years. It's the one thing that I couldn't live without. I lost my external hard drive, but thankfully someone found it and returned it to me. It contains all my work over the last 5 years. It's the one thing that I couldn't live without. Come and join us at the adventure park tomorrow. There's go-karting, paintballing, and river rafting. Those things aren't normally my cup of tea, but I'm feeling adventurous. Sure, I'll go. Come and join us at the adventure park tomorrow. There's go-karting, paintballing, and river rafting. Those things aren't normally my cup of tea, but I'm feeling adventurous. Sure, I'll go. Mary, would you like me to keep you company while John is away? I can come over this evening at around 6 o'clock, and we can cook dinner together. Mary, would you like me to keep you company while John is away? I can come over this evening at around 6 o'clock, and we can cook dinner together. I'd always wanted to study at university, ever since I was a little girl. Now that the university year has almost begun, I'm dying to get started. I have a real passion for my subject, which is drama. It must be something in my family genes, because both my parents studied the same subject. My father is a stage actor, and my mother is a dancer. They're both doing pretty well in their careers, so I hope I can follow them. Even though performing is the one thing I couldn't live without doing, it is sometimes really tough. To be honest, a lot of students drop out of the course because it's so difficult. Plus, even if you complete the course, it's challenging to find a job in this area. Many students choose drama because it sounds fun, but after a few months find out that it isn't their cup of tea. I'm really lucky because my parents can help me find a job once I complete my studies. Conversation 2. Andy and Linda meet for the first time at James's birthday party. Listen to the conversation all the way through. Just try to understand the general meaning of what is said. We will master the words and phrases in bold in the following lectures. Let's begin. Hello. I saw you from over there and thought I'd come and say hello. I'm Andy. Oh, hello. I'm Linda. Great to meet you. I've just arrived and I'm trying to spot my friend Tina. You mean Tina Johnson? Exactly. How do you know her? I met her through James. I don't think she's arrived yet. Why don't we grab a drink and wait for her? Sure. I'm driving today, so I'll just have a soft drink. So, what do you do? I work as an accountant at James's company. We've known each other forever, and last year he came and offered me a job. I accepted at the drop of a hat because I knew that working for James would be a great experience. Tell me a bit about yourself. Well, Tina and I run a small business together. You must pop in sometime. We're just down the road on Blake Street. We sell handmade jewellery in our shop. What a coincidence! My girlfriend studies jewellery design at college. She loves handmade jewellery, so I'll visit your shop with her soon. I'll introduce you to her. I think you'll both get along because of your shared passion for jewellery. I look forward to meeting her. Oh, look, here comes the birthday man himself. Hi, James, and happy birthday. Hi, Linda. I see you have already met my good friend Andy. Andy and I go way back. We've got plenty of interesting tales to tell. Has Tina turned up yet? Not from what I can see. Anyway, you know Tina. She's always late. I'll tell you what. I'll call her now and see where she is. Conversation 2 explained. Andy and Linda meet for the first time at James's birthday party. In this lecture, we will go through the conversation and I'll explain the words and phrases in bold. Pause the video if you need time to make notes and absorb what I'm saying. Let's get started. Hello. I saw you from over there and thought I'd come and say hello. I'm Andy. Oh, hello. I'm Linda. Great to meet you. I've just arrived and I'm trying to spot my friend Tina. Linda is trying to spot her friend Tina. Now this word spot is a verb. If we try to spot something, we try to look for it, very often in a crowded area or in a busy place when it's difficult to see something. So Linda is at the party. You can imagine it's quite busy here. There are lots of people and she's looking around everywhere among all the people and she's trying to spot her friend. This means she's trying to find her in this busy place. Imagine I go for a helicopter ride over my town. So I'm flying over the town and I want to look for my house among all the other houses. So there are thousands of houses down there and I'm trying to look for my house, just one. Well, in this case, I can use the verb spot. I can say, I'm trying to spot my house from the helicopter. So I'm trying to find it among lots of other things. You mean Tina Johnson? Linda is trying to find her friend Tina, and Andy says, you mean Tina Johnson? So he's trying to clarify if she means this particular woman, Tina Johnson. So it seems Andy knows this woman, Tina Johnson. So we use you mean to clarify, to understand more of what the other person has told us. If someone says to me, hey, I've met Obama, I can ask them to clarify which Obama they mean. So I might say, you mean Barack Obama, the former US president? So I'm trying to understand more of which Obama this person has met. You mean Barack Obama? So we use you mean like this as a question to understand more of what the other person is saying. Imagine an employer trying to sack or fire an employee. In other words, the employer wants to get rid of them because they're not a very good worker. The employer might call the employee to the office, sit down, and in a nice way, the employer might say, look, we don't need you anymore. We think it's best that you leave the company. The employee might say, what? You mean you're firing me? So the employee wants to understand and clarify exactly what the employer is trying to say. So the employer is trying to be nice and say, we don't think you should stay here. So the employee says, you mean you're firing me? So he's just getting a real understanding of what the employer is actually trying to say. Exactly. How do you know her? We often use this word on its own, and we emphasize it. We say exactly. Exactly means the other person is 100% correct. So you agree with them 100%. Linda said, I'm looking for my friend Tina. I'm trying to spot her. And Andy said, you mean Tina Johnson? And Linda said, exactly. So she's saying that Andy is 100% correct. It's Tina Johnson. He knows who she's looking for. So Andy must also know this woman. Linda said, exactly. How do you know her? So we can use exactly like this to say, yes, what you just said is 100% correct. If my daughter makes a statement about fruit and vegetables, she says, fruit and vegetables are very, very good for your body. We need to eat them to stay strong, to stay healthy, and to be fit. I can respond by saying, exactly. You're right. Fruit and vegetables are very, very important for your health. So we use exactly in this way to say, yes, you are 100% correct with what you just said. I met her through James. I don't think she's arrived yet. Why don't we grab a drink and wait for her? So Andy knows Tina. And Linda asked Andy, well, how do you know Tina? I know Tina. How do you know her? And Andy said, I met her through James. So when we meet someone through someone else, it means the other person introduced us. So imagine it's a triangle of 3 people. We have Andy, we have Tina, and we have James. So Andy met Tina through James. So James was the one who introduced them to each other. So person A meets person B through person C. This is how we express it. I met someone through someone else. I have a good friend called Sam, and Sam has a friend called Peter. Now, I didn't know Peter before. Peter was Sam's friend, but because I know Sam, Sam introduced me to Peter. So in this way I can say, I met Peter through Sam, because Sam was the one who introduced us to each other. Sure, I'm driving today, so I'll just have a soft drink. So, what do you do? This is a very common question that people might ask you when they meet you for the first time. What do you do? Now, it doesn't mean what are you doing now or what did you do yesterday. What do you do means what is your occupation? What is your job? So Linda is asking Andy what his job is. In other words, what he does for a living. So it could be that he's an accountant, he's a business person, he's a builder, he's a lawyer, anything. What do you do means what is your job? So if someone asks you this question, you reply with your job, whatever that is. And if you're studying at university or college or school, you can reply with that. You can simply say, I'm a student. So if someone says, what do you do? You say, I'm a student, or I'm a lawyer, or I'm a doctor, or I'm a builder. Whatever your particular job is. I work as an accountant at James's company. We found out that Andy is an accountant. Now he used the phrase work as. So he works as an accountant. Work as is another way of saying this is my job. This is what I do for a living. This is my occupation. So Andy works as an accountant. I work as a teacher. I work as an online English teacher. What is your job? Do you work as a lawyer? Do you work as a doctor? Do you work as a builder? Do you work as a scientist? Whatever your job is, you can also use this expression, work as. We've known each other forever, and last year he came and offered me a job. Andy has known James forever. He used the word forever to mean a very long time. So it doesn't really mean forever and ever until the end of time. It just means a very long period of time. So perhaps Andy has known James since he was a very young boy. Maybe they went to primary school together. So they may have known each other for 20, 25 years. If something seems like it's dragging on for a long time, maybe you're working on an essay for university, maybe your boss has asked you to complete a business report and it's taking a very, very long time. You're sitting there writing or typing for hours and hours and hours. Maybe it takes days or even weeks to complete this essay or report. You can use the word forever. You can say, my God, this essay is taking forever to complete. Or this business report is taking forever to finish. We often emphasize the word forever as well to say that it's taking a long time or lasting for a long period of time. So the word can be used in a negative sense or a positive sense. So an essay taking forever is quite negative. We're saying it's dragging on and on and on. But you knowing someone else forever is a positive meaning. So you and your friend from high school or from primary school have known each other forever. This is a positive meaning. So use forever to say that something is taking a long time or has lasted for a long time. I accepted at the drop of a hat because I knew that working for James would be a great experience. Tell me a bit about yourself. James offered Andy a job at his company. Now, because they're friends and because Andy respects James and he thought that it would be great to work with him, Andy accepted the job at the drop of a hat. This means he didn't even think about it. He didn't take time to think about the pros and the cons. He accepted it straight away without any hesitation. So at the drop of a hat is an idiom. We use it to say that we do something without hesitating because we're very eager or excited or we really, really want to do it for some other reason. Now, last year, my friend was going to Barcelona. He invited another friend to go with him. They were going to drive there and tour around the city. Unfortunately, my friend's friend became ill and he couldn't go on the trip. So my friend decided to ask me to go with him to Barcelona. Now, this is a city that I've always wanted to visit. It's exciting, it has great food, culture, and history. So I accepted my friend's invitation at the drop of a hat. This means I didn't even think about it. I just said, yes, I'm definitely going with you. So we went to Barcelona and had a fantastic time. So use this idiom when you want to say you do something without thinking, or you do it right away. Well, Tina and I run a small business together. You must pop in sometime. Linda used the phrasal verb pop in. This phrasal verb means to go into a location for a short period of time and then leave again. So it means you don't stay at that place for a long time. It means you go in and then you leave shortly after. So she said to Andy, pop in to our jewelry shop sometime. It means just have a quick look and then leave. You don't have to stay for a long time. Just come in and you can carry on your day. If I'm walking along the street with my friends and I see a shop that looks really, really interesting, they're selling very interesting items and I'm really curious, I can say, hey, this shop looks really cool. Let's pop in. This means we're not going to stay there for a very long time. So I'm saying, don't worry, we'll just pop in. It means we'll go in, have a quick look just for a few minutes, and then go again. If my friend invites me over to his house for a coffee or a drink, and I don't have much time, maybe I'm very busy that day or I have other things to do, I can say, yes, I can come over to your house, but I'll just pop in for a few minutes. This means I won't be staying very long. I'll have to go into your house, have a little chat, maybe a quick cup of tea, and then I have to go again. I can't stay for an hour or 2 hours to chat to you. I'm just going to pop in and then go again. We're just down the road on Blake Street. We sell handmade jewelry in our shop. What a coincidence! My girlfriend studies jewelry design at college. What a coincidence! Now the key word here is coincidence. If we break the word down, we have co, which means two, incidence, which means a thing happening or an occurrence. So two and something happening. A coincidence is when two similar things happen at the same time and often in the same place. So in this example, Linda said, "We have a shop. We make handmade jewelry." Now the coincidence here is that Andy's girlfriend is studying jewelry design at college. So these two similar things happened at the same time. It's a coincidence. And we often use the expression, "what a coincidence," because we're surprised and we emphasize this expression, "wow, what a coincidence," because it's amazing that these two similar things happened at the same time. Another coincidence might be when two friends meet up. So friend A calls friend B and says, "Hey, let's meet up in 2 hours. I'll meet you at the bus stop." So they both walk to the bus stop from their house and they meet, and what happens? They're wearing exactly the same outfit. They're both wearing a grey top, they're both wearing blue jeans, and they're both wearing blue trainers on their feet. Now this would be a coincidence because two similar things happened at the same time. So if you meet your friend and you're both wearing the same jumper or you're both wearing the same hat, this would be a coincidence. So you could say, "Wow, what a coincidence, we're wearing the same hat," or "we're wearing the same jumper." Another example would be going on holiday and seeing someone that you know. So you go to another country or another city for a holiday or a little break, and you see someone in the same place that you know from your hometown. Now that is a coincidence. You've both traveled to this city or this other country from your town, and you're both in that city and in that particular location at the same time. So that is a real coincidence. She loves handmade jewelry, so I'll visit your shop with her soon. I'll introduce you to her. I think you'll both get along because of your shared passion for jewelry. If you get along with someone, you enjoy being with them and you like them. Maybe because you have similar interests or you like their personality, their character. So Andy said to Linda, "You will get along with my girlfriend." This means you will like her because you both like jewelry and jewelry design. You have a shared passion, so you will both get along. You'll like each other and you'll enjoy chatting to one another. Recently, I moved house. Now, when you move house, you always want to have good neighbors. Luckily, my neighbors are really, really kind. They're good people, they're friendly, they're easy to talk to, and they're very helpful. So I can say, I get along with my neighbors. This means I talk to them and we're on good terms. We like being with each other. So I get along with my neighbors. I look forward to meeting her. Linda looks forward to meeting Andy's girlfriend because of their shared passion for jewelry design. Now this expression, look forward to, means you're excited about something in the future, or you're eager to do something in the future. So I've booked a holiday for summer. I'm going to visit France. Now I'm really excited about this. I can't wait until summer comes and we go and travel around the country. So I can use this expression, look forward to. I look forward to traveling around France for the summer. I look forward to eating great food there. I look forward to being involved in the culture and meeting French people. Think about something that you look forward to. What are you excited about in your life? What's going to happen next week or next month or even next year? What do you look forward to? Try and use this expression in your own life. Oh, look, here comes the birthday man himself. Hi, James, and happy birthday. Hi, Linda. I see you have already met my good friend Andy. Andy and I go way back. The birthday man, James, has arrived. Now he said to Linda, you've already met my good friend Andy. And he said, Andy and I go way back. If you go way back with someone else, this means that you've known this person for a very, very long time. So James and Andy have known each other since they were in primary school. So James can say, we go way back. Think of some of your friends. Do you have any friends that you've known for a very long time? 10, 15, 20 years? Maybe some primary school friends or high school friends? Well, you can say, you and this friend go way back. This means you've known him or her for a very long time. We've got plenty of interesting tales to tell. Has Tina turned up yet? Not from what I can see. James asked Linda, has Tina turned up yet? Has Tina arrived at the party? And Linda said, no, not from what I can see. Now the phrase, from what I can see, means from my view or in my opinion. So from my point of view, this is true. So Linda said, no, Tina hasn't arrived from what I can see. So she's looking around and she's saying, no, from my point of view, she's not here. So from what I can see is from your particular viewpoint. Now imagine a business owner is struggling with his business. Things are not going right, so he goes to a business expert. He calls in the business expert, and the business expert looks at some reports and graphs and charts and says, look, from my point of view, the business is in trouble. You need to cut costs right now. So the business expert said, from my point of view. This means in my opinion. From my point of view, you need to do this, this, and this. It means in my opinion, you need to do these things. It's just my viewpoint, it's just my opinion, but this is what I think. Anyway, you know Tina. She's always late. I'll tell you what. I'll call her now and see where she is. You know Tina, she's always late. We use the expression, you know someone, when we want to talk about one of their characteristics. Now here, Linda spoke about Tina's character. She said that she's always late. You know Tina, she's always late. In other words, she's saying, come on, we know what she's like. We know her character. She's always late for work, for meetings, for parties. So she said to James, you know Tina, she's always late. That's the reason she's not here. Now, if my friend comes to me and says, where's John? I can say, he's still working. It's 10 p.m. and he's still working. Wow, I can't believe it. Why is he working so late? My friend can say, well, you know John, he's a workaholic. So he's introducing one of John's characteristics. He's a workaholic. He works for a long time. He works very hard. He works late into the night. So that is why he's not here and he's still working. You know John, he's a workaholic. In other words, he's saying that's why he's still working. We know that's his character. He's a workaholic. So what should you do now? Remember, download all the extra resources, the MP3s and the PDFs. Listen, and listen again to those MP3s. Ingrain all this new English in your brain so that it sticks. So that when you're listening to people and when you're speaking in English, these words and phrases come to you naturally. Grab the PDFs and print them off if you can, so that when you're listening to the MP3s, you can read at the same time. This will help you learn the English even quicker and ingrain it in your brain so that you can master all these new words and phrases. Don't forget, you can always pause these videos at any stage if you want to take notes or if it's moving a bit too fast for you. Just pause the video, take time to read the text on the screen, understand it, and then press play again if you wish. You can always jump back a few seconds as well if you want to go over something again, if you want to listen to me say a particular word or phrase, or if you want to go over the explanation again, rewind, jump back, and listen again. The more you listen, the better your English will become, the quicker you will learn, and the faster you will ingrain this in your brain. I'll see you in the next video. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Pause the video and write down each sentence before pressing play again to check. Let's begin. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: I need to buy a notebook for school. I'm going to pop into this shop to see if they sell them. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Lisa really gets along with all her new classmates at school. She's made lots of new friends. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: What's the weather going to be like today? Well, from what I can see, it's going to rain. The sky is grey and cloudy. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: this 10,000-word essay is taking forever to complete. I don't think I'm going to finish before the deadline tomorrow. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Mary asked me to go with her to Barcelona at the weekend. I accepted at the drop of a hat. I've always wanted to visit. Speaking practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the meaning of the words and phrases we studied in this section. Train your brain to master them. Let's get started. Rita and I went on a trip to Paris last week, and we met Phil and Jane. We had no idea they'd also booked a trip there. What a coincidence! This place is so crowded. I'm trying to spot Tim, but I can't see him anywhere. He said he's wearing a red and white baseball cap. This exercise class is so tough, but I can really feel my muscles getting stronger. Exactly. I can't believe how much stronger and fitter I'm getting. I applied to several universities, but they're taking forever to get back to me. I really hope one of them accepts me. I'm really not sure what career I want to get into. My dad works as a graphic designer at a book publishing company, and it seems like an interesting job. Perhaps I'll follow him. I'm learning Spanish at the moment, and I recently found a really good tutor. I met him through a friend who's from Madrid. Could you please show me that ring with the large diamond? You mean this one here? This is one of our most beautiful rings. When Pamela received the job offer from the company, she accepted it at the drop of a hat. Listening practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play again to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master these words and phrases. Let's begin. This looks like a really interesting shop. Can we pop in for a few minutes to have a look? This looks like a really interesting shop. Can we pop in for a few minutes to have a look? Jack's been playing football in the garden for 4 hours. He must be exhausted. You know Jack. He loves football. Plus, he's young and full of energy. Jack's been playing football in the garden for 4 hours. He must be exhausted. You know Jack. He loves football. Plus, he's young and full of energy. My sister had a baby last week. I'm going to visit her tonight. I'm really looking forward to meeting my nephew for the first time. My sister had a baby last week. I'm going to visit her tonight. I'm really looking forward to meeting my nephew for the first time. If you two kids can't get along, then we'll have to go home. Stop arguing and start playing nicely. If you two kids can't get along, then we'll have to go home. Stop arguing and start playing nicely. Tom is someone I have a lot of respect for. He and I go way back to our primary school days, so we've seen each other grow up. Tom is someone I have a lot of respect for. He and I go way back to our primary school days, so we've seen each other grow up. It's great to finally meet you. Your husband and I have worked together for many years. So what do you do? I run my own online business. It's great to finally meet you. Your husband and I have worked together for many years. So what do you do? I run my own online business. Here's your X-ray, Mr. Andrews. From what I can see, you have a small break in this bone here. Here's your X-ray, Mr. Andrews. From what I can see, you have a small break in this bone here. Words and phrases in use. Conversation 2. A woman is talking about when she first met her best friend and why they get along so well. I first met Emma 5 years ago. It wasn't that long ago, but it feels like we've known each other forever. I met her through my work colleague. Emma and I quickly became friends because we had so much in common. A passion for music, playing sports, traveling, and learning new languages. We even enjoyed reading the same kinds of books. What a coincidence! Because we get along so well and spend so much time together, people think we are family. Just last week, we went on a trip to Brazil together. Next year, we're planning a trip to Canada. I'm really looking forward to that. We also help each other out a lot when the other is going through a difficult period. I can call Emma, and she'll help me with anything at the drop of a hat. It's nice to know that there's always someone there to rely on. Conversation 3. Pam and Mary are talking about their new housemate and the new flats they moved into. Listen to the conversation all the way through. Just try to understand the general meaning of what is said. We will master the words and phrases in bold in the following lectures. Let's begin. Hi, Mary. I hope you're settling in to your new place. I love it. What's your place like? And tell me about your housemate. My place is really spacious, but it's a bit noisy. It's just a stone's throw from the main road, so we can hear all the traffic. My roommate is really nice, though. She's the best cook in the world. Really? You're so lucky to have a great cook in your house. I can't cook to save my life, and neither can my housemate. I'm the same. So tell me a bit more about your housemate. Well, she really likes music, so she's always listening to it. But I don't mind, because we share a similar taste in music. She's also really kind. She helped me move all my stuff into the house. That's great to hear. Having a kind housemate is the most important thing. Otherwise, it's really difficult to live together. I'm really hungry. Why don't we get something to eat? Good idea. I know an awesome pizza restaurant nearby. Speaking of food, why don't you come round to my place tonight for dinner? We can all cook dinner together and have a chat. Would you like to come? You bet! I'm looking forward to learning some cooking skills from your housemate. She'll enjoy teaching you. She's also really talkative and has lots of interesting tales to tell of her time abroad. Oh man, she seems really cool. I'm so excited about tonight. Conversation 3 explained. Pam and Mary are talking about their new housemate and the new flats they moved into. In this lecture, we will go through the conversation and I'll explain the words and phrases in bold. Pause the video if you need time to make notes and absorb what I'm saying. Let's begin. Hi, Mary. I hope you're settling in to your new place. Pam starts the conversation by saying to Mary, "Have you settled in to your new place?" Let's start with the word place. This is simply another word for home or house. It's an informal way of saying your home or your house. So if you're talking to your friends or your family, you can say to them, hey, do you want to come over to my place later to play some video games? It simply means, do you want to come to my house later to play some video games? So it's a nice informal word for home or house. Now let's look at the phrasal verb that Pam used. She used the phrasal verb settle in. Have you settled in to your new place? Settle in is used when someone moves to a new house or a new job. When you settle in, you become comfortable in the new place. So you become comfortable with your surroundings. You become comfortable with your new work colleagues if it's a new job. You organize yourself. So if you're moving to a new house, you organize your furniture and your clothing and everything else in the house. So when everything is organized and you're comfortable and relaxed, sometimes it takes a few weeks or even a few months, you settle in. This means you relax, you feel comfortable, and you feel at ease in your new place. So settle in can be used for a new place of work or a new home. I love it. What's your place like? And tell me about your housemate. Mary is settling in to her new place very well. She feels comfortable there because she said, I love it. And then she asked Pam a question. What's your place like? We use this question, what is something like, to ask someone to describe this thing. So Mary said, what's your place like? She wants Pam to describe her place. She wants her to tell her about it and give her more information. So the question is, what is something like? We can also use it for places or people. So if I say to you, what's your hometown like? What's your hometown like? This means I want you to describe your hometown to me. Tell me more information about your hometown. What is the culture like? What are the people like? What is the food like? What do people like doing there in your hometown? So what is your hometown like means describe it to me. And it's the same with people. What is someone like? So for someone we can put a name. So what is John like? This means describe him to me. Tell me about his character, his personality, what he likes, what he dislikes, and so on. So what is someone, something, or somewhere like means describe it to me. Tell me more about it. My place is really spacious, but it's a bit noisy. It's just a stone's throw from the main road, so we can hear all the traffic. Pam seems to like the fact that her new flat is spacious. This means there's lots of space in the flat. But she said it's a bit noisy. It's just a stone's throw from the main road. Now this is a really good idiom to use when we want to say that somewhere is a short distance from somewhere else. So place A is very close to place B. She said, my flat is just a stone's throw from the main road. So you can imagine throwing a stone. It doesn't go very far, maybe 20 meters, 30 meters, 40 meters. It just means something is very close to somewhere else. So let me give you an example. Imagine someone lives very, very close to their workplace. Their house is here and their office is just a 2-minute walk from their house. Well, this person can say, my house is just a stone's throw from my office. It takes me just 2 minutes to get there. In other words, the person is saying, I live really, really close to my office. What is really close to your house? Think about what's nearby. Is there a park nearby? Are there many shops? Is there a cinema? Are there nice restaurants? Near my house there is a very big park. It takes me about 3 minutes to walk there. So I can say, my house is just a stone's throw from the local park. This means it's very, very close to my house. My roommate is really nice though. She's the best cook in the world. Really? You're so lucky to have a great cook in your house. Pam's housemate is the best cook in the world. So she's really lucky to have this kind of housemate cooking delicious food all the time. So when Pam said she's the best cook in the world, Mary responded with the word really. Now notice the emphasis that we put into the word really. We use this word with a question mark after to show that we're interested and enthusiastic about what the other person has just said. So Mary is really interested that Pam's housemate is a fantastic cook. So she said, really? Wow, that's amazing. So when we use the word really as a question like this, we're not actually asking the other person this question. It's just to show interest and enthusiasm and excitement about what they have just said. Imagine my friend is going to take a test. He's been studying for many, many weeks for this test. It's a really important one, and he needs to pass it to earn his degree. It's the day of the test, and he takes the test, and I'm wondering, did he pass or did he fail? How did he do? So my friend comes to me and says, guess what? And I say, what? I passed the test. I can respond with, really? That's fantastic. So I'm using the word really to show that I'm excited and happy for him. Really? You passed the test? That's amazing. Use really when you want to show your interest and enthusiasm for what the other person has just said. I can't cook to save my life, and neither can my housemate. Unfortunately, Mary can't cook to save her life. If you can't do something to save your life, this means you're really bad at it. You're terrible at doing this thing. So Mary said, I can't cook to save my life. This means she's a terrible, terrible cook. Are you bad at anything? Well, I'm really bad at drawing and painting. My two brothers are very good at drawing. They have a natural talent for being able to draw really, really good pictures. But when I try to draw a picture or paint, I can't do it. I'm terrible at drawing. So I can use this expression. I can say, I can't draw to save my life. This means I'm terrible at drawing. think of something you're not very good at. So you can use this expression in a kind of funny way. It means I'm terrible at doing this particular thing. I'm not very good at it, so I can't do this thing to save my life. I'm the same. It turns out that Pam is also terrible at cooking. So Mary said, I can't cook to save my life. Pam responded with, I'm the same. This means I'm exactly the same as you. I also can't cook to save my life. So use I'm the same when you want to say you're exactly the same as the other person. So whatever they've just said, you are exactly like that. Now, going back to my example of not being able to draw. If you also are terrible at drawing, you can respond with, I'm the same. So if I say, I can't draw to save my life, you can say, I'm the same. I'm also really bad at drawing. So just use I'm the same when you want to say, yes, I'm exactly the same as you. So, tell me a bit more about your housemate. Well, she really likes music, so she's always listening to it. Pam wants to know more about Mary's housemate. And Mary responded, beginning with the word well. Now we use this word at the beginning of a sentence. We use it to give ourselves time to think. So instead of just coming out with what we want to say very quickly, we can use well as a little word to fill in the silence. It's just used to think about what we want to say. When Mary said, well, she was thinking about her housemate. She was thinking about what she could say. She said, well, she likes music. During that time she said, well, she was thinking about what she could say. Let me give you another example. Imagine I'm organizing a party with my friend, and we're deciding on who to invite. Now there are 2 more people that we're thinking about inviting, Paul and Simon. But these 2 people don't get along very well. They don't really like each other very much, so it's difficult to invite both of them. So my friend says to me, oh, I want to invite Paul and Simon to the party. What do you think? I can respond with, well, I don't think it's a good idea to invite both of them. Maybe we should invite one. Now I started this sentence with well because I needed just a second or two to think about what I would say to my friend. I said, well, I don't think it's a good idea to invite both of them. So well just gives you a second or two to think about what you're going to say. Instead of just sitting there in silence and thinking, you can say, well, I'm not sure about that. You're letting the other person know by saying well that you're thinking and you're not just sitting in silence thinking. But I don't mind, because we share a similar taste in music. Mary has a similar taste in music to her housemate. Now, when we talk about taste in this sense, we're not talking about tasting with our tongue. We're not talking about tasting food. We're talking about things that we like, especially things related to art, fashion, or beauty. Now, here we're talking about music, which comes under art. So Mary and her housemate have a similar taste in music. This means they have a similar liking to this type of music. So they both like rock, for example, or they both like hip-hop. If they both like the same type of music, they have a similar taste in music. We can also describe people's taste as good or bad. Now let's say someone is wearing some really ugly clothes. They're horrible, they don't look nice, they don't match, and you think that their clothing is not very nice. You can say, oh, you have a terrible taste in clothes. This means what you like in your fashion is not very good. On the other hand, if you look at someone who is very well dressed, they look very nice to you, you think, wow, this person is really fashionable and looks cool, you can say, oh, you have an amazing taste in clothes. So we often use taste with the word in. You have a good taste in something. So if someone has some lovely art on their walls, you can say you have a good taste in art. If someone is a great designer, you can look at their product and say, wow, you have a great taste in design. So taste can be used for all of these things in art, beauty, or fashion. She's also really kind. She helped me move all my stuff into the house. That's great to hear. Having a kind housemate is the most important thing. Otherwise, it's really difficult to live together. I'm really hungry. Why don't we get something to eat? Pam is suddenly very hungry. She said to Mary, why don't we get something to eat? Now we use this question as a suggestion. We're really saying to the other person, let's do this. So Pam is saying to Mary, let's go and get some food. Let's go and eat at the restaurant. So even though it's a question, it's like a suggestion. You're saying to the other person, let's go, come and follow my plan. Let's go and get something to eat. Now imagine I'm at home with my friend. We're inside and we open the curtains, look outside, and we can see that it's a beautiful sunny day. It's nice and warm, blue sky, it's perfect weather. I can make a suggestion to my friend. I can say, look, it's really sunny outside. Why don't we go to the park and have a picnic? So this is my way of saying, come on, let's go. Let's go to the park and have a picnic. But we form it as a question. This is the way we can suggest something. Now, the other person doesn't always have to go along. He or she might say, no thanks, I don't feel like it today. Or they might say, yeah, great idea, let's go. So use this question, why don't we do something, as a way of suggesting something. Good idea. I know an awesome pizza restaurant nearby. Mary likes Pam's suggestion of going to get something to eat. She said, yep, great, good idea. Now she said that she knows an awesome pizza restaurant nearby. We use this word awesome to say that something is excellent. It's really, really good. We love this particular thing. Mary knows an awesome pizza restaurant nearby. This means she thinks this pizza restaurant is excellent. If I'm talking about a really cool movie that I watched recently, I'm telling my friend about this movie. It's excellent, it's really good, you need to go and see it. I can use the word awesome. I can say, you have to see this movie. It's absolutely awesome. So we often emphasize the word when we want to say this thing is particularly excellent. It's really, really good. It's awesome. Speaking of food, why don't you come round to my place tonight for dinner? Pam has invited Mary round to her place for dinner. She used the phrase speaking of something. Now we use this when we are reminded or we want to add some more information about the topic we were just talking about. So they were on the subject of food. They were talking about going to the restaurant, and Mary said, yep, that's a great idea. I know an awesome pizza restaurant. And then Pam thought of something else related to food. So she said, speaking of food, why don't you come round to my place later for dinner? So it's related. They were talking about going to the restaurant, and Pam just thought of something related to food as well. Come round to my place for dinner. So she used the expression speaking of something. Let's say I meet my friend Sarah. She's on the way to the library to get some books. And I say to her, hi Sarah, how are you doing? Where are you going? She will respond with, I'm just going to the library to get some books for school. I need to borrow 3 books for tomorrow. And I can say, that's great. Speaking of books, do you have the book that I lent you last week? So I've used the expression speaking of books. We were talking about books at the library, and I was just reminded of something. I lent you a book last week. So I can use the expression, speaking of books, do you have the book that I lent you last week? So I'm carrying on the topic of books, but I'm changing what we're talking about slightly. We were talking about library books. Now I'm talking about the book that I lent you last week. Speaking of books, do you have the book that I lent you last week? We can all cook dinner together and have a chat. Would you like to come? You bet. Pam invited Mary round for dinner, and she asked the question, would you like to come? Mary responded with, you bet. Now, you bet simply means of course or certainly. You're saying 100% certain I'm doing that. So in other words, Mary is saying, yes, I'm definitely coming to your house later. You bet also shows some excitement and enthusiasm. So we often emphasize it when we're talking about something happy or positive. We say, you bet. Another example would be being invited to a party. Imagine I'm really, really excited to go to my friend's birthday party next week. My friend calls me to confirm that I'm going to attend the party. So he calls me and says, hi Anthony, just to make sure, are you still coming to my birthday party next week? I can say, you bet, I'm not going to miss your party for anything. What I'm saying here is, I'm definitely going 110%. and I'm showing my excitement by saying, "You bet." I'm looking forward to learning some cooking skills from your housemate. She'll enjoy teaching you. She's also really talkative and has got lots of interesting tales to tell of her time abroad. Pam's housemate is a very talkative person. She likes to talk a lot with others. And she has lots of interesting tales to tell. So a tale is a story. It's usually a very interesting story and a very adventurous story. So it's not just a boring story that someone says. It's really interesting, engaging, and a tale is something that you listen to intently. So her housemate has lots of interesting tales to tell about her time abroad. So she must have traveled a lot when she was younger, and maybe you know when you travel, you get involved in lots of adventures, and so when you get back home, you have lots of really cool stories to tell. These stories can be called tales. So you have lots of interesting tales to tell of your time abroad, of your travels. Maybe you know someone who has lots of experience in life. Maybe this person has traveled around a lot and has been involved in lots of adventures, so they like talking about these things. Well, this person has interesting tales to tell. Now, very often, elderly people have so many interesting tales to tell. They've lived a very long life. They have lots of experience in life. They've traveled a lot. So when I talk to my grandparents, I'm fascinated by all the interesting tales that they have to tell. Oh man, she seems really cool. I'm so excited about tonight. Mary is really excited about meeting Pam and her housemate later for dinner. She showed her excitement and enthusiasm by using the phrase, "Oh man." Now don't worry, males and females can use this expression. It's really nothing to do with the gender. Oh man simply shows your excitement and your enthusiasm for something. So Mary is really excited about going to Pam's house later and meeting her housemate. Her housemate is a really good cook. She seems really cool. So Mary said, "Oh man, she seems really cool." She's showing her excitement about meeting her. If my friend invites me over for dinner and cooks me a really delicious meal, I can use the expression, "Oh man," to talk about the food. So I'm showing excitement and enthusiasm about my friend's cooking. I can say, "Oh man, this food is amazing. This is the best food I've tasted for a long time." So use the expression, "Oh man," at the beginning of a sentence when you want to show your enthusiasm and excitement about something. Now go and grab all the MP3s and the PDFs. Print the PDFs if you can and put those MP3s onto your phone or your MP3 player so that you can listen on the go. Listen when you're on the bus, driving your car, going out exercising, anywhere you can. The more you listen, the quicker all this will be ingrained in your brain. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Pause the video and write down each sentence before pressing play again to check. Let's get started. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: could you wash these dirty clothes? Speaking of clothes, I need to buy a new dress for the party on Friday. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: has your son settled into his new school? Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: hi, James. Everyone is coming to my place later to watch the football match. Do you want to come? Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: I highly recommend visiting the Greek restaurant in town. The atmosphere and service is great, and the food is awesome. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: hey, Tim, do you like my new car? Well, it's not bad, but I'm not sure about the color. Speaking practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the meaning of the words and phrases we studied in this section. Train your brain to master them. Let's begin. Please don't ask me to go on the dance floor with you. I can't dance to save my life. Hi, nice to meet you. We've just moved in, so we're your new neighbours. Once we settle in, we'll invite you round for a coffee and a chat. Did you know that the nearest star to Earth, not including the Sun, is 4.3 light years away? Really? That's so far. The hotel is in a perfect position by the beach. Just a stone's throw away, you'll find lots of interesting places to explore. What is this awful music you're listening to, James? I didn't know you had such a bad taste in music. All the students love Mrs. Harris because she tells fascinating tales from her life. Her way of educating the children is wonderful. Are you still coming to the party on Saturday, Greg? You bet I'm coming. It's going to be a great night. My wife loves eating Japanese food, and I'm the same. We try to cook Japanese cuisine at least once a week. Listening practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play again to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master these words and phrases. Let's begin. We haven't had a holiday for more than 2 years now. Why don't we go on a trip to somewhere nice? We haven't had a holiday for more than 2 years now. Why don't we go on a trip to somewhere nice? Fiona, why didn't you finish your homework? Well, I didn't have time because I had lots of other work to complete. Fiona, why didn't you finish your homework? Well, I didn't have time because I had lots of other work to complete. We're going to be extremely busy over the next few weeks because we're moving. I bought a big place out in the countryside. We're going to be extremely busy over the next few weeks because we're moving. I bought a big place out in the countryside. It's a shame that your boss had to leave because she was such a nice woman. I heard the new boss started last week. What's he like? It's a shame that your boss had to leave because she was such a nice woman. I heard the new boss started last week. What's he like? Oh man, I'm so excited about the new Star Wars movie. I think it will be the best one yet. Oh man, I'm so excited about the new Star Wars movie. I think it will be the best one yet. I went to a bookshop today for a book signing. I also got my photo taken with the author. Speaking of books, do you have that book I lent you? I want to read it again. I went to a bookshop today for a book signing. I also got my photo taken with the author. Speaking of books, do you have that book I lent you? I want to read it again. My friends and I went paintballing last week. It was such an awesome experience that we're going to go again next month. My friends and I went paintballing last week. It was such an awesome experience that we're going to go again next month. Words and phrases in use. Conversation 3. A man is describing what it's like to live in Sydney, Australia. I decided to move to Australia when my company offered me a job there. My boss said that if I made the move, I could live in a nice apartment in Sydney and get a pay rise. My response was, "You bet I want to move." I couldn't believe it when I saw where I lived. My place is just a stone's throw from the famous Sydney Opera House, and the view from my apartment is incredible. It took me a few weeks to settle in here, but now every day I wake up, look outside and think, oh man, I'm so lucky to live here. The only bad thing is that I live alone, whereas back in England I lived with my family. I can't cook to save my life, so I have to learn quickly. Apart from that, everything here is awesome. The food, the weather, the people, the culture. When I go back to England, I'm sure I'll have lots of interesting tales to tell my family and friends. Conversation 4. Two friends coincidentally meet each other while out in the town. Listen to the conversation all the way through. Just try to understand the general meaning of what is said. We will master the words and phrases in bold in the following lectures. Let's begin. Craig, how are you? What a coincidence. Hi, Greg. I haven't seen you for ages. What brings you here? I'm just doing a bit of shopping on my day off. It's Jane's birthday soon, so I need to buy her a present. What are you up to? I'm on my lunch break. I'm just about to grab a bite from the pizza restaurant. Why don't you join me? I would, but I've got to go and pick Jane up from work soon. Why don't we organize something for the weekend? Sounds good. Speaking of Jane, how is she? I heard that she hurt her leg. Yeah, she had a little accident while she was skiing. Thankfully, it's nothing serious. She needs to use crutches for the time being, but her leg will soon be better. Well, I'm glad she's recovering. By the way, Dan and I are going to the cinema this Saturday to watch the new James Bond movie. Apparently, it's the best one yet. Do you want to join us? You bet. Let me know the time and place and I'll be there. I haven't seen Dan for ages. It will be good to catch up. The last time I met him, he was just about to go travelling around Europe. He's back now, and he's got lots of interesting tales to tell about his travels. He visited over 20 countries and 30 cities while he was away. And the amazing thing is this: he did it all with no savings. He worked as he travelled and had only a few personal items in his backpack. Talk about brave! I don't think I would be able to do that. I'd need a whole suitcase with me, plus some savings to feel comfortable. I can't wait to hear his stories. I'm really pleased I ran into you today. I'm running late, so I've got to go. Okay, Greg. I'll be in touch shortly. It was great to see you. Conversation 4 explained. Two friends coincidentally meet each other while out in the town. In this lecture, we will go through the conversation and I'll explain the words and phrases in bold. Pause the video if you need time to make notes and absorb what I'm saying. Let's begin. Craig, how are you? What a coincidence. Hi, Greg. I haven't seen you for ages. Greg and Craig are out, and they both happen to meet each other. So Greg said, what a coincidence, because they happen to meet each other while out in the town shopping. Now, Craig said, hi, Greg. I haven't seen you for ages. This is a really common expression to say, I haven't seen you for a long time. So for ages means for a very long time. If you haven't seen a particular friend for many, many months, you can say to that friend, hey, I haven't seen you for ages. How are you doing? Imagine I have a really bad toothache and I rush to the dentist and I say, please, please, I need to see the dentist right now. The lady at the reception says, sorry, you have to wait. The dentist will be ready in about 10 minutes. So I sit down and wait with my toothache. 10 minutes passes, 20 minutes passes, 30 minutes passes. So I look at my watch and I say, please, when can I see the dentist? I've been waiting for ages. So it can be a short time, like 30 minutes waiting for the dentist or the doctor, or it can be over a longer period, a few months when you haven't seen your friend or your family, for example. So use for ages just to say a long time. What brings you here? Craig said, hi, Greg, I haven't seen you for ages. What brings you here? So they're both in the town, and Craig is asking Greg, what brings you here? This simply means, what are you doing here in this particular place? Why are you here? Are you doing shopping? Are you going to the bank? Are you going to meet a friend? What brings you here? Why are you here? Imagine I'm at home one day and it's quite late at night, about 11 p.m. I'm just about to go to bed and I hear a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. I open the door and it's my friend Paul. I can say to Paul, Paul, it's 11 p.m. What brings you here? So I've used the question, what brings you here? In other words, I'm asking Paul, what are you doing here at this time of night? So use the question, what brings you here, to ask the other person, what are you doing here? You basically want to find out some more information about why they're here and what they're doing. I'm just doing a bit of shopping on my day off. If you have a day off, it means you don't go to school, university, or work on a day that you would normally go. So imagine it's a Tuesday. you normally work on Tuesdays, but on this Tuesday, you have booked a holiday. You've told your boss, I don't want to go to work that day because it's my girlfriend's birthday. Well, on that Tuesday, it's your day off. It means you don't go to work on that day, even though you usually work on Tuesdays. One time when I was at school, it was the middle of winter and it was freezing cold. The school boiler, which heats up the school, broke down. So the school was freezing cold, there was no heating, and the headmaster at the school decided to send all the children home because it was just too cold to sit down and study. So here we had a day off because the boiler at school broke down. So use the phrase day off when you don't go to work, school or university on a day that you would normally go. It's Jane's birthday soon, so I need to buy her a present. What are you up to? Greg is having a day off and he's doing some shopping. He's going to buy Jane a present for her birthday. And then he asked Craig a question. What are you up to? Now this is quite similar to the question that we saw earlier. What brings you here? What brings you here means, what are you doing here? You want to find out some more information about why the person is here. What are you up to is similar. It means, what are you doing right now? He's basically saying, what are you doing here? What are you up to? Now we can use what are you up to even when we aren't with the person. So it might be over the phone. However, the question, what brings you here, can only be used face to face. What brings you here? But what are you up to? We can use it face to face or on the phone. For example, if I'm very bored one evening, I've got nothing to do, I decide to call my friend Harry. So I take my phone, I call Harry, and I say to him, hey Harry, I'm really bored. I thought I'd just call you for a chat. What are you up to? Now this question just starts the conversation. It gets the conversation moving. It simply means, what are you doing right now? And Harry might say, oh, I'm just cooking a meal for my girlfriend. And then we can start talking more about the meal. So it's a great question to get the conversation flowing. What are you up to? I'm on my lunch break. I'm just about to grab a bite from the pizza restaurant. After the question Greg asked, what are you up to? Craig responds with, I'm on my lunch break. So obviously Craig is at work, but he's on his hour-long lunch break going to the restaurant. So he said, I'm just about to grab a bite at the pizza restaurant. This phrase, grab a bite, means to go and eat something. The word grab, it's a verb. It simply means to quickly clasp something with your hand. And grab a bite means to go and get something to eat. Usually it means go and get something to eat quickly. So you can sit down in the restaurant, eat quickly, and then go. Or you can go, take the food, and bring it somewhere, to your office or to your home. So when we grab a bite, it means to eat something, but usually something quick, like a pizza or a burger or something like that. We wouldn't use grab a bite when we go to a very fancy restaurant, we sit down and we're wearing very formal clothes. This is not the right expression to use for this kind of restaurant. grab a bite would be used for something like a fast food restaurant or some quick food that you take away. Why don't you join me? I would, but I've got to go and pick Jane up from work soon. Craig wants to grab a bite at the pizza restaurant, and he asks Greg to come and join him. He wants Greg to come to the restaurant with him, sit down, and have a quick lunch together so that they can chat. But unfortunately, Greg had to say no. He used the phrase, I would, but. I would, but is used at the beginning of a sentence when we want to say sorry. We can't do this thing. So when someone makes a suggestion or offers you something and you have to say no, you can use this phrase, I would, but, and then you give your reason why you can't do this thing. So Greg said, I would, but I have to go and pick up Jane soon. This means he can't go to the restaurant with Craig. Here's another example. Imagine my work colleague wants to go to this new coffee shop. It's a very popular place. They serve excellent coffee. But I can't go because I have to attend a meeting. So my friend says to me, hey, let's go to this new coffee shop. It's just opened. It's really, really good. I'll pay. Come on, let's go. So he's really excited about this. But I have to say no. I can't go because I have a meeting to attend. And I'm sorry about this because he's really excited. So I use the expression, I would, but. I can say, I would, but I have a meeting to attend. So this is a nice way of saying, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. I have to say no. Why don't we organize something for the weekend? Sounds good. Even though Greg can't join Craig for lunch today, he said, why don't we organize something for the weekend? In other words, let's go for lunch or dinner at the weekend instead, because I can't go to join you for lunch right now. And Craig responded positively. He said, sounds good. We use this phrase when we want to respond positively to someone's opinion, question, or suggestion. So in other words, you're saying, yes, that's great. You're agreeing with them and you're responding positively. Imagine I'm going on a trip with my friend. We're going to go on a road trip around Spain. My friend is organizing the trip, so he's plotting which cities we visit. He's planning how long to spend in each city and all the activities we're going to do together. So he calls me and says, hi Anthony, I'm planning the trip around Spain. We're going to go to Madrid, Barcelona, and Seville, and we're going to spend 4 nights in each city. How does that sound? Now I can respond negatively and say, no, I don't like the sound of that. Or I can respond positively. I can use this expression. I can say, sounds good. In other words, I'm saying, I agree with your plan. It sounds good. This means yes, fantastic. I agree with what you've planned. Let's go ahead and do it. Speaking of Jane, how is she? I heard that she hurt her leg. Yeah, she had a little accident while she was skiing. Thankfully, it's nothing serious. She needs to use crutches for the time being, but her leg will soon be better. Craig heard that Jane was involved in an accident and she hurt her leg. And Greg said, yeah, she hurt her leg while she was skiing. She's using crutches. Crutches are the sticks that we use to support ourselves when we hurt our leg. Now she's using crutches for the time being. This is the expression we're going to focus on. For the time being. This simply means we're doing something at the moment, but very soon we won't be doing that thing any longer. In other words, we're doing an action, but in the near future we will stop that action. So Jane is using crutches for the time being. This means she's doing this right now, maybe for a few weeks, but in the near future she will stop using crutches. So it's not going to be a very long-term thing. Imagine a terrible storm destroys the roof on my house. So the roof collapses, the rain comes in and ruins my house. So I have to move out and live with my brother until my house is repaired. So this might take a few weeks or even a few months to repair. Well, I can use the expression for the time being. I can say, my house was destroyed in the storm, so I'm living with my brother for the time being. In other words, I'm living with my brother for a short period of time, but in the near future, this will stop. In the near future, I will move back to my house. So I can say, for the time being, I'm living with my brother. Notice how we can put this expression at the beginning of a sentence or at the end of a sentence. I'll give you that example again. So I can say, for the time being, I'm living with my brother, or I'm living with my brother for the time being. So it can go at the beginning or at the end of a sentence. Well, I'm glad she's recovering. By the way, Dan and I are going to the cinema this Saturday to watch the new James Bond movie. Apparently, it's the best one yet. Craig is going to the cinema with his friend Dan on Saturday. They're going to see the new James Bond movie. Craig used the word apparently. He said, apparently, it's the best one yet. Now this word apparently means we've heard something, we've been told something is true, but we're not sure if it really is true. So apparently it's the best one yet. Now Craig has heard about this James Bond movie in the newspapers and from his friends who've already seen it and from magazines, from the media and so on. Everyone has been saying it's the best movie yet. It's the best James Bond movie ever. So he's heard about this, but of course he doesn't know if it's true because he hasn't actually seen it yet. So he used the word apparently. Apparently, it's the best one yet. This means he's heard it's the best one, but he doesn't know for sure yet because he hasn't actually seen it. We can use this for any kind of information that we hear from other people when we don't know if it's really true or not. So imagine I hear from a few of my friends that Paul, another one of my friends, is moving to Canada. So a few of my friends say, "Oh, have you heard the news? Paul is moving to Canada." Another one of my friends says, "Hey Anthony, Paul's moving to Canada next month." But I haven't heard from Paul yet, so I don't know if it's really true. I can say to my other friend, apparently, Paul is moving to Canada next month. So I use the word apparently because I've heard it's true, it might be true, but I still haven't heard from Paul. I have no evidence yet that it really is true. So until I hear from Paul, I can use the word apparently. Apparently, Paul is moving to Canada next month. Do you want to join us? You bet! Let me know the time and place, and I'll be there. I haven't seen Dan for ages. It will be good to catch up. Greg accepted Craig's invite to the cinema on Saturday. So he's going with Craig and Dan. Now, Greg hasn't seen Dan for a very long period of time. And he used the phrasal verb catch up. He said, it will be good to catch up. Now, this phrasal verb means we share news and information about our lives with someone we haven't seen for a long time. Greg hasn't seen Dan for a very long time, so he has lots of information and news about his life to tell Dan. And Dan is probably the same. Dan has lots of news and information about his life to tell Greg. So it could be anything about your job, about your family, about your hobbies, anything new that has happened in your life since you last saw the person. If you haven't seen your friend for a week or 2 weeks or a month, and you really want to see them, you want to share some news from your life, and you want to hear what they've been doing, you can call them up and say, "Hi Vicky, I haven't seen you for 3 weeks. Let's have dinner tonight and catch up." So this phrasal verb catch up means let's meet and talk about everything that's happened in our life since we last met. The last time I met him, he was just about to go traveling around Europe. He's back now, and he's got lots of interesting tales to tell about his travels. He visited over 20 countries and 30 cities while he was away. And the amazing thing is this: he did it all with no savings. He worked as he travelled and had only a few personal items in his backpack. The last time Greg saw Dan was when Dan was just about to go travelling around Europe. And Craig said, yep, he's back now. He did lots of travelling. He visited 20 countries, 30 cities, and he has some amazing tales to tell about his travels. And then Craig said, the amazing thing is this: he did all that travelling with no savings. So he didn't have any money, but he still managed to do all this travelling. How did he do it? Well, he worked as he travelled around each country. So the expression that Craig used was, the amazing thing is this. And then he told us an interesting piece of information. So use this expression when you want to reveal an interesting piece of information to someone. The amazing thing is this: he did it all with no savings. So doing it all with no savings is quite amazing. To travel around 20 countries with no money, that's an interesting piece of information. So Craig used that expression. The amazing thing is this: he did it all with no money. Imagine someone gets an A in a test, but she didn't study for the test at all. That's quite amazing. That's quite an interesting thing. So she didn't study for the test. She just partied and played. And then on this day, she had the test. She took it and she got 100%. She got an A on the test. Well, that's quite amazing. So we can use the expression, the amazing thing is this. We can say, Vicky took a test last week and she got 100% in the test. But the amazing thing is this. She didn't study at all. So we reveal the interesting piece of information at the end. Use this expression when you want to build some excitement or interest in the listener. So you reveal the information, the interesting thing, at the very end to build excitement. So I say, Vicky took a test last week and she got 100% in the test. But the amazing thing is this. And then you can pause so your listener is really focused on what you're going to say. The amazing thing is this. She didn't study for it at all. Talk about brave. Craig told Greg all about Dan's travels around 20 different countries, and he said that he had no money and hardly anything in his backpack. Now Greg thought that was a really brave thing of Dan to do, to just go traveling one day with no money and no personal belongings. He thinks, wow, that's a really brave thing to do. So he used the expression, talk about. We use this when we want to emphasize a particular situation. Often we use an adjective after this expression, talk about. Greg used the adjective brave. Talk about brave. So he's saying, in this situation, Dan is extremely brave. So he's emphasizing Dan's bravery for just going out, traveling with no money and no personal belongings. So he said, talk about brave. If I describe a really scary situation to you, if I say, last night I stayed in a hotel. It was a very old hotel, and I heard strange noises coming from the hallway. I heard footsteps and people creeping around at night. There were spiders and cobwebs in the corners of the room. It was really creepy. You could respond with this expression, talk about, and use an adjective after. So you could say, wow, talk about scary, or talk about frightening. So you've used the adjective scary or frightening after talk about. You're emphasizing that this situation that I've described in this hotel is very scary or very frightening. So you can say, wow, that hotel sounds really creepy. Talk about scary. I don't think I would be able to do that. I'd need a whole suitcase with me, plus some savings to feel comfortable. I can't wait to hear his stories. I'm really pleased I ran into you today. Greg is really looking forward to meeting Dan because he hasn't seen him in such a long time. He's looking forward to hearing all his stories from his travels. And then Greg used the expression run into. He said, I'm really pleased that I ran into you today, Craig. Now, when we run into someone, it means we meet them unexpectedly. It's nothing really to do with running. It doesn't mean we run and meet someone. It just means we're walking along and we unexpectedly see someone that we know. Greg and Craig went into the town, but they didn't expect to meet each other. They just went into the town to do shopping and to get some food. But they unexpectedly met each other. In this situation, we say, Craig and Greg ran into each other. It simply means they met unexpectedly. The supermarket is a place where we often run into people. We often meet people that we know unexpectedly. So when we go to the supermarket, we go there just to do some shopping, to get some groceries. We don't go there to meet people, but often we see people that we know. It could be a friend, it could be a family member, it could be a work colleague. But you go to the supermarket and you see someone that you know, and you quickly go over it. You say, hello, how are you doing? You have a little bit of a chat for a minute, and then you continue your shopping. Well, in this case, you can use the expression run into. You can say, today I went to the supermarket and I ran into Jane. This means that you went to the supermarket to buy some groceries and you unexpectedly met your friend Jane while you were there. I'm running late, so I've got to go. Here we have another expression with run, but again, it's nothing really to do with running. Run late means you're going to arrive somewhere later than you expect. So you're going to be behind schedule. If you say you're going to be somewhere at 2 p.m., but you look at your watch and it's already 2 p.m., and it's going to take you 10 minutes to get there, you're running late. This means you're not going to get there on time. So Greg said, I'm running late, I've got to go. He needs to pick up Jane at a particular time. Let's say he needs to pick up Jane at 11 o'clock. Well, maybe right now it's 5 minutes to 11, so he hasn't got much time. He can say, sorry Craig, I'm running late, I have to go now. We often use this expression at work. So imagine I am driving to work, but there's been a bad accident, and this has caused a very long traffic jam. So I'm stuck in traffic. I look at my watch and I realize, oh no, I'm going to be late for work. I start work at 9 a.m. and it's 10 to 9 now, so I've only got 10 minutes, but there's no way I'm getting to work on time. I'm probably going to arrive at about 9:30. I can call my boss and say, hi boss, I'm running late. This means I'm not going to get to work on time. I'm running late. Can we start the meeting at 9:30 instead of 9? So we often use this expression when you're not going to arrive somewhere at the planned time. Okay, Greg. I'll be in touch shortly. It was great to see you. Craig and Greg are now saying goodbye to one another. Craig is going to the restaurant to grab a bite, and Greg is going to pick up Jane. So they're saying goodbye. And Craig said, okay, Greg, I'll be in touch. We use the expression will be in touch when we want to say to the other person, I will contact you soon. So the method of contact could be anything. It could be a message, it could be a phone call, it could be a letter. In this case, Craig will probably send a message or call Greg to let him know what time they are meeting on Saturday. So Craig will be in touch. It means he will contact Greg very soon. Now, very often when we send an application form to a university or we send a job application to a company, we get a response. So we write our application for the job or for a place at university. We send the application via mail and we get a response from the company or the university. The response might say, "Thank you for your application. We will be in touch." This simply means the company or the university will contact you soon to say, "Yes, you got the job," or "Yes, you got a place at our university." Or it could be bad news. They might say, "No, sorry, you don't get the job," or "Sorry, we don't have a place for you at our university." Either way, "we will be in touch" means we will contact you again soon. Now move on to the next video. You can always go back and listen to the conversation again if you wish. Make sure you grab all the extra resources, download them, listen to the MP3s, and read the PDFs. Also, don't forget you can ask a question in the Q&A section of this course. If you have any difficulties or you want to know anything about the expressions we're going through, ask me a question and I'll respond very, very quickly. So that's all from this lesson. I'll see you in the next one. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Pause the video and write down each sentence before pressing play again to check. Let's get started. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Hi, Jason. We are running late by around 30 minutes. Sorry for any inconvenience. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: It was lovely to see Diane again after so long. We caught up over dinner and a few drinks. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Thank you for your order. We will be in touch soon to confirm the delivery date and time. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: I'm so bored being at home all day. Plus, I'm really hungry. Let's go out for a walk, then grab a bite. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Come to my place later and we'll play some computer games. I would, but I've got loads of homework to finish. Speaking practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the meaning of the words and phrases we studied in this section. Train your brain to master them. Let's get started. We've been driving for 5 hours now. Why don't we stop for a while to grab a bite and rest? Peter, I haven't seen you for ages. The last time we met, you were still in primary school. Now you're all grown up. Here's the plan. We'll wait until the suspects reach the bank before surrounding them. Sounds good. Just make sure they don't enter the bank before we arrive. Apparently, a really bad hurricane is passing through the town soon. Have you heard anything about it? This car is fully electric and can drive over 1,000 miles on a single charge. But the amazing thing is this. It's the cheapest car on the market. Hi, John. I'm running late by around 15 minutes. You guys go into the cinema without me, and I'll meet you inside. I don't want you to miss the start of the film. We're looking for new players to join our cricket team. Would you like to join? I would, but I'm already in a team. Thanks for the offer anyway. I'm so exhausted after a long day at work. Thankfully, I have a day off tomorrow, so I can relax. Listening practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play again to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master these words and phrases. Let's begin. For the time being, all the protests are calm and peaceful, but some say that small groups might start becoming violent. For the time being, all the protests are calm and peaceful, but some say that small groups might start becoming violent. Hello, Robert. What brings you here to my office? I'd like to hand in my resignation. I'm leaving the company. Hello, Robert. What brings you here to my office? I'd like to hand in my resignation. I'm leaving the company. We met our cousins, uncles and aunts for the first time in years. It was lovely to catch up and talk about all the news from the family. We met our cousins, uncles and aunts for the first time in years. It was lovely to catch up and talk about all the news from the family. First, my car broke down on the way to work. Then the boss told me that I have to take a pay cut. Finally, I get home and find out that my house was broken into. Talk about bad luck. First, my car broke down on the way to work. Then my boss told me that I have to take a pay cut. Finally, I get home and find out that my house was broken into. Talk about bad luck. Do you remember Mr. Crowther? He was our maths teacher at school. I ran into him yesterday. He's still really funny and kind. Do you remember Mr. Crowther? He was our maths teacher at school. I ran into him yesterday. He's still really funny and kind. Hey, Emma. Good to see you. What are you up to? Hey, Pat. I'm on my way to the library to borrow some books. Do you want to join me? Hey, Emma. Good to see you. What are you up to? Hey, Pat. I'm on my way to the library to borrow some books. Do you want to join me? Thank you for coming to these acting auditions. If we want you to come again, we will be in touch next week. Thank you for coming to these acting auditions. If we want you to come again, we will be in touch next week. Words and phrases in use. Conversation 4. A woman is thinking about what she wants to do on her day off. I've got a day off work today, but I really don't know what to do. I guess I'll go out and grab a bite first. There's a new Indian restaurant in the town centre. Maybe I'll go there for lunch. An Indian sounds good. When I'm in the town centre, I always run into someone I know, so it's a great place to go if you want to meet people. After that, I might go to see my friend Nancy. I haven't seen her for ages. The last time we caught up was a few months ago, so it will be good to see her again. Apparently, she has a new pet puppy, and I'd love to see it. I also want a pet dog, but I can't get one yet because my flat is too small. Dogs need lots of space, so it's best to wait for the time being. Conversation 5. A man has developed a toothache and has decided to visit the dentist. Listen to the conversation all the way through. Just try to understand the general meaning of what is said. We will master the words and phrases in bold in the following lectures. Let's begin. Good morning. I'd like to book an appointment to see the dentist. Certainly. Dr. Edwards is off sick for a while, so Dr. Harris is covering for him. Is that okay? Well, I'd prefer to see Dr. Edwards because I've known him for ages. I'm scared stiff of visiting dentists, but Dr. Edwards makes me feel calm. Dr. Harris is an excellent dentist and is very gentle. I assure you that you'll be just fine with him. What do you want to see Dr. Harris about? I've got an awful toothache. It's killing me. In that case, I'd better get you an appointment as soon as possible. We have an appointment at 11 a.m., which is only an hour away. Does that suit you? That's perfect. In the meantime, I'll take a walk around the park to try and take my mind off the pain. Let me just take a few details. One hour later. Hello, Chris. I'm Dr. Harris. I understand that you have a severe toothache. That's right. I've been indulging in too much cola, and now one of my teeth has developed a problem. I've decided to quit drinking sugary drinks and stick to healthier choices. That's a really sensible idea. And be sure to brush at least twice a day to keep your teeth in good shape. When did your toothache start? The pain started around 2 weeks ago. I thought it might subside after a few days, but it's got worse and worse. I hope you can sort it out. Okay, let's have a look. Open wide. Conversation 5 explained. A man has developed a toothache and has decided to visit the dentist. In this lecture, we will go through the conversation and I'll explain the words and phrases in bold. Pause the video if you need time to make notes and absorb what I'm saying. Let's begin. Good morning. I'd like to book an appointment to see the dentist. Certainly. Dr. Edwards is off sick for a while, so Dr. Harris is covering for him. Is that okay? Chris would like to book an appointment to see the dentist. However, his usual dentist, Dr. Edwards, is off sick today. If you are off sick, it means you're not able to attend work or school or university because you are sick. In the previous module, we looked at the expression day off. Now, this is when you don't go to work because you booked a holiday, for example. So you're choosing not to go to work on a day off. But if you're off sick, this is different. This means you're not going to work because you're ill. So you're not choosing not to go. It's because you're very ill, so you need to stay at home. Now, Dr. Edwards is off ill, but another doctor has come to take his place. Dr. Harris is covering for him. So this is the next expression we're going to look at. Dr. Harris is covering for Dr. Edwards. When we cover for someone, we take over their work. So we do the work that they usually do because they are off sick or they're having a day off from their job. Imagine I'm working at a company and my co-worker, Simon, is going on holiday for 1 week. Now, someone has to cover for Simon during that week. Someone has to do the work that he usually does. So my boss might come to me and say, "Hi Anthony, I'm sorry, but I need to give you some extra work this week. You have to cover for Simon." This means I have to take Simon's work and do it for him while he is away. So if you cover for someone, you do their work while they're off sick or having a holiday. Well, I'd prefer to see Dr. Edwards because I've known him for ages. I'm scared stiff of visiting dentists, but Dr. Edwards makes me feel calm. Chris would prefer to see his usual dentist, Dr. Edwards. The reason is that Dr. Edwards makes him feel calm because Chris is scared stiff of dentists. Now you can probably guess the meaning of this expression, scared stiff. If you are scared stiff of someone or something, it means you're very frightened of that thing or that person. So it's very common for some people to be very scared of visiting dentists. They don't like dentists poking around in their mouth or drilling their teeth or having their teeth pulled out. So very often people are scared stiff of visiting dentists. Now Chris is scared stiff of visiting dentists, so he wants to see his usual dentist, Dr. Edwards, who makes him feel very calm. Some people are afraid of flying in aeroplanes. You can use this expression. John is scared stiff of flying. He won't take a plane anywhere. He always takes a ship. Is there anything that you are scared of? Something that really terrifies you? Or is there a person that you're really scared of? Maybe if you think back to school, in your primary school days or in your high school days, maybe there was a teacher that was very, very scary. Perhaps it was the headmistress or the headmaster. They used to shout at you, they used to look very cross all the time, and you used to be very fearful of them. Well, you can use this expression. You can say, when I was in high school, I was scared stiff of the headmistress. Dr. Harris is an excellent dentist and is very gentle. I assure you that you'll be just fine with him. The receptionist is trying to persuade Chris. The receptionist is saying, "Look, I promise you, Dr. Harris is very kind, he's very gentle." And then the receptionist said, "I assure you that you'll be fine with him." When we use the expression, "I assure you," it means this thing I'm going to say is definitely true. You're saying to the other person, "Don't worry. What I'm about to say is true." So you're trying to calm the other person down and say, "Don't worry. I assure you, you'll be just fine with Dr. Harris." So we often use this expression when we're trying to calm the other person or we're trying to convince them of something. Maybe they're feeling tense, they're feeling worried or nervous about something. So we use the expression, I assure you. And then you give them the reason why they should feel calm. So for example, if I'm about to do a parachute jump, I'm up in the airplane and the door opens, I look out and I think, oh my God, I cannot do this. I'm scared stiff. I say to my instructor, I can't do it. I'm too scared. I'm going to die if I do this. My instructor will try and calm me down. He or she will say, Anthony, I assure you, everything will be fine. Your parachute has been checked. Everything is in order. You will be safe. I assure you. So use this expression when you want to say, what I'm saying is definitely true. You can trust me. What do you want to see Dr. Harris about? I've got an awful toothache. It's killing me. Chris has got an awful toothache. It's really, really painful. Now, if you've ever had a toothache, you know that sometimes they can be very, very painful indeed. So painful that you will do anything just to stop the pain. And then Chris said, it's killing me. So this is the expression we're going to focus on now. It's killing me. Now it's an idiomatic expression. It doesn't really mean that this thing is killing you. It doesn't really mean you're going to die. When we use the expression, something is killing me, it means it really, really hurts. It's so painful that I cannot stand it any longer. Think of the most painful thing that you've ever experienced in your life. Maybe it was a broken bone, maybe you had a bad cut or you banged your head. Whatever it was, in this situation, you could use the expression, it's killing me. In other words, this is so painful, I cannot bear it any longer. For me, the most painful experience was probably a very severe headache that I experienced. I had the flu for about a week. I was in bed for 5 or 6 days, and my head was really, really painful. I had a really bad headache for about 3 days. I was taking painkillers, but they weren't working. The pain was so severe that I couldn't even sleep. So at the time, I said to my family, oh my God, this is killing me. This headache is really, really severe. In that case, I'd better get you an appointment as soon as possible. Chris tells the receptionist that he has an awful toothache and it's killing him. And the receptionist says, well, in that case, I'd better book an appointment for you as soon as possible. So the receptionist used the expression, in that case. This means, because of what you have just told me, I'm going to do this. So Chris said, it's really bad, it's killing me. So the receptionist thought, wow, this is quite serious, the pain is really extreme. In that case, because of what you've just told me, because of the information that I have now, I'm going to book you an appointment as soon as possible, because it's not fair if you're in pain and we don't get an appointment booked right now. Now imagine I've booked some cinema tickets to go and see a film later on today. I'm going with my friend Paul. The tickets are ready and Paul calls me up and says, "Hi Anthony, I'm really sorry. but I'm ill. I can't go to the cinema tonight. I can say, in that case, I'll cancel the tickets and book them for another day. In other words, I'm saying, because of the information that you just told me, you're ill and you can't go, I'm going to cancel the tickets and book them for another day. So Paul says, I'm ill, I can't go. I say, well, in that case, I'll cancel the tickets and we'll book them for another day. We have an appointment at 11 a.m., which is only an hour away. Does that suit you? That's perfect. In the meantime, I'll take a walk around the park to try and take my mind off the pain. Chris has booked an appointment for 11 a.m. So he said, that's perfect. And then he said, in the meantime, I'll go for a walk in the park to try to take my mind off the pain. Now let's focus on the second expression first. Take your mind off something. We use this expression when we want to stop thinking about something unpleasant, or we want to stop experiencing something unpleasant. In Chris's case, he wants to try and stop experiencing the pain. So when we're going through pain or we're thinking about something negative, if we do something else, it can take our mind off this thing. So it can stop us experiencing the unpleasant things. So Chris said, I'll take a walk in the park to take my mind off the pain. He's got a really painful tooth, so if he sits down and just waits and thinks about his painful tooth, the pain will probably get worse and he'll feel even worse, he'll feel depressed. But if he does something else, if he goes for a walk in the park, surrounded by nature, surrounded by trees and wildlife, this might help him a bit. It will stop him from thinking about the pain and it will take his mind off the pain. So use this expression when you're going through something unpleasant, but you try to stop it by doing something else. Now let's go to the first expression that Chris used, in the meantime. The full sentence again is, in the meantime, I'll take a walk around the park to take my mind off the pain. Now Chris's appointment is 1 hour away at 11 a.m. So he has 1 hour to do something else. In the meantime means until something expected happens. So his appointment is expected at 11 a.m. Now he has an hour to do other things. So in the meantime means between now and the expected thing. So during this hour, he's going to go for a walk in the park. He can say, in the meantime, I'm going to take a walk in the park to take my mind off the pain. Let me give you another example to make this expression clearer. Imagine my car breaks down. I send it to the garage and the mechanic says, okay, it's going to take 2 days to fix your car. So I have 2 days with no car. What can I do? Well, I can borrow my mum's car. She doesn't drive much, so I can borrow her car for 2 days. Now, in 2 days, my car is going to be fixed. This is the expected time my car will be returned to me. In the meantime, during these 2 days, I'm going to borrow my mother's car. So you can see how I've used the expression in the meantime. I can say, my car is in for repair. I won't have it back for 2 days. In the meantime, I'm borrowing my mum's car. This means between now and the expected time of my car being returned, I'm using my mum's car. Let me just take a few details. The receptionist is going to book Chris's appointment, but first the receptionist needs a few details. The receptionist said, "Let me just take a few details." Now, when we ask for someone's details, it means we want them to give us the information, like their name, their phone number, their address, and other personal information for some reason. Now, the receptionist needs Chris's details to enter them into the computer system so she can book his appointment. So she wants his full name, she wants his address, and maybe she wants his health number, for example. So when we want someone's details, we want some personal information to help us complete a form or to complete a booking, for example. When we go into a hotel, we walk up to the reception desk and the receptionist says, "Hello, welcome to the Grand Hotel. Let me take your details so I can find your booking." So the receptionist wants my details so she knows which room to show me to. So she might want my name and she might want my reservation number. These are details. This is usually used in formal contexts. So usually it's related to business. For example, a dentist receptionist asking a patient, or a receptionist at a hotel asking a guest, or for example, when you call your bank, they might ask for your personal details. So it's very often used in formal contexts like this. 1 hour later. Hello, Chris. I'm Dr. Harris. I understand that you have a severe toothache. It's 1 hour later and Chris is finally going to see the dentist, Dr. Harris. Dr. Harris welcomes Chris and says, "I understand that you have a severe toothache." Now let's look at the expression, "I understand something." We use this when we believe that something is true. We are 95 or even 99% certain that it's true, but we use the expression "I understand" to confirm that it's true. We want to confirm with the other person that what we're saying is actually correct. So Dr. Harris says, "I understand that you have a severe toothache." This means Dr. Harris's receptionist has probably told Dr. Harris, Chris has a really bad toothache. So Dr. Harris is just confirming with Chris that this is true. "I understand that you have a really bad toothache. Is this correct?" Imagine I go to a restaurant and I sit down and wait to be shown my table. After a few minutes, the waiter comes over and says, "Oh, hello, Mr. Kelleher. I understand you have booked a table for 2 people. Now, the waiter used the expression, "I understand." He's just confirming with me that what he is saying is true. Is it really table for 2 or is it for more people? So he said, "I understand that you've booked a table for 2 people. Is this correct?" And I can say, "Yes, I booked a table for 2. Thank you." Now sometimes the person could be wrong. Usually they're right because We use this expression when we are 95% sure it's correct. But imagine if I actually booked a table for 4 people and the waiter comes over and says, "Hello, Mr. Kelleher. I understand you've booked a table for 3 people. Is that correct?" I can say, "No, actually, it's not correct. I booked a table for 4 people. You must have made a mistake." So sometimes, even if we use this expression, we might not be right, but usually we are right. We only use it when we are 95 or even 99% sure that what we're saying is correct. That's right. I've been indulging in too much cola, and now one of my teeth has developed a problem. Dr. Harris said, "I understand that you have a severe toothache." Chris responds with, "That's right." And then he said, "I have indulged in too much cola, and I have developed a problem with one of my teeth." Now, Coca-Cola is full of lots of sugar, and often it causes tooth problems in people who drink a lot of cola. And that's what Chris has been doing. He's been drinking too much cola. He used the word indulge. The expression is to indulge in something. When we indulge in something, we enjoy the pleasure of something too much, to a very high degree. And usually this thing is bad for us. So it might be cola, as in Chris's case. It might be chocolate. It might be candy. It might be beer, cake, whatever it is. We enjoy the pleasure, but we enjoy it too much, and it has negative consequences for us. Maybe a toothache, maybe we gain weight, maybe we have health issues. But when we indulge in something, we enjoy it very, very much, to a high degree. Is there anything that you like to indulge in? Is there something that you cannot resist, you cannot say no to, even though you know it's not very good for you? My sister absolutely loves chocolate. She eats chocolate every evening, and it's a real source of pleasure for her. But she knows it's not very good. She knows it's damaging her teeth, it's not very good for her health, and so on. But she still eats it every night because she loves it so much. So I can use the expression indulge in. My sister indulges in chocolate every night because she cannot resist it. I've decided to quit drinking sugary drinks and stick to healthier choices. Even though Chris has been indulging in too much cola, he's decided now to quit drinking cola and all other sugary drinks. And he's decided to stick to healthier choices. So he's changed something and he's deciding to stick to drinking healthier drinks. Now, the phrasal verb stick to something means you plan to do something and not change. So you're determined to keep doing this particular thing. So Chris is determined to get rid of sugary drinks from his life and keep drinking healthier choices like water or juice. He's going to stick to this. So he's made his plan, he's made a decision, and he's not going to change. Every year around Christmas time, people indulge in lots of unhealthy food. They eat lots of desserts, they eat too much food, they drink a lot, and generally there's lots of food around at Christmas time. So after Christmas, in January, people have gained some weight. They've gained 4 or 5 kilograms. So at this time, people often go on a diet to lose the weight that they gained over the Christmas period. So people often say, right, I've gained all this weight, now I need to go on a diet. So they make a plan and they want to stick to it. So we've used the phrasal verb stick to something. They say, I'm going to stick to this diet. It means I've made this decision and I'm not going to change. I'm going to stick to my diet and lose the excess weight. That's a really sensible idea. And be sure to brush at least twice a day to keep your teeth in good shape. The dentist advised Chris to brush his teeth at least twice a day. Do this to keep your teeth in good shape. Now this expression, in good shape, means something is healthy and it's working correctly. It's in good working order. So in this case, the dentist is talking about teeth being healthy. If you brush your teeth twice a day, you'll keep them in good shape. You'll keep them healthy, strong, and they'll work correctly. So we often use this expression when talking about our health or our body. So in this case, the dentist is talking about teeth being in good shape. This means they're healthy and strong. We can talk about someone's general health being in good shape. So if I say, oh, James is in really good shape, it means he looks very fit and strong and he is very healthy. So James is in good shape. This is overall health. We can talk about someone's brain being in good shape as well. Elderly people often develop brain diseases, but if we're talking about someone who has a very good brain, a very sharp brain, in their old age, we can say she is 100 years old, but her brain is in good shape. This means the elderly woman's brain is still very healthy, it's sharp, and it's working as it should. Now we can talk about other things being in good shape too. It's not just about health and our body. Let's say I want to buy a new car. So I go to the car dealer and I see a second-hand car that I like. But it looks a bit old, so I'm not sure if it's the right car to buy. So I go to the car dealer, the seller, and I say, tell me about this car. Now the seller wants to sell me the car, of course. So he is going to say good things about the car. He might say, well, it looks pretty old, but don't worry, it's in good shape. Now he used the expression in good shape to mean the car is working perfectly. It's healthy, it's good, and it will drive from A to B without any problems. So even though the car looks very old, it's in good shape. When did your toothache start? The pain started around 2 weeks ago. I thought it might subside after a few days, but it's got worse and worse. Chris's toothache started around 2 weeks ago. He thought the pain might subside, but it didn't. It just got worse and worse. Now, if something unpleasant like pain subsides, it gets less severe. In other words, it gets better. So he thought that the pain would become less severe over the coming days, but it didn't. It didn't subside. It got worse. So if something doesn't subside, the pain doesn't disappear. It stays the same or it gets worse. Imagine there is a terrible war going on in a particular country. There's lots of fighting, there's stealing, there's disease, there's poverty, there's all sorts of negative things happening in that country. Over time, hopefully, these things will disappear. So these unpleasant things get better over time. In this case, we can use the verb to subside. So we can say war and poverty damaged the country for a year, but thankfully that has now subsided. In other words, this unpleasant situation of war and poverty has become less severe and less unpleasant. I hope you can sort it out. Okay, let's have a look. Open wide. Chris is hoping that the dentist can fix his problem. So he used the expression sort something out. He said, I hope you can sort it out. This means I hope you can fix my problem. Imagine I have a leak in my roof. Whenever it rains, water comes into my house through the leaking roof. Then I call the builder, and the builder comes round, fixes it, and solves my problem. Well, I can then use the expression sort something out. I can say, I had a really bad leak in my roof, but thankfully the builder came round and sorted it out. This means the builder came round and fixed the problem. I hope this video has been helpful for you. Remember, you can ask questions anytime you like. Just go to the Q&A section and I'll answer any question that you have about this course. Now keep on learning. Make sure you grab all the extra resources. Listen, listen, and listen again, and I'll see you in the next video. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Pause the video and write down each sentence before pressing play again to check. Let's get started. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer. The bus to London will depart in 20 minutes. In the meantime, could all passengers get their bags ready and line up for the bus? Thank you. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer. The ship was in danger of sinking, but thankfully the storm subsided and it sailed on to its destination. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Hello, sir. Sorry to hear that the computer you bought from us is having problems. Let me sort it out for you now. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: I know you are scared of flying, but don't worry. I assure you nothing bad will happen. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: the traffic is really bad today because of all the snow. In that case, we'd better leave early. Speaking practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the meaning of the words and phrases we studied in this section. Train your brain to master them. Let's get started. The boss wants me to cover for Harry while he's away. She said that she'll pay me double what I usually get. Don't panic. I assure you it's just a fire drill. Walk slowly out of the exit and head outside. My university classes have been cancelled, so I'm free all day tomorrow. Well, in that case, why don't you come around for lunch tomorrow? Thank you for your interest in purchasing home insurance with us. Let me take some details. First of all, what is your full name? My motorbike has broken down. The mechanic came to look at it today, but he couldn't sort it out. I think it's time to buy a new one. We've had a long, hard week at work. Let's indulge in a pizza, a bottle of wine, and some dessert. Profits are increasing, and we've just signed 4 new deals. The business is in good shape for now. Hello. My colleague told me all about you. I understand that you want to buy a new house in the area. What kind of house are you looking for? Listening practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play again to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master these words and phrases. Let's begin. I have a really bad headache. It's killing me. Do you have any medication that I can take to stop the pain? I have a really bad headache. It's killing me. Do you have any medication that I can take to stop the pain? I had such a stressful week at work. I can't stop thinking about all the stuff I need to get done. Let's go for a walk in the park to try and take your mind off it. I had such a stressful week at work. I can't stop thinking about all the stuff I need to get done. Let's go for a walk in the park to try and take your mind off it. I'd like to get a pet, but Paul is scared stiff of dogs. Perhaps a cute little cat would be a better idea. I'd like to get a pet, but Paul is scared stiff of dogs. Perhaps a cute little cat would be a better idea. The party guests will be here in less than 30 minutes. In the meantime, we should make sure everything is prepared. The party guests will be here in less than 30 minutes. In the meantime, we should make sure everything is prepared. Okay, it's the cup final today, ladies. We worked hard to get here. Let's stick to the game plan and we are sure to win. Okay, it's the cup final today, ladies. We worked hard to get here. Let's stick to the game plan and we are sure to win. I've had this rash on my hand for a month now, and it's really itchy and sore. Take this medicine for a week. If the rash doesn't subside, come and see me again. I've had this rash on my hand for a month now, and it's really itchy and sore. Take this medicine for a week. If the rash doesn't subside, come and see me again. Mrs. Harris is off sick today, so your history lesson has been cancelled. During that time, you can do some homework. Mrs. Harris is off sick today, so your history lesson has been cancelled. During that time, you can do some homework. Words and phrases in use. Conversation 5. A woman is talking about buying a new house. We've been looking for a new house for more than 2 months now. Even though it's sometimes enjoyable looking for our perfect home, I assure you that it can also be stressful. There are so many things to think about, and it's also expensive. Yesterday I viewed a perfect home for me and my family. It's in good shape, except for the garden, which needs some work done. I think I can sort the garden out myself once we move in. We put in an offer on the house yesterday, but the seller wants more money. I'm going to stick with my original offer and hope he accepts it soon. In the meantime, I will keep looking at other houses so that we have more than one option. Conversation 6. Fiona needs help with her English literature essay, so she's asking her friend. Hi Zoe, how was your weekend? It was fantastic. James and I went to the cinema to watch the latest Star Wars film. It's really exciting, right? Yeah, it's the best one yet. I love all the actors. So, what cool things did you do over the weekend? Nothing cool, really. Just finishing some homework. I finally finished my history essay. It took forever. Speaking of essays, I need your help with my English literature essay. I know you're really into reading, so I thought you would be the best person to ask. Of course, I'm more than happy to help you. What do you need a hand with? Well, I used to read a lot, but I don't read much now. I need help choosing a suitable book for reading and writing a review on. I'll tell you what. I'll go to your place later and bring a few books. We can talk about them and decide which one is best for you to choose. Later that day. Thank you so much for coming round, Zoe. Let me grab you a drink before we have a look at the books you brought. Tea or coffee? I'll have some tea, please. I can't wait to get started. I've chosen some really interesting books for you. Do you like romance books, thrillers, or classics? I prefer classics to other types of books, but let's choose a thriller. The only reason I'm choosing it is because it seems to be the easiest to write about. Okay, I have the perfect book for you. It's fairly short, so you should be able to read it in a few days. Sounds good. Let's talk about it so that I can start my essay ASAP. Conversation 6 Explained. Fiona needs help with her English literature essay, so she's asking her friend. Hi, Zoe. How was your weekend? It was fantastic. James and I went to the cinema to watch the latest Star Wars film. It's really exciting, right? Zoe had a fantastic weekend. She went to watch the latest Star Wars film at the cinema. And then she asked her friend Fiona a question. She said, "It's really exciting, right?" Now, she's made the statement, "It's really exciting," and she's added the word right at the end to form a question. This is called a tag question, and it's really useful. We can take any statement we like and add right at the end to form a tag question. And what you're asking the other listener is not really a question. You just want the other listener to agree. You want them to say, "Yes, it's true. What you just said is correct." So Zoe said, "It's really exciting, right?" She's not expecting Fiona to say, "No, it's terrible. It's a terrible film. I hate it." She's expecting Fiona to agree. She's expecting her to say, "Yes, it was really exciting." In this case, we're not really expecting an answer because we know the answer is going to be yes. We know that Fiona probably likes Star Wars films too, so her answer is going to be yes. If I look out of the window and I say to my friend, wow, it's a really sunny day, right? Can you hear the tag question at the end of the statement? It's a really sunny day, right? Now, even though it's a question, I'm not really expecting an answer from my friend. But he might just say, yeah, it's really sunny. Let's go for a walk. So use this tag question in this way, when you know the answer, but you just want to make conversation. You just want some kind of response from the other person. Adding the tag question right means, I finished talking, now you talk about what we've just said. Yeah, it's the best one yet. I love all the actors. Fiona also likes the new Star Wars film. She responded with, yeah, it's the best one yet. Now let's look at the word yeah. I'm sure you've heard it before or read it. It's an informal way of saying yes. So it has the same meaning as the word yes, but it's just an informal way of saying it. So it's good to use this with friends and family. Instead of saying yes all the time, yes, 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 you can simply say yeah. It's a nice informal way of saying yes. For example, if my housemate says to me, hey Anthony, I'm too lazy to cook today. Shall we order a pizza? I can say, yeah, that's a good idea. So you can hear it sounds a lot more informal than yes. If I responded with, yes, that's a good idea, it sounds a bit awkward and a bit too formal. So with my friend, I simply say, yeah, that's a good idea. So Fiona said, yeah, it's the best one yet. And then she said, I love all the actors. Now let's look at the word love. Again, I'm sure you've heard this word before, but this meaning is slightly different to the common meaning of love. We often talk about loving our family. For example, I love my mum and dad, or someone loves his wife. In this case, love is slightly different. It means you like it very much. So Fiona isn't in love with the actors. She doesn't love them in that way. She just really likes them. So when you really like something, you can say the word love. You love this thing. So you can say, I love my job. It simply means I really, really like it. You can also love a particular actor. Let's say I really like the actor Leonardo DiCaprio. I can say, I love Leonardo DiCaprio, or I love his movies. This simply means I really like Leonardo DiCaprio and I really like his movies. Now you can use love for pretty much anything. I love photography, or I love Japan. This means I really like photography and taking photos as a hobby. If I say I love Japan, it means I like the country, I really like the culture and the food, and I like visiting that place. So you use love in place of saying you really like something. So, what cool things did you do over the weekend? Nothing cool, really. Just finishing some homework. I finally finished my history essay. Fiona didn't do anything cool, really, over the weekend. She was just doing some homework. She finally finished her history essay. Now, the word finally is emphasized in this kind of way. We don't just say, I finally finished my history essay. We often emphasize the word finally. I finally finished my history essay. Now, the reason we emphasize it is because we are happy that we've done this thing. We're relieved. So we use the word finally when we've done something and it took a long time. It was hard, it was difficult, it took a very long time to complete, and we're very relieved, we're happy that we've done it. So we say, I finally did it. Fiona finally finished her history essay. So we emphasize it because we're happy and relieved that it's done. When I graduated from university, I was really happy and relieved. It felt like a very long time studying at university. I was there for 4 years, studying week after week, doing essays, tests, homework, lectures, and it felt like a very long time. So when I graduated, I was very relieved and I was happy that my university life was finished. So I said, wow, I'm so happy that I finally graduated from university. Notice the emphasis on the word finally. I'm so happy that I finally graduated from university. So use the word finally that you're happy and relieved that something is over or you've achieved something after a very long time. It took forever. Speaking of essays, I need your help with my English literature essay. I know you're really into reading, so I thought you would be the best person to ask. Fiona is asking her friend Zoe for some help. She needs help with her English literature essay. Now, Fiona said, I know you're really into reading. Now let's look at the word into here. Again, you've probably heard this word before in a different context. But in this way, the word into means interested in something. So if you're into something, you really like that thing. So Fiona knows that Zoe is really into reading. So Zoe is the perfect person to help Fiona with her English literature essay. She's into reading, so she should be very good at English literature essays. Nowadays, I'm really into keeping fit. This means I'm interested in this area. I'm interested in keeping fit and healthy, so I do exercise every day. I'm also into cooking. This means I'm interested in cooking. What things are you into? What are your hobbies or your interests? Whatever it is, you can use the word into. I'm into this thing. So I'm into swimming, I'm into drawing, I'm into painting. Whatever your interest is, use the word into. Of course, I'm more than happy to help you. If you are more than happy to do something, it means you're very pleased, you're very happy to do that thing. Now, because Zoe loves reading, she loves English literature, she's very pleased that she can help Fiona with her English literature essay because she loves this subject. So she used the expression more than happy to do something because she's really pleased to be able to do that activity. So she said, of course, I'm more than happy to help you. This means she's not just okay with helping her. She's not just happy. She's more than happy. So she's really excited to be able to do this thing. Imagine my friend has just lost his job. So he has no job, he has no income, and he's struggling a bit financially, and he's quite depressed as well. He's not happy about what's happened. I can say to my friend, look, Chris, I'm really sorry about what happened. I'm more than happy to help you in any way I can. So I've used the expression more than happy to do something. This means I'm pleased to be able to help you. So we can often use it in this way as well. When someone or something is in need, we can say, I'm more than happy to help. This means I'm pleased to offer myself and give my time to help you or help this thing. It could be a charity. Imagine there's a charity that needs some volunteers to come and work for a day. You could say, I'm more than happy to volunteer my time for this day. It means I'm pleased to be able to do this. I'm pleased to be able to offer my help to this thing. What do you need a hand with? Zoe is very happy to help Fiona with her English literature essay. And then she asked Fiona, what do you need a hand with? She used the idiom, need a hand. Now we use this idiom when we need help from somebody. We're asking for someone's help. So if I need help from you, I can say, I need a hand. Can you help me, please? It means I need you to come here and help me with something. So Zoe said, what do you need a hand with? It means what do you need help with in particular? What part of the essay do you need help with? Imagine I have bought a huge flat screen television for my house. I need to bring this upstairs into my bedroom. Now this thing is very big and heavy. It's very difficult for one person to carry it upstairs. So I can call my friend and say, hey James, I've just bought a new flat screen television, but it's very big. I need a hand carrying it upstairs. This is saying, hey James, I need your help. The TV is so big, I can't carry it alone. So I need a hand. I need your help. Well, I used to read a lot, but I don't read much now. I need help choosing a suitable book for reading and writing a review on. Fiona used to read a lot of books, but now she doesn't. Notice how this has changed. She used to read a lot, but now she doesn't. Let's focus on used to. Used to is used to talk about something that was true in the past, but now it's not true. So in the past, it was true that Fiona read lots of books. When she was younger, she used to read a lot. But now, it's not the case. It's not true anymore. She doesn't read many books. So we can use used to in this way, because something has changed from the past to now. Fiona used to read lots of books. In the past, my friend ate lots and lots of junk food. Junk food is bad food like fries, pizzas, burgers, and all kinds of other fast food, which is bad for your health. He ate this stuff every day, and he was quite unhealthy as a result. He was also a bit fat and chubby. However, now he eats very, very healthy food every day. He doesn't eat junk food at all. So in the past, he regularly ate junk food. This was true. But now something has changed. He doesn't eat junk food anymore. In this case, we can use the expression used to. I can say, in the past, my friend used to eat lots of junk food, but now he eats very, very healthily. It means something has changed. He used to do this, but now it's not true. He eats really good food. So use used to when something was true in the past, it regularly happened in the past, but now it's not true. It doesn't happen anymore. I'll tell you what. I'll go to your place later and bring a few books. We can talk about them and decide which one is best for you to choose. Zoe has kindly offered Fiona some help with her English literature essay. And Zoe made a little plan. She said, I'll go to your place later and I'll bring some books. Then we can talk about the books and you can choose one. So she's going to help her select the right book to do a review on and write her essay. Now, before Zoe introduced the plan, which is to go to Fiona's house and bring some books, she used the expression, I'll tell you what. Now, we use this when we want to introduce a plan. We say this at the beginning of the sentence before we talk about the plan. We say, I'll tell you what, and then we give the plan. I'll tell you what, I'll go to your place later and bring some books. Then we can talk about them and choose one. So that is Zoe's plan, and she introduced it with, I'll tell you what. Imagine it's my mum's birthday tomorrow. I call up my brother and say, oh no, I forgot. It's mum's birthday tomorrow and I haven't bought anything. I haven't even bought a little present for her. My brother says the same thing. He says, oh my goodness, I also forgot. So we have nothing. What can we do? So we're thinking about what we can buy, but all the shops are closed. So we have no idea what to do. Then I think of a plan. I say, I'll tell you what, let's take her out for a special meal tomorrow evening. Now notice I've used the expression, I'll tell you what, to introduce my plan. So because we haven't bought a present and all the shops are closed, we have no time to go shopping, I said, I'll tell you what, we can take her for dinner tomorrow evening. So that's my plan, and I introduced it with, I'll tell you what. Later that day. Thank you so much for coming round, Zoe. Let me grab you a drink before we have a look at the books you brought. Tea or coffee? Zoe has come round to Fiona's house to help her with the essay. Now Fiona said, before we start, let me grab you a drink. Now remember the word grab means to get something, to take hold of something quickly. In this case, if we grab a drink, it means we get it quickly and informally. So we quickly make it and we bring it back and drink with our friend. So if you say, let's grab a coffee, it means you just want to quickly go, sit down, have a coffee, and then carry on with what you were doing. So Fiona is just going to grab a drink. It means she'll go and come back with the drink quickly. We can also use grab with food. So if I'm out shopping one day with my friend, it's around lunchtime and we're both starting to feel hungry. we can say, let's grab some food. Let's go to the pizza restaurant and grab a pizza. This simply means we're going to go, eat the food quickly, and then carry on with what we were doing before, shopping. So when you grab something, you take it, you drink it quickly, or you eat it quickly, and then you carry on with what you were doing. So it's an informal way of saying, let's get something, let's get a drink, or let's get some food. So we wouldn't use grab when we're talking about a more formal restaurant, a restaurant where you go and sit down, you look at the menu, you spend an hour or two in the restaurant and drink some wine. It would be inappropriate to use the word grab in this case because that's more of a slow meal, a slow process. Grab is probably suitable for things like coffee or fast food restaurants when you just want to quickly get it, eat and drink, and then go. I'll have some tea, please. I can't wait to get started. Zoe would like to have some tea, so Fiona will grab her some tea now. Then Zoe said, I can't wait to get started. Now remember, Zoe loves reading. She loves English literature. And she said, I can't wait to get started. We use this expression when we are excited to do something. We want to do it right now. We don't want to wait. So because Zoe loves reading and she loves talking about books and literature, authors, writing, poetry, she can't wait to get started. She's really excited about this subject. We often use this expression when we have booked something. For example, we might have booked a holiday. Let's say I've booked a holiday and I'm going to India. Even though it's quite a long time away, I can say, I can't wait to go to India. I'm really excited. It could be something like cinema tickets. You can say, I booked the tickets to watch the new Star Wars film next week. I can't wait to see it. It might be going to the theatre. It might be watching your favorite soccer team at the stadium. So it could be anything that's going to happen in the future. It could be far future, like booking a holiday for November or December. Or it could be nearer future, booking cinema tickets for next week. In this case, Zoe can't wait to get started. They're going to start in just a few minutes, but she's used the expression, I can't wait to get started. This means she's very excited to do this thing. I've chosen some really interesting books for you. Do you like romance books, thrillers, or classics? I prefer classics to the other types of books, but let's choose a thriller. Zoe has given Fiona a choice of books. She can choose from romance, thriller, or a classic book. Now, Fiona said that she prefers classics to the other types of books. Let's look at the expression that she used. She said she prefers this to this. So if we prefer A to B, it means we like A more than B. So A and B could be anything. In this case, Fiona said A is classics, B is the other types of books. So again, Fiona said, I prefer classics to the other types of books. This means classics is her favorite. So if you prefer living in the countryside to the city, it means you like living in the countryside more than the city. If you prefer soccer to tennis, it means you like soccer more than tennis. Do you see? So if you have a choice of different things, you can say you like A more than B. I prefer this to this. So if I gave you a choice, if I said to you, would you like tea or coffee? How would you choose one over the other? Which one do you like more? Do you like tea more or do you like coffee more? Well, if you prefer tea, you can say, I prefer tea to coffee. This means tea is my favored choice. If you like coffee more, you can say, I prefer coffee to tea. This means tea is my favored choice. The only reason I'm choosing it is because it seems to be the easiest to write about. So Fiona made the choice. She chose thriller. Now, it's a strange choice because she told us already she prefers classics to the other types of books. So she said classics is her favorite. She prefers this over the other two types. But then she said, let's choose a thriller. The only reason I'm choosing it is because it seems the easiest to write about. So even though she prefers classics, she likes reading them, and she's more interested in classics, she's going to choose a thriller for her essay because it's the easiest to write about. Now she used the expression, the only reason I'm choosing it is because it's the easiest to write about. We use the expression, the only reason, when we are giving a reason that you might not expect. So we didn't think that she would choose thriller because that's not her favorite. The reason she's choosing it is not what we expect. It's not because it's her favorite. It's because it's the easiest to write about. So use this expression when you're giving a reason that isn't what the other person expects to hear. It's not the usual reason that people give for this thing. Now let me give you another example just to make it clearer for you. Imagine I go exercising every single morning with my friend. Every morning we go and we jog around the park. Now the reason for me doing this might be because I like exercise, or because I want to stay fit, I want to stay healthy, I want to lose weight. These are some common reasons that we give for exercising. But if I don't give any of these common reasons, I give a completely different reason that you might expect to hear, I can use the only reason. So I can say, I go exercising with my friend every morning, but actually I don't really enjoy it. The only reason I go is because my friend wants an exercise partner. He wants an exercise buddy. In other words, he wants someone there with him while he's exercising. So I've given a reason that isn't common. It's not the usual reason we give for exercising. The usual reason is to lose weight, to stay fit, to stay healthy. But the reason I gave is unusual. I only go because my friend asked me to. So I say, the only reason I exercise is because my friend wants me to. Okay, I have the perfect book for you. It's fairly short, so you should be able to read it in a few days. Zoe has the perfect book for Fiona. She said it's a fairly short book, so you'll be able to read it in just a few days. Now let's look at the word fairly. The book is fairly short. What does this mean? Well, fairly means less than very. So let's say the book was very short. If the book was very short, you could read it in just 1 hour. If the book was short, maybe it would take a week to read. But the book is fairly short. That means it's in the middle. So short is here, very short, and fairly short. So if it's very short, you can finish it in 1 hour. If it's short, you can finish it in a week. If it's fairly short, you can finish it in a few days. So it's in between the two. Imagine there has been a crime. Someone has broken into a house. Now, the neighbors saw the person that broke into the house. They saw the burglar. So the police come round and talk to the neighbors. They want a description of the burglar. They want to know what he or she was wearing, the burglar's clothing, and they want to know the burglar's height. Now, the neighbor might say, well, the burglar was wearing black clothes, it was a man, and he was fairly tall. So the neighbor has used the word fairly tall to describe the burglar. Now, what does that mean? It doesn't mean the burglar is very tall. It doesn't mean he's extremely tall so that you would say, wow, he's very tall. But it doesn't mean he is average either. It means he's somewhere in between. He's quite tall. So he's not super tall. He's not just tall. He's fairly tall. Sounds good. Let's talk about it so that I can start my essay ASAP. Fiona likes the sound of the book that Zoe is suggesting. She said, let's talk about it now so I can start my essay ASAP. Let's focus on this word, ASAP. Notice that we are sounding out each letter, A-S, A-P. Now each of these letters stands for a word. A stands for as, S stands for soon, A stands for as again, and P stands for possible. So it stands for as soon as possible. This means as quickly as we can do it. I want to do it as quickly as we can. So Fiona is saying she wants to start her essay as soon as possible. She wants to do it as quickly as she can. So we abbreviate as soon as possible to ASAP. Now we can also sound out the letters. Sometimes we don't say ASAP, we simply say ASAP. So she could also say, let's talk about it so that I can start my essay ASAP. So you have a choice with this word. You can sound out each letter like this, ASAP, or you can just say it as one word, ASAP. Imagine I'm working for a company. My boss comes to me and tells me to complete a report for the end of the day. So I've only got a few hours to complete this report. It's really, really important to get it done, and my boss expects it on his desk at the end of the day. I can say to my colleague, look, I've got a report to do. I need to get it done ASAP. Or I can say, I need to do this report ASAP. This means I need to get it done as soon as possible. I've got no time to waste, so I need to start doing this report right now. As always, if you have any questions about this lecture or any of the other lectures, ask a question in the Q&A section. I'm always there to answer any questions that you have. Download all the extra resources and make sure you read and listen to them all. I'll see you in the next lecture. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: My daughter is really into music nowadays. She plays the guitar, flute, and trumpet. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Oh no! There's a water leak. We need to get a plumber here to fix it ASAP. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: The children love their new presents. They can't stop playing with them. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: I can't wait to see what presents my mum and dad bought me for my birthday. They promised to buy me Lego and some video games. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: It was raining non-stop for 5 days, but now finally it has stopped and the sun is out. Speaking practice. I absolutely love your new hairstyle, Paul. It really suits you. Where did you get it done? Gemma has asked me to go to the theatre with her next week. I'm not into watching plays, but I'll go anyway and see what it's like. It's Mum's birthday tomorrow, and I haven't bought her anything. Neither have I. I'll tell you what. Why don't we take her out for a special meal tomorrow? It's fairly cold today, so make sure you wrap up warm with a scarf, gloves, and hat. I don't want you to catch a cold. Let me know if you need a hand fixing your bicycle. I'm quite good at mending things, and I have all the tools required. It's been such a long day. First we went shopping. Then we went to the swimming pool, and after that we went to the park. Now I can finally relax with a nice cup of tea. Hi, Beth. I've just finished my last class of the day. Would you like to grab a cup of tea from the cafe nearby? I'm so excited for the new Adele album. She's an amazing singer, right? I know. Her voice is so powerful, and her songs are incredible. Listening practice. Chris, I know you're upset about losing your job. I'm more than happy to help you in any way I can. Chris, I know you're upset about losing your job. I'm more than happy to help you in any way I can. I heard that Linda was ill. Is she coming to tennis practice later? Yeah, she's coming. She's feeling much better now. I heard that Linda was ill. Is she coming to tennis practice later? Yeah, she's coming. She's feeling much better now. Robert used to be terrified of spiders when he was younger. Now he is fascinated by them. He even wants a pet tarantula. Robert used to be terrified of spiders when he was younger. Now he is fascinated by them. He even wants a pet tarantula. We're going to see my parents next week. The kids can't wait to see them because my parents always buy them lots of presents. We're going to see my parents next week. The kids can't wait to see them because my parents always buy them lots of presents. The army general shouted, "I need 50 soldiers and 2 tanks down here ASAP." The army general shouted, "I need 50 soldiers and 2 tanks down here ASAP." How was your time abroad? Did you enjoy it? It was nice, but I prefer living here to living abroad. I always miss my family when I'm away. How was your time abroad? Did you enjoy it? It was nice, but I prefer living here to living abroad. I always miss my family when I'm away. I really dislike my job. The only reason I continue to work there is because I need the money. Once I save up enough money, I'm going to quit. I really dislike my job. The only reason I continue to work there is because I need the money. Once I save up enough money, I'm going to quit. Words and phrases in use. Conversation 6. A man is planning a holiday with his girlfriend but can't decide where to go. My girlfriend and I are planning a holiday for next month. I can't wait to go, because I need a break from work. The only problem is that we can't decide where to go on holiday. I prefer a cooler climate to a very hot climate, but my girlfriend loves the sun. She's into water sports like surfing and water skiing. I used to like going on beach holidays, but now I prefer exploring cities. Anyway, we need to decide where we're going ASAP. Otherwise, it will be too late to book the tickets. Maybe we'll both be happy if we book a trip to a city that's by the sea. Yeah, that's a good idea. Then I can explore the city while she goes to the beach, right? Perfect. Conversation 7. Ray is in hospital after a road accident, and a few visitors come to see him. Ray, how are you? I heard about the road accident you were in, and I had to come and visit you. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a broken arm and some scratches. My car has seen better days, though. Well, I'm glad nothing more serious happened to you. How did it happen? Well, yesterday was very cold, and the roads were a bit icy. It was also very foggy, so it was difficult to see far ahead. All of a sudden, a car turned in front of me, and I had no time to stop. My car slid on some ice and crashed into the side of the car. Luckily, I wasn't traveling at an excessive speed, so the impact wasn't so strong. That sounds really scary. Thank goodness you weren't driving faster. How are the passengers from the other car? They are all fine, no injuries whatsoever. The driver of the other car jumped out straight away to help me. He was very apologetic about the accident, but it wasn't his fault. The fog and ice were so bad that it was unsafe to drive. Next time I'll take the train. That's a good idea. It's far too dangerous to drive when conditions are like that. Hello, there are 2 more visitors to see you, Ray. Shall I send them straight in? Yes, please. Oh, hello, Paul and Vicky. Thanks for coming to see me. No problem. We're glad you're okay. Here, we brought some fruit for you. Eat lots of fruit, and you'll be better in no time. And here are a few cards that people wrote to wish you a speedy recovery. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate all of you coming to see me today. Conversation 7 explained. Ray is in hospital after a road accident, and a few visitors come to see him. Ray, how are you? I heard about the road accident you were in, and I had to come and visit you. Ray is in hospital after being involved in a road accident. Pamela, his friend or family member, has come to visit him while he's in hospital. Now let's look at road accident. A road accident is a crash that involves two or more vehicles. For example, cars, vans, lorries, trucks, and so on. So if two of these vehicles crash into each other, this is called a road accident. Now, some road accidents are very serious. They cause lots of injuries and sometimes even death. Some road accidents are not so serious. Maybe the crash is not so strong, so the people who are in the vehicles don't suffer any injuries. So a road accident is when two or more vehicles crash into each other. You may have heard about a road accident before while listening to the radio. Very often radio stations give traffic updates where they tell you about the traffic in the local area. Sometimes they report a road accident. This is when there's been a crash. So the radio presenter might say, "There's been a road accident on the main road going into the city." So this is causing a long traffic jam. This is causing long delays. So try to avoid the main road going into the city because there's been a road accident. So a road accident is a crash involving two or more vehicles. Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a broken arm and some scratches. My car has seen better days, though. Thankfully, Ray is pretty much fine. He has a broken arm and a few scratches here and there, but overall, he is fine. Nothing serious happened to him in the road accident. But he did say that his car has seen better days. Now let's look at this interesting idiom. The idiom is have seen better days. We use this idiom when we want to say that something was in good condition before, but now it's in bad condition. So it's very old or it's been damaged in some way. Now Ray said that his car has seen better days after the road accident. So before the road accident, Ray's car was fine. It was working perfectly. There were no scratches, no dents, no damage to his car at all. But after the road accident, his car was damaged quite badly. So he used the expression, "My car has seen better days." This means his car used to be in good condition, but now it's in bad condition because it's damaged. Here's another example for you. Imagine I have a coat that I really, really love. I've had this coat for a few years now. It's really warm, it's comfortable, and I just love wearing it when I go out, especially during the winter, because it keeps me nice and warm. However, because I've had it for a few years, it doesn't look very good. Maybe there are some rips, maybe the color has faded, and it just looks a bit old and tatty. It doesn't look very nice. Well, I can use the expression have seen better days, because my coat, when I bought it first, was in perfect condition. It was good. But now, after a few years, it doesn't look so good. The condition is bad. It's ripped, the color is faded, and so on. So I can say, I love my coat. It keeps me warm. It's cozy. I love the feel of it. It's really comfortable, but it's seen better days. Maybe I should buy a new one. So what I'm saying is, even though I love my coat, it's really warm and cozy, it's seen better days. This means the condition is not so good now. So maybe I should buy a new one. Maybe I should throw this coat away and get a new one from the shop. Well, I'm glad nothing more serious happened to you. Thankfully, Ray didn't suffer any really bad injuries in the road accident. Pamela said, well, I'm glad nothing more serious happened to you, Ray. Let's look at this word, serious. In this case, serious means bad or severe or strong. So when we talk about a serious injury, we might be talking about brain damage, a serious head injury, for example, or if you damage your back or neck, this could be very serious. This means extremely bad or severe. But thankfully, Ray's injuries were quite bad. They weren't very bad or severe, just a broken arm and some scratches. So nothing too serious. So the road accident that Ray was involved in wasn't very serious. So we can talk about injuries or road accidents being serious, being bad or severe. We can also talk about problems being serious. So something bad, something really negative, could be a serious problem. Let me give you an example. Sometimes farmers have a serious problem. They grow lots of crops, but every now and then there is a very bad disease which kills lots of their crops. Sometimes it kills 90, 95 or even 100% of their crops. This means they have nothing to sell, they have no money. So this can be a serious problem for farmers. This means it can be very bad, very severe, because it means they have no money, and it also means that there is a food shortage. So once these crops are dead, they cannot sell the food to supermarkets, and people like you and me cannot buy it. So crop disease can be a very serious problem. How did it happen? Well, yesterday was very cold, and the roads were a bit icy. It was also very foggy, so it was difficult to see far ahead. All of a sudden, a car turned in front of me, and I had no time to stop. Ray is telling the story of how the road accident happened. He said it was very cold and icy, which means the roads were slippery, and he said it was foggy, which means he cannot see that far ahead. And then he said, all of a sudden, a car turned in front of me and I had no time to stop. Now let's look at this expression, all of a sudden. All of a sudden means something happens very quickly. So it happens out of nowhere. You're doing something and then bang, something quickly happens to you. So we use the expression all of a sudden to say this thing happened very quickly. All of a sudden, a car turned in front of me. So this happened quickly. So the car is in front of him and he has no time to stop. So crash. He smashes into the car. We often use all of a sudden when we are telling a story like Ray is. We say all of a sudden to build some excitement in the listener. All of a sudden, bang, this happened. So if I want to tell a story and say that something happened very quickly and suddenly, I can use the expression all of a sudden. So use it to create some excitement in your listener. So I can say, one day my friend and I were walking down the street, then all of a sudden we saw a strange man in front of us. he appeared out of nowhere. So I've used the expression all of a sudden to say suddenly or quickly this strange man appeared in front of me and my friend. My car slid on some ice and crashed into the side of the car. Luckily, I wasn't traveling at an excessive speed, so the impact wasn't so strong. Ray's car slid along some ice and crashed into the side of the other car. But luckily, Ray said that he wasn't traveling at an excessive speed, so the impact wasn't very strong. So when he crashed into the other car, it wasn't a very strong crash. Now let's look at the word excessive. Ray said that he wasn't traveling at an excessive speed. The word excessive means too much. So if Ray was traveling at an excessive speed, this means he would be traveling very fast, too fast, at a dangerous speed. But luckily, Ray wasn't traveling at an excessive speed. He was traveling rather slowly. This means that the impact, the crash, wasn't that strong. So in this case, he was lucky that he wasn't traveling at an excessive speed. So excessive means too much of something. Here's another example. Imagine I have a cake that I bought from the shop. It's a chocolate cake and I tuck into it, I start eating it, but I think it's very, very sweet. There's too much sugar in this cake, so I can't finish it. It's very, very sweet. Well, I can say, this chocolate cake tastes rather sweet. There's an excessive amount of sugar in it. Now, I've used the word excessive. This means there's too much of something. In this case, too much sugar. The cake is rather sweet. There is an excessive amount of sugar in it. There's too much. It's not needed. You don't need that much sugar. A little bit is okay, but in this cake, there's an excessive amount. Way too much. So I cannot finish it. That sounds really scary. Thank goodness you weren't driving faster. Pamela is very thankful that Ray wasn't involved in a serious road accident. She's thankful that he wasn't traveling very, very fast at the time of the road accident. She said, "Thank goodness you weren't driving faster." Now, she used the expression, "thank goodness." We use this when we want to say that something bad has been avoided, or something bad is finished. Now, in this case, something bad has been avoided. Ray wasn't in a very serious road accident, so he avoided that really bad thing. So Mary said, "Thank goodness you weren't driving faster." So we use it when we are relieved, we're thankful that something bad didn't happen. So in this example, something bad has been avoided. The bad thing didn't happen. We can also use thank goodness when something bad happened, but it's over, it's finished now. So something that we had to go through, some difficult time, is over. Now, if I had a long day at work, it was very stressful, the boss was nagging me and shouting at me, I had to complete lots of work, many reports, and I was tired, maybe I was a bit sick as well. It was a very long and tough day at work. It's 5 p.m. and it's time to go home. I can say to myself or my work colleague, thank goodness it's 5 p.m. I want to go home and relax. So I've used the expression thank goodness. Thank goodness it's 5 o'clock. I can go home. Now I've used thank goodness here because I've gone through something bad, something unpleasant. My day at work was very tough. It was long. I was tired and sick. I had lots of work to do. But now it's 5 p.m. It's time to go. The bad thing is finished. So I can say, wow, thank goodness it's over. Thank goodness I can go home now and relax. How are the passengers from the other car? They are all fine. No injuries whatsoever. Pamela asked Ray, how are the passengers in the other vehicle that you crashed into? Are they okay? Were they injured? And Ray said, no, they are all fine. No injuries whatsoever. Now the word whatsoever is used to emphasize none at all, nothing, zero. So we use it after a negative. In this case, the negative is no. Ray said, no injuries whatsoever. This means zero injuries, and he's emphasizing that there's no injuries. So whatsoever is emphasizing the negative. No injuries whatsoever. Now it's an optional word. Ray could have just said, they are all fine, no injuries. But when we add whatsoever at the end, we are emphasizing. We're saying strongly that there were zero injuries. So Ray said, no injuries whatsoever. Imagine my girlfriend is really interested in a particular drama series. Every evening at 7 p.m, she sits down and watches this drama. She is addicted to it. She loves it. She talks about it all the time, and it's her favorite thing to watch. But I don't like it at all. I don't watch this drama. It's boring for me. I'm not interested in it. I don't care about it, and I just have no interest in it at all. Well, I can use the word whatsoever after a negative. Because I have zero interest in it, no interest at all, I can emphasize this by using the word whatsoever. So I can say, my girlfriend loves this drama, but I have no interest in it whatsoever. So you can see I've used the negative no. I have no interest in it whatsoever. So whatsoever comes at the end of the sentence, and it's used to emphasize the negative. The driver of the other car jumped out straight away to help me. He was very apologetic about the accident, but it wasn't his fault. The driver of the other car jumped out to help Ray after the road accident. And then Ray said he was very apologetic. When someone is apologetic, they are very, very sorry. They keep saying sorry that they did something wrong. Now, some people are not apologetic when they do something wrong. If they cause an accident, for example, sometimes they don't care, or they say, it wasn't my fault, it was your fault. Sometimes they even drive off, so they cause a bad road accident, and they don't stop to help, they drive off. In this case, the person is not apologetic. But thankfully, when Ray had his road accident, he crashed into the other car, and the driver of the other car helped Ray, and he was very apologetic He kept saying, sorry, it's my fault, I'm really, really sorry. So when you're apologetic, you are sorry and you take blame for something wrong that you did. Imagine I've had a really stressful day at work. It was a long day, it was stressful, and I'm tired after having a long day. I'm feeling a bit angry as well about things at work. Then I meet my friend, and because I'm angry and stressed, I shout at him and I take my anger out on my friend, which is not nice, it's not fair. So later on that day, I might call my friend and say sorry because I shouted at him for no reason. In this case, when I say sorry and I say it's my fault, I shouldn't have shouted, please forgive me, I'm really, really sorry, I'm apologetic. So my actions are apologetic. I'm saying sorry, I'm saying it's my fault, I'm calling to say I'm really, really sorry for shouting at you earlier. These actions are apologetic. So my friend might say, Anthony shouted at me earlier for no reason, but afterwards he was very apologetic. This means I was sorry for what I did and I took responsibility. It was my fault. The fog and ice were so bad that it was unsafe to drive. Next time I'll take the train. That's a good idea. It's far too dangerous to drive when the conditions are like that. Ray said that next time the weather is icy, foggy and cold, he won't take the car. Instead, he will take the train. Then Pamela said, well, yes, that's a good idea. Then she said, it's far too dangerous to drive in conditions like that. Now let's look at these words, far and conditions. First of all, conditions. We use conditions to describe the weather. Now, when Ray went out to drive and he had the road accident, conditions were bad. This means the weather was very bad at that time. What were the conditions like? Well, it was very foggy, which means you can't see very far. It was cold and it was icy, which means the roads were very slippery. So in this case, the conditions were bad. They were not good for driving. So Mary said, it's too dangerous to drive when conditions are like that. In other words, when the weather is like that, it's too dangerous to drive. And she said, it's not just dangerous, it's far too dangerous. Now we use far in this case when we want to say very, very much. So instead of saying it's dangerous or it's very dangerous, we can say it's far too dangerous. Pamela said, it's far too dangerous to drive when conditions are like that. In other words, it's very, very, very dangerous when the weather is like that. So let me give you another example with far. Imagine my friend is at the clothes shop. He is trying on a new jumper. So he gets a jumper, he tries it on, and he shows me. But the jumper looks too big for him. I can say, Sam, that jumper is far too big for you. Try on another one. So I've said the jumper is far too big. This means it's much too big. It's very, very big for you. Try on a different one. Here's another example using the word conditions. Remember, use conditions to describe the weather at a particular place. Now imagine I'm just about to sail on a ship to travel to France. The weather is quite bad at this time. So we go on the ship and we're waiting to set sail. But the captain announces on the speaker, "Hello everyone, I'm very sorry, but conditions are very bad. We can't set sail for another 30 minutes. So this means the weather is very bad. Conditions are not good. Maybe the sea is very rough, there's rain, there's storms, so it's dangerous for the ship to travel." So the captain says, "Sorry, conditions are very bad. We have to wait for 30 minutes before we can sail." "Hello. There are 2 more visitors to see you, Ray. Shall I send them straight in?" The nurse has come into Ray's room, and she said that there are 2 more visitors to come and see you, Ray. Shall I send them straight in? Now she's used the word straight. In this case, straight means immediately or right now. So she's asking Ray, shall I send them in right now? Or shall I wait? Shall I tell them to wait for a few minutes until Pamela has gone? So she's trying to say, do you want me to send them in right now or a bit later? So she used the word straight. Now let's go back to my example earlier of having a really stressful day at work. So I'm stressed, I'm very sick, and I've had a long day at work. It's 5 p.m. and I say, thank goodness it's 5 p.m. I can go home. And then I can use the word straight. I can say, I'm going straight home and I'm getting straight into bed. This means I'm immediately going home right now, and when I get home, I'm immediately going into bed. I'm not going to waste any time. I'm just going to go straight home and straight into bed. Yes, please. Oh, hello, Paul and Vicky. Thanks for coming to see me. No problem. We're glad you're okay. Here, we brought some fruit for you. Eat lots of fruit and you'll be better in no time. Paul has come to visit Ray. Now, Paul has brought something for Ray. He's brought him some fruit. We often bring people fruit in hospital because fruit is healthy and we believe that this will help them recover more quickly if they eat healthy, good food like fruit. And then Ray said, eat lots of fruit and you will be better in no time. Now he used the expression in no time to mean very quickly. So it means something will happen quickly. We use this expression when we want to give some encouragement to someone. So someone is going through some hardship, some pain or suffering, and we use the expression in no time to say that this thing will be better very quickly. So eat lots of fruit and you will be better very quickly. Or eat lots of fruit and you'll be better in no time. Now imagine I go to the dentist. I have a really bad tooth. It's very bad, it's going rotten and black because I've been eating too many sweets or drinking too much cola. And the dentist needs to pull it out. He needs to extract the tooth. I'm very scared, so I say to the dentist, how long will it take? Will it take long? I don't want this to last a long time. I want it to be over very quickly. And the dentist is trying to reassure me. He's trying to calm me down, and he wants to tell me that it won't take long. It will be over really quickly. He can use the expression in no time. So the dentist might say to me, "Don't worry, Anthony, your tooth will be out in no time." This means we'll pull your tooth out very quickly. Don't worry, you have nothing to worry about. It will be out in no time. And here are a few cards that people wrote to wish you a speedy recovery. Vicky gave Ray a few cards. We often write people a card when they are ill or in hospital recovering from an injury. We want to wish them a speedy recovery. Now Vicky used these two words, wish and speedy. People wish you a speedy recovery. Now we send wishes to people when we want to be nice to them. We want to send a nice message, or we want to wish them success. We hope that they have success in the future. In this case, we are trying to send a nice message to Ray so that he feels better and he recovers from his injuries more quickly. So people wrote him a nice card sending wishes. This means they wrote nice messages saying things like, "To Ray, we hope you recover very quickly," or "To Ray, sorry about your injuries, we'll see you soon," and so on. These are good wishes. People are sending wishes to Ray to make him feel better. They're sending nice messages to him. We often send birthday wishes to people on their birthday. So when it's someone's birthday, we write them a nice card and we call them or meet them and say, "Happy birthday. I hope you have a fantastic day. Let's go and celebrate." So we're sending the birthday boy or girl birthday wishes. We're wishing them to have a nice day and to have fun. Now let's look at the other word, speedy. Speedy, as you may have guessed, means very quick or rapid or fast. So the people are wishing Ray a speedy recovery. We often use this word when we want someone to recover quickly. So we say, "I hope you have a speedy recovery. I hope your arm heals very quickly." We can use this word in other contexts as well. I'm sure you've heard of the online company Amazon. They're an e-commerce company. They sell all kinds of products. You can order it online and they deliver to your house. Now sometimes Amazon delivers their products the very same day. Sometimes you can order a product and it's at your front door in 1 hour or 2 hours. Sometimes it's the next day, but either way, it's very, very fast. It's a very quick delivery service. So I can use the word speedy in this case. I can say Amazon offers a very speedy delivery service. This means that it's very, very quick. It's rapid. You order something and it arrives at your house very, very quickly. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate all of you coming to see me today. Ray is really thankful that the visitors, Pamela, Vicky, and Paul, came to see him today. He's very happy that they came and he's very thankful. So he used the word appreciate. He said, "I really appreciate all of you coming to see me today." Now, when we appreciate someone coming or someone doing something, we appreciate them because we are thankful. We're happy that they are around. So because Ray is really happy and thankful that the visitors came to see him in hospital, he said, "I really appreciate you coming to visit me today." Now imagine I am moving house. Moving house is quite a difficult thing to do. You have to pack lots of things. You have to put everything into the moving van. Then you have to drive to your new house and you have to unpack everything and put it in its correct place. This is quite a big job and it's also quite stressful. So we often ask friends and family to help us if we can. So I ask my friend to come and help me to move house. So my friend says, "Yes, I can help you, no problem. I'm happy to help you." So he comes and we spend the whole day packing, moving, and unpacking all my items. At the end of the day, when we're finished, I can say to my friend, "Wow, I really appreciate you helping me today. It was really, really kind of you." Now I've used the word appreciate because I'm thankful to my friend. I'm really happy that he came to help me do this hard work. So to show my friend how thankful and happy I am, I say to him, "I really appreciate you coming to help me move house today. It was quite difficult and it was a long day, so I really appreciate your help." I hope you found this lecture useful. Don't forget to ask any questions that you might have over in the Q&A section. Now move on to the next videos. Always keep practicing, listening to the MP3s and reading the PDFs. Go over the videos again if you need to, and I'll see you in the next lecture. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: a small leak in your roof can cause serious problems if you leave it for a long time. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Mary, you said that there were a few cookies left, but there are none here whatsoever. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: the football match had to be cancelled due to severe weather conditions, including thunder, lightning, heavy rain and wind. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: all of a sudden, a loud bang woke us up in the middle of the night. We were all frightened. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: there are far too many pictures on that wall. Take some off and put more on the other wall. Speaking practice. It was lovely and sunny this morning. Then all of a sudden it became very grey and cold, and the rain came. The drivers are ready to start the race. Conditions are perfect for the cars. It's warm, dry, and sunny. Thank you for working extra hours last Friday. I appreciate your efforts. No problem. I always like to help when I can. Manchester United have bought 2 new players, a big strong defender and a speedy striker. This coffee is far too hot to drink now. I'll have to wait for a while for it to cool down. Crop disease is causing serious problems for farmers. Some have lost over 90% of their crops. Self-driving cars may help to reduce the number of road accidents, but experts say they won't stop them entirely. What clues do we have so far? None whatsoever. The diamond robber was a real professional who left no clues. Listening practice. The film is starting now, and we're not even at the cinema yet. As soon as we arrive, we need to go straight inside and sit down. The film is starting now, and we're not even at the cinema yet. As soon as we arrive, we need to go straight inside and sit down. How long will it take to pull my tooth out? I'm terrified. Don't worry. Your tooth will be out in no time, and you won't feel any pain. How long will it take to pull my tooth out? I'm terrified. Don't worry. Your tooth will be out in no time, and you won't feel any pain. Hey, George, happy birthday. Here's a card and a small gift for you. All my family wish you a happy birthday and hope you have a great day. Hey, George, happy birthday. Here's a card and a small gift for you. All my family wish you a happy birthday and hope you have a great day. I took the faulty smartphone back to the shop, but the staff weren't very apologetic about it not working properly. I won't be buying anything from there again in future. I took the faulty smartphone back to the shop, but the staff weren't very apologetic about it not working properly. I won't be buying anything from there again in future. The cake you baked is okay, but I think there's an excessive amount of sugar in it. Next time, try to use less. The cake you baked is okay, but I think there's an excessive amount of sugar in it. Next time, try to use less. Your caravan has seen better days, Phil. I know. It's so old, but I love it. We've had some great trips in this old thing. Your caravan has seen better days, Phil. I know. It's so old, but I love it. We've had some great trips in this old thing. Brian, thank goodness you're here to help me. A customer keeps calling. He wants his items today, even though we don't have them in stock. What shall I do? Brian, thank goodness you're here to help me. A customer keeps calling. He wants his items today, even though we don't have them in stock. What shall I do? Words and phrases in use. Conversation 7. A fisherman is talking about his old boat and a dangerous incident it had last week. I own this old fishing boat. It used to belong to my great-grandfather, so it's quite old. It's seen better days, but it still sails well. Last week we had a bit of a scare in it. The weather conditions were perfect when we went out to sea, but then they became worse and worse. It was far too dangerous to stay out fishing, so we decided to go straight back to land. We didn't catch any fish whatsoever. We were almost near land when all of a sudden a huge wave threw the boat into the air. We crashed down onto the water. Thank goodness all the fishermen were fine. The boat has a few scratches on it, but nothing too serious. So even though it's an old boat, it survived that dangerous incident last week. Conversation 8. Two co-owners of a company are discussing who they should hire for the role of sales director. The business is going really well, but we need to come up with some ideas for new products. We've only got 2 products so far, and I think we can add at least 5 more. I totally agree, but we need to add them slowly and make sure they are excellent. I don't want us to sell poor quality products. Now, let's talk about the 2 candidates we've got for the position of sales director, Jason Andrews and Wendy Burrows. Let's discuss their pros and cons. I really like both of them, but Jason stood out for me. He has excellent communication skills, and he has worked in this area before. That's right, but he lacks experience as a director. And on top of that, he said that he likes change and gets bored very easily. Who's to say if he takes the job, he doesn't become bored and quit after a few months? Wendy has had 4 different jobs in the past 4 years, so it looks as though she is the one who likes change. Plus, She said that she plans to move abroad sometime. That could be soon. I agree, but if we look at her experience, it's clear that she knows this role inside out. That means it won't take her long to get used to the job. It's certainly a difficult decision to make. I think I'll leave it up to you. Remember, you hired Harriet, and she turned out to be an excellent choice. You have an eye for finding good people. Oh man, you're putting me under pressure. They both have many pros and a few cons, but I'm going to go with my gut feeling. I'm going to opt for Wendy Burrows because of her experience. Okay, I trust your decision. Let's call her now and tell her the good news. Then we'll invite her in tomorrow and show her the ropes. Great idea. Conversation 8 explained. Two co-owners of a company are discussing who they should hire for the role of sales director. The business is going really well, but we need to come up with some ideas for new products. We've only got 2 products so far, and I think we can add at least 5 more. Chris is one of the co-owners of this company. He's talking to the other co-owner, Mandy. Now he's starting the conversation by talking about the products that the company has. They have 2 products so far. Now, so far means up to now, up to this point in time. So Chris is saying we've got 2 products so far, that means right now, but he thinks that he can add 5 more products. So at the moment, the company has 2. He wants to add 5 more. So use so far to say up to this point in time. Now when we use so far, we know that things are going to change in the future. In this example, Chris said, we've got 2 products so far. Now he knows this is going to change. He's going to add more products in the future. So when we use so far, it implies that things are going to change in the future. If you're watching a football match but no goals have been scored yet, the teams have been playing for about 30 minutes and they're both attacking really hard, but there have been no goals. Now you think there might be some goals scored later on in the match because both teams are attacking very well. So you can say, no goals have been scored so far, but I think some will be scored later on in the match. So here we've used so far, meaning up to now, no goals have been scored, but I think it's going to change in the future. I totally agree. Mandy agrees with Chris's assessment of the products. So he said, we need to add at least 5 more products. Mandy said, I totally agree. Totally in this case means completely or 100%. So Mandy agrees with Chris 100%. I totally agree. Now here's another example. Imagine you go to buy some tickets for a film at the cinema. It's a really popular film. Everyone is going out to watch this film. Everyone's buying tickets. You go to buy your tickets at the box office, but the lady says, I'm really sorry, tickets are totally sold out. Now here again, totally means completely, 100%. That means there are 0 tickets left. So if she says the tickets are totally sold out, you've got no chance of buying a ticket. So use totally in this way to say completely or 100%. You're also using it to emphasize. Now Mandy could have said, I agree, and the meaning is similar, but if you add totally, you're emphasizing, I totally agree. The lady at the box office selling tickets could have said, the tickets are sold out. But instead she's emphasizing that there really are none left. So she said, tickets are totally sold out. But we need to add them slowly and make sure they are excellent. I don't want us to sell poor quality products. Now, let's talk about the 2 candidates we've got for the position of sales director, Jason Andrews and Wendy Burrows. Chris and Mandy had a little chat about the products that the company are selling. Now they're talking about the candidates for the job of sales director. Now they have 2 candidates, Jason and Wendy. A candidate is someone who is being considered for a job. So Jason and Wendy are candidates for this job of sales director. So when you're thinking about who to hire, you're thinking about who to give the job to, you select maybe 4 or 5 people, and then slowly you come down 4, 3, 2, and now they're at the final 2 candidates. So these are the final 2 who are being considered for the job. When an election is coming up, we have candidates who represent each political party. Now these candidates are being considered for the top job. Maybe it's the president or prime minister of the country. So you have 2, 3, or 4 different parties, and each party will have one person to represent the party. Now these people are candidates. They are being considered for the job of being the president. And the country can vote for one of these candidates. The country decides who gets the job. So you might read in the newspaper, these are the 3 or 4 candidates running for presidency. And then they'll give the candidates' names. These are the people who are aiming to become the president of the country. Let's discuss their pros and cons. So we have 2 candidates, Jason and Wendy. Now Chris would like to discuss their pros and cons with Mandy. Now the pros of something are the good things. The cons of something are the bad things. So when we talk about pros and cons, we're talking about the good things and the bad things about a particular thing or person in this case. So Chris wants to talk about the pros and cons of each candidate. So he might say the pro for Jason is that he's very hardworking, he likes his job, and he's got lots of experience. These are some pros. What would be some cons, some bad things? Maybe Jason is asking for too much money. This could be a con. Maybe he doesn't want long-term work. Maybe he only wants a short-term job. This could be considered a con as well. This could be considered a bad thing if you're looking for someone for a long time. So these are the pros and cons of this candidate, Jason. Now we can talk about the pros and cons of anything. Let's think about the pros and cons of a decision that we might make. Let's say I want to move to another country. So I want to sell my house, sell all my belongings, and move to another country on the other side of the world. Well, I'd have to think very carefully about this. I'd have to think about the pros and the cons, the good things and the bad things. With everything, there's some good things and there's also bad things. If I were to move to the other side of the world, some pros might be I'd have a great adventure. I'd learn about other cultures and people. I might learn another language. I'd be able to try new food and experience new things. These are all pros, good things. What might be the cons, the negative things? I'd have to move away from my family and friends, so I'd miss them. I'd become a bit homesick, perhaps. I would miss the comforts of my home and my home country. And of course, it would be a big challenge. It might be stressful at times, living in a completely new environment. So these are the pros and cons of something, the good things and the bad things. I really like both of them, but Jason stood out for me. He has excellent communication skills, and he has worked in this area before. Of the two candidates, Mandy prefers Jason. She said that Jason stood out for her. Let's look at this phrasal verb, to stand out. If something stands out, it means it's much better than the other things, and you notice it more than the other things. So in this case, we have two candidates. Which one is better for Mandy? It's Jason. So in this case, we have two candidates. This one is better, so she can say Jason stands out. This means for me, he is better than Wendy. If I go to an art gallery and I look at all the beautiful paintings hanging on the wall, one painting might really capture my attention. There might be one painting in the gallery which I think, wow, that one is really spectacular. It's beautiful. It's amazing. I love the colors. I love the texture. I love everything about it. Now in this case, I can use the phrasal verb stand out because I think of all the paintings, this one is better than the others. They're all beautiful, but this one is spectacular. So I can say, wow, I like all the paintings in the gallery, but this one right here stands out for me. It means this one captures my attention and I think it's better than all the others. That's right, but he lacks experience as a director. And on top of that, he said that he likes change and gets bored very easily. Even though Mandy seems to like Jason, it seems that Chris is not that keen on Jason. He doesn't like him as a candidate that much. Chris said, well, yes, but he lacks experience. So Jason has no experience as a director. That's number one. And number two, he likes change and he gets bored very easily. So this might mean he could easily quit the company. So there are two negative things that Chris doesn't like about Jason. Now he used the expression on top of that. Let's look at this expression in more detail. So Chris mentioned two negative things. The first was that Jason lacks experience. Now, Chris wants to mention another negative thing. So we use on top of that to say in addition to or also. So he said he lacks experience. On top of that, he gets bored very easily. So Chris is saying that he lacks experience, that's point A, and he also wants to mention point B. He gets bored very easily. So this means in addition to or also. Now we very often use this expression when we're talking about unpleasant things or negative things. So we want to say this negative or unpleasant thing is true, and so is this. This one is also true. So we use the expression on top of that. Here's another example. Imagine I had a really bad day today, and I want to tell you about the unpleasant things that happened to me. I can list 2 or 3 unpleasant things. I can say, I missed the bus, and it started raining, so I got soaking wet. So here I have 2 negative things. Now if I want to say another negative thing, I can say, on top of that, I lost my keys, so I was locked out of my house for 4 hours. So can you see I've listed 1, 2 negative things, and then I want to list one more. So I say, on top of that, I lost my keys and I was locked out of my house. Who's to say if he takes the job, he doesn't become bored and quit after a few months? Chris is really uncertain about Jason. So he said that he gets bored very easily. And then he said, well, who's to say if he gets the job, he doesn't quit after a few months? So maybe Jason will just quit the job after a few months because he might get bored of it. That's what Chris is worrying about. Now here he used the question, who's to say something? We use this question when we want to say that something is not certain and we don't know what is going to happen. So Chris is saying, look, if we give Jason the job, it's not certain that he will stay in the job for a year or 3 or 4 or 5 years. He might quit just after 3 or 4 months. So Chris is trying to express that if we give him the job, it's not certain that he's going to stay for a long time. So he said, well, who's to say if we give him the job, he doesn't quit after 3 months? In other words, this thing might happen. It might be the case that Jason quits after 3 or 4 months. Now imagine I've cooked a delicious curry. My friend comes over and I offer him some of my curry. I say, hey Paul, would you like some of my curry? He might say, oh, no thank you. I don't eat spicy food. Well, I can say to him, come on, it's delicious. It's really, really tasty. It's the best curry you'll ever eat. And then I can say, who's to say? Who's to say that you won't like it? This means it's not certain that you won't like it. You might like it, so give it a try. So use who's to say when you think that something might happen. It's not certain, but it might happen. So in this case, I've said to my friend Paul, even though you don't like spicy food, you might like this curry. It might be the best curry you've ever tasted. So I can say, who's to say that you won't like it? Wendy has had 4 different jobs in the past 4 years. So it looks as though she is the one who likes change. Chris pointed out the cons of hiring Jason. He said that he gets bored very easily and he likes change, so he might leave the company after just a few months. Then Mandy said, well, actually, Wendy is the one who likes change. She said that she's had 4 different jobs in the past 4 years. So obviously Wendy likes to move around and change job quite frequently. So Mandy said, it looks as though Wendy likes change. Now she used the expression looks as though. We use looks as though when we think that something is true. It seems like something is true, although we're not 100% certain. So it seems like Wendy is the one who likes change. She's had 4 different jobs in 4 years. This gives us a clue that she gets bored easily and she likes to change her job and change her environment. So Mandy said, well, it looks as though Wendy is the one who likes change. Even though this expression contains the word look, we don't actually have to see the thing in front of us. It doesn't mean we have to be looking at it. In this case, they can't see Wendy, but Mandy thinks that Wendy likes change. So she used the expression, it looks as though she is the one who likes change. It seems that she is the one who likes change. However, we can look at something and use this expression as well. Imagine we are outside playing football. I'm playing football in the park with my friends. It's quite a sunny day. But then suddenly, grey clouds start to come across the sky. We might look up at the sky and say, oh no, it looks as though it's going to rain. Now we've used looks as though here to say it seems like it's going to rain. We're not certain, we're not 100% sure. The clouds might come and then drift off without any rain. But it seems like it's going to rain. So we can use this expression. You look up at the sky and you can say, oh, it looks as though it's going to rain. Plus, she said that she plans to move abroad sometime. That could be soon. I agree. But if we look at her experience, it's clear that she knows this role inside out. Chris agrees with Mandy, but he also said that Wendy has other pros that we need to look at. Chris said that if we look at her experience, it's clear that she knows this role inside out. Now there's a couple of expressions here that we're going to look at. First of all, let's look at the second one. Chris said she knows this role inside out. Now this role is the job of sales director. The expression that we're going to look at is know something inside out. If we know something inside out, we know this thing very, very well. We know it deeply. We've learned about it. We've experienced it a lot. So we know everything about it. So in this case, Chris is saying that Wendy has experience as a sales director. She's worked as a sales director for many years. She's worked for different companies. So she has lots of experience. She knows it very well, and she really understands this job. So Chris said she knows this role inside out. She knows it deeply. She knows it really, really well. My friend absolutely loves reading Shakespeare. She knows all about him. She knows his life. She knows all the works that he's completed. She can tell you when he wrote each play. She knows the lines of each play. Basically, she loves anything to do with Shakespeare. Now, because she knows the subject of Shakespeare very deeply, she understands it, she knows everything about it, I can say, my friend knows Shakespeare inside out. This means she deeply understands Shakespeare himself and all his works. Now let's look at the first expression that Chris used. He said, it's clear. It's clear that she knows this role inside out. Now when we say something is clear like this, it means it's obvious. It's easy to see that this is true. So because Wendy has so much experience, it's obvious that she knows this role inside out. It's obvious and easy to see that she knows this job very, very well. Now imagine we talk about the footballer Ronaldo. I'm sure you've heard of Ronaldo before. He's one of the best footballers in the world. If we went back in time and we watched a young Ronaldo playing football as a 10-year-old, of course he would be very, very good at football. He'd be very talented. So we might look at Ronaldo playing football back then and say, wow, it's really obvious that this young boy is going to be a superstar. It's easy to see that he's going to be an amazing professional footballer because his skills are really, really good. He's quick. He scores amazing goals. So in this case, we can say it's clear that this young boy is going to be a superstar. It's clear that he's going to be a professional footballer. So use it's clear when you want to say it's really easy to see. It's very obvious that this thing is true. That means it won't take her long to get used to the job. It's certainly a difficult decision to make. I think I'll leave it up to you. Remember, you hired Harriet, and she turned out to be an excellent choice. Mandy really can't decide. She's saying, wow, this is such a difficult decision. It's difficult to decide which candidate to choose, so I'm going to leave it up to you, Chris. She trusts Chris to choose the correct candidate. Now, she said that Chris hired someone before. He hired someone called Harriet, and she turned out to be an excellent choice. So she's saying that she trusts Chris's choice because he did it before and it turned out well. Now, turn out means to show the result of something. In this case, Chris hired Harriet before, and the result was it was an excellent choice. So we use turn out to say this is the result of something. We did this, and this is what happened. Chris hired Harriet, and what was the result? It was an excellent choice. Nowadays, I really enjoy cooking. Sometimes I try to cook very ambitious food, but the result is not very good. So I try to cook a very complex meal, and when it's finished, the result is okay, not fantastic. So I can use turn out to express the result of my food. I can say, I tried to cook this very complex dish, but it turned out average. This means the result was just okay, not very good. However, if I cook a meal and I spend a couple of hours preparing it, cooking it, looking after it, and it tastes amazing, well, I can say, oh, I cooked a meal the other day and it turned out incredible. This means I cooked it, this is the process, and the result was, it was incredible. So the meal turned out amazing. You have an eye for finding good people. Mandy trusts Chris 100% in choosing the correct candidate for the job. She said that he chose Harriet before and she turned out to be an excellent choice. And then she said, you have an eye for finding good people. Now we use the expression, you have an eye for something, to say that this person is good at finding things or good at noticing things that other people don't notice. Maybe someone else wouldn't have chosen Harriet. Maybe someone else would have chosen another person, and the person may have turned out as a bad worker. But because Chris chose Harriet, and she turned out to be an excellent choice, he has an eye for finding good people. This means he can notice things in people that other people can't. He can see some talent or something hidden that he thinks makes the person an excellent choice for the job. Now imagine there is a person whose job is to spot talented footballers. In fact, there is such a job. These are called scouts. They go around and they look for young, talented footballers. They think they are going to find the superstar of the future, the next Ronaldo or the next Messi. Now, if a footballing scout is very good at finding young talent, we can say that this scout has an eye for finding great footballers. This means the scout can notice things in the footballer that tells him or her, this player is going to be great. This player is going to be a superstar in a few years' time. So this scout keeps finding great footballers. We can say, you have an eye for finding excellent talent. Oh man, you're putting me under pressure. They both have many pros and a few cons, but I'm going to go with my gut feeling. Now it's time for Chris to decide which candidate to go for, Wendy or Jason. And he said, wow, it's very difficult to decide. They both have many pros, they both have a few cons, but finally he said, I'm going to go with my gut feeling. Now, your gut feeling is a strong feeling that you have inside, but you can't explain why exactly. So you have a feeling to go for a particular thing, or travel somewhere, or choose something, but you don't know why you're choosing it. You just have a feeling that you need to do this thing. There's no logical reason, you just have to do it. So here Chris is saying, I'm going to go with my gut feeling. It's Wendy or Jason. It's very difficult to decide which one, but inside me, I need to choose one. I'm going to go with my gut feeling. I'm going to go for the candidate which I think is the best one. I can't explain why I'm going to choose this candidate. I just feel it inside. I'm sure you've gone with your gut feeling before. You just can't explain why you're choosing something. You just are. It's just a feeling you have inside. Now imagine two sports teams are playing. Let's say it's a basketball match. Team A is very strong. They're the best players in the league. Team B is average. But on this particular day, when the teams are playing each other, you just have a strange feeling that Team B, the average team, is going to win. There's no logical reason why you think they're going to win. The logical reasoning would be that Team A would win because they've got the best players, they've got the superstars, and they're winning lots of games. But inside you feel, I think Team B can do it. I just have a feeling. Well, you can say, my gut feeling is that Team B will win. So your gut feeling is telling you, I don't know why, but I think Team B will win. So you can say, I know Team A is the stronger team. They've got the superstars. They're the best team. But my gut feeling says Team B is going to win today. I'm going to opt for Wendy Burrows because of her experience. Chris has finally decided which candidate to go for. He decided to choose Wendy. That was his gut feeling. So he said that I'm going to opt for Wendy Burrows. Let's look at the word opt. We use this word when we want to say that we make a choice out of several possibilities. So in this case, there were two possibilities to choose from: Wendy and Jason. Chris opted for Wendy. This means he chose Wendy out of the two. Imagine I am deciding which university to enter. I have a choice of 2 or 3 different universities. So I'm looking at each university. I'm looking at the pros and cons of each one. And finally, I decide. I say, okay, I've thought long and hard about which university to choose, but I'm going to opt for this one because I like the campus and I think the course that I'm going to study there is very, very interesting. So you can see we use opt to decide from a range of possibilities. Okay, I trust your decision. Let's call her now and tell her the good news. Then we'll invite her in tomorrow and show her the ropes. Great idea. Mandy wants to call Wendy now and tell her the good news. She wants to say, "Hello Wendy, congratulations, you've got the job." And then Mandy said, well, we can call her and invite her in to the office tomorrow. And then we can show her the ropes. Now the expression to show someone the ropes means to explain and teach them about an activity or a job. We often use this when someone new joins a company and we need to show them around. We need to show them the office, how things work, the office culture, the environment. We show them the people and lots of other things that are new for them. So even though Wendy is experienced as a sales director, they're going to show her the ropes. They're going to show her some new things about the office and the job that she might not know. So they're going to teach her about these new things. So Mandy said, we'll invite her in tomorrow and show her the ropes. If I decide to join a climbing club for the first time, I need help from someone because it's my first time. I've never done it before and I'm a complete beginner. So I might ask someone for some help. I might ask them to teach me the basics, teach me how to climb safely, what equipment I need, any techniques, any tips that they might have. So in this case, I can ask someone to show me the ropes. This means they're going to show me how to do this activity. They're going to teach me about it. So I can say, "Oh, hi, excuse me, I'm a complete beginner. Can you show me the ropes?" This means, can you teach me about this activity and everything about it, because I know nothing. I'm a complete beginner. So those are the phrases we're going to master. Move on to the next video now. Grab all the MP3s and the PDFs. Make sure you ask any questions in the Q&A section. I will do my best to answer them as quickly as possible. I'll see you in the next video. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: We visited over 20 countries on our trip, and the one that stood out for me was Brazil. It's such a beautiful country. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Have you visited the new shopping mall in town? It's totally amazing. There are lovely shops, restaurants, and a cinema. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: The new employee starts working here tomorrow, and I'd like you to show her the ropes. Make sure she knows what to do and where everything is. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: We've been fishing for over 4 hours now, and so far we've only caught one tiny fish. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: It looks as though that man over there has fallen over. Let's go and see if he's okay. Speaking practice. It looks as though it's going to rain heavily. We might have to postpone the netball match until tomorrow. Over 10,000 people auditioned for the show. Now there are just 10 candidates left, trying to become the next pop star. Hello, it's my first time on a climbing wall. Could you help me? Sure. I've been climbing for 10 years now. I'll show you the ropes. It's been a really difficult day. While I was out jogging, I twisted my ankle and had to go to the hospital. On top of that, I lost my keys and couldn't get into my house for 4 hours. Great authors have an eye for detail in the characters, the settings, and the themes of their stories. Lisa stands out as the best violinist in the class. She plays so well that I think she could become a great. The thieves knew the building inside out, so we think that they must be employees who work here. I've got my driving test next week, but I don't think I will pass. You should be more confident. Who's to say you won't pass the test easily? Listening practice. The show has been fantastic. Which has been your favorite performance so far? Mine has been the ballet. The show has been fantastic. Which has been your favorite performance so far? Mine has been the ballet. How was the charity event you organized on Saturday? I was worried it wouldn't be a success, but it turned out fine. We raised lots of money. How was the charity event you organized on Saturday? I was worried it wouldn't be a success, but it turned out fine. We raised lots of money. It's clear that she's really passionate about winning, which is great to see. It's important to have a desire to be the best. It's clear that she's really passionate about winning, which is great to see. It's important to have a desire to be the best. I know that Chelsea has the stronger team and better players, but my gut feeling is telling me that Burnley will win. Do you want to bet? I know that Chelsea has the stronger team and better players, but my gut feeling is telling me that Burnley will win. Do you want to bet? You can either take this medication for a few months or have a small operation, after which the pain will disappear. Most people opt for the operation. You can either take this medication for a few months or have a small operation, after which the pain will disappear. Most people opt for the operation. Are you ready for the presentation today? Oh no, I totally forgot that today was the day. I'll have to prepare something during my lunch break. Are you ready for the presentation today? Oh no, I totally forgot that today was the day. I'll have to prepare something during my lunch break. For your homework, I want you to write about the pros and cons of the Internet. Please write 2,000 words in total. For your homework, I want you to write about the pros and cons of the Internet. Please write 2,000 words in total. Words and phrases in use. Conversation 8. A farmer is talking about this year's and last year's harvest. It looks as though this year is going to be a good harvest for the farm. So far, we've had perfect weather, and we've had no problems with the crops. Last year, our crops were totally destroyed by floods. On top of that, our house was also badly damaged. We needed some luck this year, and it turned out to be perfect. Even though we have some terrible years, I do love farming. There are many pros and cons, but I think there are more positives than negatives. I love the freedom and being able to work outside. My father taught me everything, so I know farming inside out. He showed me the ropes when I was just 10 years old, and I've been working here ever since. I don't think I could do anything else. Conversation 9. A few parents are getting together so their children can have a play date. Hi, Kelly. Come in. Let Arthur and Jack play together in the play area. My friend Daniel is coming over soon. I'll introduce you to him. Thanks for inviting us for a play date. I think I might have met Daniel before. He lives down the road and works at the coffee shop, right? That's the one. He has 2 daughters who often come over to play with Arthur. It's great to let kids mix with each other at such a young age. Has Arthur settled into kindergarten? Jack likes it, but he needs a day off from time to time because the days are quite long. Yes, Arthur has settled in well, but he also likes a break from it sometimes. Even though the teachers at his kindergarten are A1, he misses being in his comfort zone. By the way, I was thinking of having a birthday party for Jack this year. Jack was born in March, and so was Arthur, right? Are you up for having a joint birthday party? Sure. That would save us money, plus our friends wouldn't have to go to 2 different parties. That's the door. It must be Daniel. Hi, Daniel. Come in and meet my friend Kelly. Hi, Kelly. Great to meet you. I'm sure we've met somewhere before, but I can't put my finger on where. I think we crossed paths at a few children's birthday parties. I also occasionally pop into the coffee shop where you work. That must be it. Well, it's great to finally sit down and have a chat with you. Tell me a bit about yourself. Conversation 9 explained. A few parents are getting together so their children can have a play date. Hi, Kelly. Come in. Let Arthur and Jack play together in the play area. My friend Daniel is coming over soon. I'll introduce you to him. Amy is welcoming Kelly into her house. Kelly brought her son along to play with Amy's son. And then Amy said her friend Daniel is coming over soon as well. She said, I'll introduce you to him. Now, when we introduce someone to someone else, It means we let them meet each other for the first time. So when you introduce person A to person B, you bring them together and let them get to know each other for the first time. They've never met before, so you say, "Hey Amy, this is Daniel. Hey Daniel, this is Amy. Why don't you meet and have a little chat?" So Amy is going to introduce Kelly to Daniel. Now, if I were the boss of a company and a new employee was starting today, I might take the employee around the office and introduce him to everyone else. So I'm letting him meet everyone for the first time. So I could say, "James, this is the new employee, Patrick. Patrick, this is James. He is the head of sales." Now, can you see how I've introduced these people to each other? I've introduced Patrick to James, and I've introduced James to Patrick. So I've told them their names, and I've said what the job title is. So I've said, "You are the sales director, and you are the new employee." So when you introduce someone to someone else, you can give them the name and maybe their job and how you know them. Give a little bit of background information so the two people can talk to each other and have a chat for the first time. Thanks for inviting us for a play date. The reason Kelly is at Amy's house is because their children are having a play date. A play date is where you go to someone else's house with children and you let your children and their children play together for a while. Now, play dates are really popular among parents because it allows you to go to the other parent's house. It allows you to meet them and have a chat and maybe have a cup of coffee. And it also keeps the children entertained. So you can sit down and relax on the sofa for an hour or two, and your children and the other person's children can play together. So it's a great way to socialize, both for the children and the parents. The children get to play with each other on a play date, and the parents get to relax and have a chat at the same time. I think I might have met Daniel before. He lives down the road and works at the coffee shop, right? Kelly thinks that she knows Daniel. She's not sure, but she thinks that she knows him, or she thinks she's met him before. And then she asked Amy a question. She said, "He lives down the road and he works at the coffee shop, right?" So she's asking Amy to confirm whether this is true or not. Now let's look at the expression that Kelly used, down the road. So Kelly thinks that Daniel lives down the road. When we say down the road, it means not far from here. It simply means around a 5-minute walk from here. So if Daniel lives down the road, it might not be this particular road. It just means within 5 minutes, within a 5-minute walk of this location. So you can talk about anything nearby as being down the road. Now think about what is near your house. Are there shops? Is there a supermarket? Are there any restaurants? Is there a gym? What is nearby? Perhaps there's a park nearby. Well, let me talk about my house. Near my house there is a park, there is a pub, there are restaurants, and there are a few small shops. So I can say, there's a park down the road. Or I can say, there are a few shops and a nice restaurant down the road. That simply means within 5 minutes, there's a park, and within a 5-minute walk, there are shops and a really nice restaurant. So use down the road when you want to say something is nearby. That's the one. So Kelly asked Amy, is Daniel the man who lives down the road and works in the coffee shop? Because she wasn't sure if it was him or not. And then Amy said, that's the one. Now we use this expression when we want to say, yes, what you just said is correct. So Amy is confirming what Kelly thought. Kelly thought, Daniel, I think I know him. He lives down the road and he works in the coffee shop. Am I right? And Amy said, yeah, that's the one. So she's saying, yes, you've got it right. That is the correct Daniel that I'm talking about. So you must have met him or you know him in some way. So we often use this when the other person is trying to think of something or they're not sure of something, and then they ask you. And if you confirm that they're right, you can say, that's the one. So Amy was confirming that Daniel was the right person that Kelly was thinking of. Now here's another example. Imagine I went to an Italian restaurant a few months ago with my friend, but I've forgotten the name. It's in my mind somewhere, but I can't think of the name of the restaurant. So I say to my friend, what was the name of that Italian restaurant we went to 3 months ago? So we're both thinking for a few minutes. We can't remember the name. And suddenly my friend says, aha, it was called Bella Italia. Then I can say, yes, that's the one. So when I say that's the one, it means, yes, you're right. Now I remember. So we use that's the one to say, yes, the other person is correct in what they say. He has 2 daughters who often come over to play with Arthur. It's great to let kids mix with each other at such a young age. Daniel has 2 daughters who often come over to play with Amy's son, Arthur. Then Amy said she likes when kids come round to her house and play with her children. She said it's great to let kids mix with each other. Now this word mix, when we talk about people, it means they like to communicate with each other and they like being around other people. So Amy is saying it's good to let children be around each other and talk to each other and play with each other. This is mixing. When kids mix, they're together, they're playing, they're having fun, they're talking, and they're doing lots of things together. Some people don't like mixing with others. Maybe they're a bit shy and they don't like going out very much. In this case, this kind of person doesn't like mixing with other people. But some people are very talkative. They're sociable, they're outgoing. In this case, this type of person likes mixing with other people. They like being around them, they like communicating with them and socializing with them. What about your job? Whatever you do you have to mix with other people? If you're in an office, you often have to mix with others. This means you have to talk to them, communicate with them, spend time with them, and learn from them. If you work at home alone, then you don't really mix with people. You're just alone in your office at home, and you're not meeting other people or communicating much. So if you work from home, you don't need to mix with people very much for your job. That means you don't have to meet them and talk with them face to face. So use mix in this way. Use it to say you communicate with people, you're around them, and you're being sociable with them. Has Arthur settled into kindergarten? Jack likes it, but he needs a day off from time to time because the days are quite long. Now Kelly is talking to Amy about their children. Their children go to kindergarten, and Kelly is wondering how Amy's son is enjoying it. So Kelly said her son likes it, but from time to time he needs a day off because the days are very long. Now she used the expression from time to time. This expression means occasionally or sometimes. So it doesn't mean very often, it means occasionally. So occasionally, Kelly's son, Jack, needs a day off from kindergarten. This means he needs to have a break because the days are very long and he's a very young child. So from time to time, he needs a day off. So we could say maybe once a month he has a day off. This is occasionally. Now what do you do occasionally? What do you do from time to time? Well, for me, I eat chocolate occasionally. I try not to eat it very much. Maybe once a week or once every 2 weeks I have a piece of chocolate. So I can say, I eat chocolate from time to time. This means I don't eat it very often, like my sister does every day. I only eat it occasionally, once every couple of weeks. So from time to time, I eat chocolate. What else do I do occasionally? Well, from time to time, I play football. Now, I don't play it regularly, like every day or every week. Maybe once a month I play football. So again, I can say, I play football from time to time. Notice that this expression can go at the end of a sentence or at the beginning of a sentence. So I can say, I play football from time to time, or from time to time, I play football. Yes, Arthur has settled in well, but he also likes a break from it sometimes. Even though the teachers at his kindergarten are A1, he misses being in his comfort zone. Amy said that her son Arthur also likes having a day off from kindergarten sometimes. And then she said, all the teachers at the kindergarten are A1. But her son Arthur misses being in his comfort zone. Now we're going to look at these two expressions, A1 and comfort zone. Let's look at A1 first. This one is quite an easy one. A1 means excellent. It means very, very good. So Amy said, the teachers at Arthur's kindergarten are A1. It means very, very good or excellent. When you describe something as A1, you're saying it's the best. It's number one. Imagine you're watching a football match. Let's say it's Manchester United against Chelsea. Chelsea are playing very, very well. And finally, they beat Manchester United 4-0. Their performance was excellent, the players were amazing, and they scored 4 amazing goals. Well, we can describe Chelsea's performance. How did they perform? Well, Chelsea's performance was A1. This means it was excellent. It was fantastic. They played against a very good team, Manchester United, and they won 4-0. So we can describe Chelsea's performance as A1. Now let's look at the expression comfort zone. So remember, Amy said Arthur's kindergarten teachers are A1, but Arthur misses being in his comfort zone. This is why he sometimes needs a day off from kindergarten. Now, your comfort zone is where you feel very comfortable. It's where you feel no stress, no anxiety, and you just feel happy and comfortable in this particular location or this situation. So Arthur, Amy's young son, has a comfort zone. His comfort zone is at home, relaxing with his mother. When he goes to kindergarten, he's outside of his comfort zone because maybe he finds it a little strange. He's in unfamiliar surroundings. He's around strange people that he's never met before. So this is out of his comfort zone. When he's at home, he's in his comfort zone. Now, as adults, we try to push ourselves out of our comfort zone. Some people have a comfort zone that is just relaxing at home, not working very hard, and maybe sitting on the computer watching Netflix. This is someone's comfort zone. But sometimes our comfort zone can hold us back. Maybe it can make us lazy. It doesn't allow us to reach our goals. So very often we need to push ourselves out of our comfort zone. Otherwise we won't be able to achieve our goals, start a business, or become fit, whatever it is. You sometimes need to push yourself out of your comfort zone. Otherwise you will just sit down and relax and be comfortable all the time. So pushing ourselves out of our comfort zone is sometimes a good thing. So remember, your comfort zone is where you are relaxed, have no stress, no anxiety, and feel happy. By the way, I was thinking of having a birthday party for Jack this year. Jack was born in March, and so was Arthur, right? Are you up for having a joint birthday party? Kelly is thinking about having a birthday party for her son, Jack. And then she asked Amy, your son was also born in March, right? So they were born in the same month. And then Kelly said, are you up for having a joint birthday party? Now let's look at the word joint first. As you can imagine, joint is joining together, coming together. So it's when two or more things come together and share something. In this case, we're talking about a shared birthday party. So Arthur and Jack were born in the same month, so it makes sense to have a birthday party together, especially at this young age. So we can call this a joint birthday party. So two people are sharing the party. They're having a party on the same day at the same time. Now we can talk about many things being joint. Often when we get married, we have a joint bank account with our partner. That means we share a bank account and share the money. If you have a joint loan or a joint mortgage, this means the bank lends you and your partner money together. So it's not just an individual, it's a joint loan. So the bank is lending both of you the money at the same time. Now let's look at the other expression that Kelly used in that question. She said, are you up for having a joint birthday party? So the expression is up for something. Now if you're up for something, it means you want to do this thing. So basically, Kelly is asking Amy, do you want to have a joint birthday party? Do you want to do this thing? If Amy says, yes, I'm up for that, it means yes, she wants to do it. If she doesn't want to do it, she might say, no, I'm not up for that. So you can see we've used the expression up for to mean, yes, I want to do it, or no, I don't want to do it. If my friend calls me up and says, hey Anthony, we're all going out tonight to the pub and we're going to celebrate Mike's birthday, he might say, are you up for coming? Now this means, do you want to come? Do you feel like coming out to celebrate the birthday? And now I could say, yes, I'm up for coming. This means, yes, I really want to do that. I feel like doing it. However, if I'm sick or feeling tired, I might say to my friend, sorry, I'm not up for going because I'm feeling sick and tired. So use up for when you want to say you will do something or not. Sure, that would save us money. Plus, our friends wouldn't have to go to 2 different parties. So Amy is up for having a joint party. She said, sure. Now when we say sure like this, you're responding to someone and you're saying, yes, I will do that thing that you said. So we're answering someone's question. Kelly said, are you up for having a joint birthday party? And Amy replied with, sure. Yes, I definitely want to do that. So it's a way of saying, yes, I want to do that thing that you suggested. But it means definitely. We often emphasize the word sure as well, as in this case. So Amy said, sure. This shows that she's really interested and she definitely wants to do this thing. If I'm really bored at home one day and my friend calls me up and says, hey Anthony, why don't you come round and we'll play some video games together? Well, I'm so bored and I've got nothing to do, so I want to respond with, yes, I definitely want to come round and play video games. So I can say to my friend, sure. So I can show emphasis, I can show that I really, really want to go because I'm so bored. I respond with, sure, I'll be round in 10 minutes. So use sure in this way when you want to respond positively to someone's question. That's the door. It must be Daniel. Hi, Daniel. Come in and meet my friend Kelly. Hi, Kelly. Great to meet you. Daniel has arrived at the house, and he met Kelly for the first time. He said, Hi, Kelly. Great to meet you. Now, the expression great to meet you is very useful when we are meeting someone for the first time. When we meet someone for the first time, we want to be polite and nice to them. So we very often say, great to meet you. So we can shake their hand if it's a bit formal. If it's not formal, we can just say, hi there, great to meet you. So it's a nice way of saying, I'm happy to meet you and let's have a conversation, let's talk more. It's important to remember that we use this expression when we are face to face with someone. When we're on the phone, we don't really use this expression, great to meet you. It's usually only face to face. So let's say, for example, I am working for a company and I often call a client. He's a very, very regular client, so I speak to him every week. I know his name, I know him quite well over the phone, but I've never actually met him face to face. I've never really seen him. But we talk regularly. And then, after a year or two, he comes to visit my office, and I finally meet him face to face. Well, in this case, even though I know him, I can still use the expression, great to meet you. This means we're meeting face to face for the first time. So I can say, wow, we've spoken so many times, I know you very well, but it's great to finally meet you. In other words, it's nice to see you face to face. So use this expression, great to meet you, when you want to say, it's lovely to meet you in person. It's nice to see you face to face for the first time. I'm sure we've met somewhere before, but I can't put my finger on where. Daniel is very pleased to meet Kelly for the first time. But then he said, I'm sure I've met you somewhere before. So he recognizes Kelly, but he can't think where from. He said, I'm sure we've met somewhere before, but I can't put my finger on where. Now this expression, you can't put your finger on something, means you cannot remember clearly. You have a rough idea, but you're not 100% sure about something. It's not very clear in your mind. So he's looking at Kelly thinking, I recognize you from somewhere. I know your face. I know you, but I just can't think where we met. So he used the expression, we've met somewhere before, but I can't put my finger on where. So he doesn't remember clearly where he's met her before. We can also use this expression when we don't fully understand something. So we can use it when we don't remember something or when we don't understand something. Imagine I bring my laptop to the laptop repair shop. My computer has a virus on it and it's really slow. It has many problems. So I bring it to the laptop repair shop and the technician takes a look at it for me. After about 10 minutes, I say to him, have you found the problem? Can you fix my laptop? The technician might say to me, well, I can't put my finger on the problem. Now he's used the expression, can't put my finger on something. In this case, it means he doesn't fully understand the problem. So he said, I can't put my finger on the problem. I need more time to figure out the problem. So use this expression when you can't remember something clearly or you can't understand something fully. I think we crossed paths at a few children's birthday parties. I also occasionally pop into the coffee shop where you work. Daniel knows he's seen Kelly somewhere before, but he couldn't put his finger on it. And then Kelly said, yeah, we've crossed paths at a few children's birthday parties. And she also goes to the coffee shop where he works. Now let's go back to the expression that she used in the first sentence. We have crossed paths at a few children's birthday parties. Now when we cross paths with someone, it means we meet them by chance. We don't organize a meeting with them. We just happen to meet them. We meet them by chance. So Kelly and Daniel have met before. They've seen each other before, but they didn't actually organize the meeting. They just crossed paths at children's birthday parties. So they were both there at the same time. Maybe they saw each other but didn't talk, and then they left. So this is when we cross paths. We meet people by chance. We don't go out to meet them purposely. We meet them by chance. If someone asks me about a particular person that they know, let's say my friend asks me about someone he knows called Bob. Now my friend might say to me, Anthony, do you know Bob? He lives down the road. He has brown hair and he is very, very muscular. Do you know that guy? I can say to my friend, well, I don't know him, but we've crossed paths before. Now this means Bob and I don't really know each other. We're not friends. We don't chat to each other much. But we've met each other by chance a few times. So I said, I don't know him, but we've crossed paths. Now, when we've crossed paths, it might be that we both go to the same gym and we see each other sometimes, but we don't really chat. It might be that we've both been to the same party and we've seen each other and just said hi. So in this way, Bob and I have crossed paths. We don't chat much, we don't know each other, but we've seen each other a few times at various gatherings and events. So when you cross paths with someone, you meet them by chance and you know them a little bit. You know their name, you know what they look like, and you know a little bit about them, but not very much. That must be it. Well, it's great to finally sit down and have a chat with you. Tell me a bit about yourself. Now Daniel understands where he's seen Kelly before. He crossed paths with her a few times at children's birthday parties and in the coffee shop where he works. But now he's sitting down and meeting her for the first time. So he's chatting to Kelly face to face for the first time. Then he used the expression, tell me a bit about yourself. We use this expression when we meet someone for the first time and we want to know something about them. So this is a great expression to use when you want to get the conversation started. Maybe you've met someone for the first time and sometimes it's a bit awkward, you don't know what to say. But if you use this, tell me a bit about yourself, it starts the conversation. So here Kelly might say, well, I work in the supermarket, I have a son, and I really enjoy going to the gym. So she's told Daniel a bit about herself. Now Daniel can start the conversation. He can talk about the gym, he can talk about his children, or he can say, yes, I know the supermarket. I think I've seen you there before. So when we use tell me a bit about yourself, you're asking the other person just to give you some information so you can get to know them. This is also a common expression used in job interviews. Now, the interviewer needs to get to know you before they offer you a job. So often they will say, right, I'm going to ask you a few questions in a minute, but first, tell me a bit about yourself. So the interviewer wants you to tell him or her some information about you. Maybe where you're from, what you studied, what your hobbies are, how many children you have, and so on. Anything that you think will interest the other person. So use tell me a bit about yourself when you meet someone for the first time and you want to know about them. I hope you found this lecture useful. Those are all the phrases we're going to master in this module. Now grab all the extra resources so that you can learn on the go wherever you are. Don't forget you can ask a question in the Q&A section. I'm always there to help you. And move on now to the next videos. I'll see you in the next lecture. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: I love living in the city. I get to mix with so many different people and learn about them. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: I love exercising hard and pushing myself out of my comfort zone so that I can get fitter and stronger. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: John, let me introduce you to my new puppy. Her name is Brownie because she has lovely brown fur. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: The two runners finished the race at exactly the same time, so were joint winners of the gold medal. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Thank you for doing an A1 job on my new kitchen. It looks absolutely wonderful. Speaking practice. I have to mix with a wide variety of people in my job, so it's important to communicate effectively. The Channel Tunnel links the island of Britain to mainland Europe. It was built in a joint effort between the United Kingdom and France. Do you want to come over to my place and play the new video game I bought? Sure, I'll be over in 10 minutes. I met my boyfriend at the gym we both go to. We kept crossing paths at the various fitness classes and eventually started chatting. Let's go out for dinner later. I'm getting bored of the same restaurant that we visit. Are you up for trying somewhere different? Training for the army requires 100% dedication. You will be pushed far out of your comfort zone, and it will be the biggest challenge of your life. I eat lots of bread and pastries, but it's good to cut them out from time to time. They can cause you to put on weight if you eat them often. Hi, I'm Jenny. Fiona has told me a bit about you and your business. I'd love to find out more. Hi, great to meet you, Jenny. Let me tell you about the company. Listening practice. This is the weightlifter's third Olympic Games, and she produced another A1 performance this time. This is the weightlifter's third Olympic Games, and she produced another A1 performance this time. Do you have any idea what the problem is? I can't put my finger on the problem just yet. Give me 15 minutes and I should be able to solve it. Do you have any idea what the problem is? I can't put my finger on the problem just yet. Give me 15 minutes and I should be able to solve it. Mum and Dad, let me introduce you to my girlfriend tonight. She really wants to come and meet you both. Mum and Dad, let me introduce you to my girlfriend tonight. She really wants to come and meet you both. Our kids are having a play date at Frank's house tomorrow. He asked me to invite you and your son. Would you like to come? Our kids are having a play date at Frank's house tomorrow. He asked me to invite you and your son. Would you like to come? The acting audition lasts for 10 minutes. We will give you some lines to act out with your partner. Before that, I'd like you to tell me a bit about yourselves. The acting audition lasts for 10 minutes. We will give you some lines to act out with your partner. Before that, I'd like you to tell me a bit about yourselves. I'm trying to think of the beautiful village we visited in Italy. Is it Tellero? That's the one. It is a beautiful old fishing village. I'm trying to think of the beautiful village we visited in Italy. Is it Tellero? That's the one. It is a beautiful old fishing village. Have you heard about the company that's building its new offices down the road? It's fantastic news for the town because it will provide lots of jobs for the locals. Have you heard about the company that's building its new offices down the road? It's fantastic news for the town because it will provide lots of jobs for the locals. Words and phrases in use. Conversation 9. A woman is talking about life as a hairstylist. I love working as a hairstylist. There's something really fulfilling and satisfying about the job. I can't put my finger on what it is. Perhaps it's making people smile after giving them a nice hairstyle. Perhaps it's being able to mix with lots of people every day. I remember when I first started as a hairstylist. My friend asked me to do her hair, so I said sure, and I enjoyed it from that moment. Of course, I had to study, learn, and push myself out of my comfort zone in order to be a professional. But all the hard work was worth it. I'm now the joint owner of this hair salon, and we are proud to do an A1 job on every client's hair. From time to time, we even get TV stars and actors coming in to have their hair done. Conversation 10. A teacher is talking to the father of one of her pupils. Hello, Mr. Wright. Please come in and sit down. I heard the traffic is horrendous today. Did it take you long to get here? Yes, the traffic is bumper to bumper out there. It took me around an hour to get to the school. Luckily, I had a half day at work, so I could get here on time. Well, let's talk about your son's progress at school. Edward is one of the brightest students in the class. He is consistently achieving high scores on his tests. I'm over the moon to hear such positive feedback about Edward. He loves studying and always talks about what he learned at school. There is still room for improvement, though. He daydreams a lot, which means he's not concentrating 100%. Perhaps you could have a chat with him about this. Yes, I'm aware that he daydreams a lot, but often he's just thinking about the task he's doing. It's his way of thinking about the task and coming up with the best answer. It seems as though Edward doesn't participate in sport very much. What sports or activities would pique his interest? For starters, he loves running. He goes running in the park every morning. He also likes playing badminton, table tennis, and snooker. Well, why don't we establish a new sports club at the school? Edward could help to organize it, and that would give him motivation to join in. That sounds like a fantastic idea. I'll tell him about it when I get home. I have a feeling he'll be really excited to get started. One more thing, Mr. Wright. Please give this homework task to Edward. I hope he can complete it by next week. No problem, Mrs. Patterson. Thank you for all your help over the past term. Don't hesitate to get in touch if you need to talk about Edward again. Conversation 10 explained. A teacher is talking to the father of one of her pupils. Hello, Mr. Wright. Please come in and sit down. I heard the traffic is horrendous today. Mrs. Patterson, the school teacher, is talking to Mr. Wright, who is the father of one of her students. Mrs. Patterson welcomed Mr. Wright into her classroom to have a meeting, and she said, "Sit down." Then she started the conversation with some small talk. Small talk is talking about things which are not very important, but just start the conversation flowing. She said, "I heard the traffic is horrendous." Now, when we talk about something being horrendous, we mean bad or very unpleasant, not nice. So in this case, Mrs. Patterson is saying, "I heard that the traffic is very bad today. Is this right?" So this is called small talk. It just gets the conversation started. So Mr. Wright might reply, "Yes, it was very bad," and then they can talk about more important things after. So this is just a bit of small talk. Mrs. Patterson said, "I heard the traffic is horrendous." This means it's very bad. If a very, very strong hurricane rips through a city or town, it can cause lots of really bad damage. So we can use the word horrendous. We can say, the hurricane caused horrendous damage to the town or city. We can also talk about food being horrendous. This means it's unpleasant, it tastes bad or not very nice. So if I go to a really bad restaurant, I can describe the food as being horrendous. So maybe after my visit to this really bad restaurant, I might leave an online review on Google or some other website. So in my review, I might say, I had a horrendous experience in this restaurant. The food was horrendous. This means it was really, really unpleasant and not very tasty at all. Did it take you long to get here? Yes, the traffic is bumper to bumper out there. Mr. Wright said, yes, the traffic is very, very bad out there today. So the traffic is horrendous. He said, it's bumper to bumper out there. Now, the bumper is a part of the car at the front and at the back. The bumper just protects your car from getting damaged when you're involved in a small crash at the front or at the back. Now, when we say bumper to bumper, this means that there is lots and lots of traffic on the roads. There are lots and lots of cars, and they're moving very, very slowly. So if you imagine all the cars are like this on the road, they're moving along very, very slowly, and we describe this as bumper to bumper traffic, because this is one car. At the front there is a bumper. Here is the next car. At the back there is a bumper. So we say when they're moving very slowly and they're all tight together like this, the traffic is bumper to bumper. Now you often hear this on the radio when the presenter is trying to make an announcement about traffic. The presenter might say, there's been a serious road accident on the road into the city. Traffic is bumper to bumper. Simply means there's lots of traffic, so try to avoid that road. So when you see lots and lots of traffic, lots of cars, either not moving or just moving very slowly, you can describe this as bumper to bumper. It took me around an hour to get to the school. Luckily, I had a half day at work, so I could get here on time. It took Mr. Wright around an hour to get to the school, so it took quite a long time because of the bumper-to-bumper traffic. And then he said, well, luckily, I had a half day at work, so I could get here on time. Now, we've spoken before about having a day off work. A day off is when you have the whole day off. You don't go to work on a day that you normally go. A half day is when you only go to work or school or university for half a day. So you either go to school or university or work in the morning or the afternoon. So you only go in the morning or the afternoon. You go just for a half day. So Mr. Wright probably went to work in the morning and he finished around midday, around 12 or 1 o'clock, and then he went home. So he had a half day at work. This means he could get to the school on time. We often have a half day at the end of the school term. So on the final day of term, we have a shorter day because it's the last day. It's usually a fun day. Children and teachers play games together, and this day is often just a half day. So the students might go to school in the morning and finish either around midday or 1 p.m. And then that's the end of term. They have a break for a couple of weeks. So they often have a half day at the end of term. You can use this expression when you're talking about university, school, or work. Well, let's talk about your son's progress at school. Edward is one of the brightest students in the class. Mrs. Patterson and Mr. Wright have finished the small talk, and now they're getting to the real reason they met, to talk about Mr. Wright's son, Edward. They're meeting to discuss his progress at school. And Mrs. Patterson said, "Your son is doing very, very well. He's one of the brightest students in the class." When we use the word bright when we talk about people, it means this person is very, very clever, very intelligent. So they have a sharp mind, they have good ideas, they're very studious, and they're very, very clever in many, many ways. So Edward is one of the brightest students in the class. The top universities in the world attract the brightest students. For example, Harvard, Yale, Oxford, Cambridge, and so on. All these top universities want the brightest students to come and study there. So use bright when you want to say someone is very smart, very clever, and they're quick at learning new things. He is consistently achieving high scores on his tests. Because Edward is such a bright student, he is consistently achieving high scores on his tests. Now, consistently means doing something again and again and again to the same standard. So Edward's standard when taking tests is very high. He achieves very, very good results. So he consistently achieves these good results. This means every time he takes a test, he gets very, very good scores. If a student was consistently getting poor scores on their test, that means they're always getting bad results. So they're down here. So consistently is when you do something again and again and again at the same standard. I really enjoy eating sushi, and there is a great sushi restaurant near me. Everyone goes there. It's always very, very busy, and you have to book about 1 month in advance because it's so popular. Now, every time I've been there, I must have been there about 20 times. The sushi is absolutely fantastic. So in this sense, every single time they make sushi, it's very, very good. It's amazing. So this sushi restaurant consistently serves fantastic sushi. You can hear I've used the word consistently here because every time I go there, it's always fantastic. This means they're achieving the same standard every single time, again and again and again. So the sushi from that restaurant is consistently excellent. I'm over the moon to hear such positive feedback about Edward. Mr. Wright is over the moon to hear such positive feedback about his son, Edward. Mr. Wright used a very good idiom here. The idiom is over the moon. Now this idiom means we are extremely happy about something. Because Edward is consistently achieving highly in his class, his father, Mr. Wright, is very, very happy. So he expressed this using the idiom over the moon. Mr. Wright is over the moon to hear such positive feedback about his son. This means he is extremely happy about this. Recently, I organized a party for my parents. It was their wedding anniversary, and we organized a surprise party for them. So they thought that we were just going to have a small meal together with family, but I organized a party with 50 guests. So my parents came along to this restaurant thinking that it would just be a very quiet meal with 5 or 6 family members. But they walked in and it turned out there were 50 people there celebrating their wedding anniversary. Now, of course, they were very, very happy about this. They were surprised, but they were extremely happy to celebrate with so many people. And afterwards they said to me, "Wow, Anthony, thank you. We are over the moon about this party. We're over the moon that you organized this for us." In other words, they were extremely happy to see so many guests and to celebrate their wedding anniversary in this way. So my parents were over the moon. He loves studying and always talks about what he learned at school. There is still room for improvement, though. Mrs. Patterson and Mr. Wright have so far been talking about positive things, about Edward. He's achieving very highly at school. He's doing very, very well. But then Mrs. Patterson said, "There is still room for improvement, though." Now, what she's saying here is that Edward is doing well, but he can do better. He's achieving highly, but he can achieve even more. So the expression room for improvement means something can be better than it currently is. So even though Edward is doing well, he can do even better than he's doing right now. Imagine a football team is not doing very well at the moment. They're not scoring many goals. Their league position is quite far down, and they are not trying very hard. The players are not very dedicated. They're not pushing themselves. They're not trying 100%. Well, this means that the team could be better than it is. The players could try harder. They could score more goals. They could start moving up the league. So there's lots of room for improvement. This means that the team is here, but they can do much better. At the moment, they're not doing well because the players aren't trying. But if the players put in 100% effort, tried harder, practiced more, started scoring goals, they could do much better. So we can say the team is not doing very well. There is lots of room for improvement. So use this expression when you want to say something can be better than it is right now. He daydreams a lot, which means he's not concentrating 100%. Perhaps you could have a chat with him about this. So Mrs. Patterson thinks there is room for improvement, and then she explained which areas Edward can improve in. She said he daydreams a lot, which means he's not concentrating 100%. Now, when we daydream, we think about something pleasant. We have pleasant thoughts when we should be concentrating on something or when we should be doing something. So the typical example of daydreaming is the student in class. You often see this on TV programs, in films, and so on. The teacher is talking and the camera focuses in on one student, and the student is sitting like this, not listening to the teacher, just in his or her own mind thinking about pleasant things. Maybe he or she is thinking about a boyfriend or girlfriend. Maybe the student is thinking about their dream job or what they want to do in the future. So they're sitting there daydreaming and not concentrating on what the teacher is saying. And then suddenly the teacher might say, "Wake up! Stop daydreaming!" And the student suddenly sits up and realizes, "Oh my God, I'm in class." So this is what daydreaming is. It's when you should be focusing, you should be doing a task, but you're thinking about something pleasant and you're not engaged in the task. So Edward daydreams a lot in class. He sits there and thinks about things when he should be listening to the teacher or concentrating on his work. Do you ever daydream? Have you ever caught yourself daydreaming when someone is talking? I sometimes do it. So you're at home and you're thinking about something pleasant, and suddenly someone comes, your friend or your mum or your dad or your brother or sister. They come and start talking to you, but you're still daydreaming, so you didn't listen to anything they said. You didn't understand a word they said. And suddenly you realize, "Oh my God, I'm daydreaming." And you turn to the other person and say, "Oh, sorry, what did you say? I didn't hear you." So this is daydreaming. I sometimes catch myself daydreaming at home when I should be listening to the other person. Yes, I'm aware that he daydreams a lot, but often he's just thinking about the task he's doing. It's his way of thinking about the task and coming up with the best answer. Mrs. Patterson asked Mr. Wright to talk to Edward about his daydreaming. And then Mr. Wright said, "Well, yes, I know he daydreams sometimes, but it's not a real problem. In fact, when he daydreams, he's actually thinking about the task he's trying to do. So he's not really thinking about other things. He's thinking about the task and he's trying to come up with the answer." So Mr. Wright used the phrase, "come up with something." When we come up with something, we think of a plan, an idea, or a solution, an answer to something. In this case, Edward is trying to come up with a solution or an answer to the task that he's focusing on. So when he's coming up with an answer, this means he's thinking of an answer. He's thinking of a solution. Inventors have to think a lot about solutions to problems. This is how they come up with their inventions. So you can see I've used the phrase "come up with" inventions. This means they thought about an idea or a solution or a plan. So we can say Edison came up with the idea for a light bulb. This means he thought about it, he thought about the solution, and he had the idea for this thing. So use this phrase, "come up with something," when you want to say someone is thinking about an answer, an idea, or a plan. It seems as though Edward doesn't participate in sport very much. What sports or activities would pique his interest. Mrs. Patterson is a bit worried that Edward isn't participating in sports at school. So she asked Mr. Wright, what sports would pique Edward's interest? Now, when we use the expression pique your interest, we mean that something makes you curious or interested. It means you want to find out more about this thing. Now, in this case, Mrs. Patterson is asking Mr. Wright what sports would interest Edward. What sports or activities would he be interested in? Because at the moment, he's not participating in sports. Maybe all the sports at school are boring. So she's trying to find out from Mr. Wright which sports would make him curious or interested so that he could start participating in these sports. So she said, what sports or activities would pique his interest? What sports would he like to learn more about? If you're in a store, let's say it's a clothing store, you're looking around at all the clothes, the jumpers, the jackets, the jeans, and the store clerk, the person who works in that store, is following you around because the store clerk wants to know what you're interested in. Now he or she might say to you, "Hello, sir," or "Madam, has anything piqued your interest?" Now this means, are you interested in any of these clothes? Do you like these jeans? Do you like this jacket? Do you like this jumper over here? What has piqued your interest? Then you might say, "Oh, I like these jeans right here. These look quite cool. Do you think they would suit me?" And the store clerk knows now what has piqued your interest. He knows what you're interested in and what you might want to buy. So now the store clerk can show you the right size. He can get you to try on the jeans to see if they fit well, to see if they suit you, and so on. So these jeans piqued your interest. This means you're more curious about them, you're interested in them, and you might want to buy them. For starters, he loves running. He goes running in the park every morning. He also likes playing badminton, table tennis, and snooker. Mr. Wright is giving Mrs. Patterson some ideas for what would pique Edward's interest. He gave some ideas like running, badminton, table tennis, and snooker. So he gave 4 sports or activities that might pique Edward's interest. Now, at the beginning, Mr. Wright used the expression "for starters." This is an expression we use for the first thing in a list of things. So we mentioned that Mr. Wright gave 4 ideas to Mrs. Patterson. The first one was running, and then he mentioned badminton, table tennis, and snooker. So he wanted first to focus on running. So he said, "for starters." This means it's the first thing in a list of things I'm going to give you. For starters, he likes running. He goes running in the park every morning. He also likes this, this, and this. So you can see how we've constructed the list. We've given the first thing using "for starters," and then we've said he also likes this thing, and this thing. So use "for starters" like this when you want to say, this is the first thing in a list of things that I'm about to tell you. Here is another example for you. Imagine I planned to go to a music concert. My friend asks me, Hey Anthony, how was the music concert last night? Did you go? I can say no, I didn't go. I wanted to go, but I couldn't go. My friend might say to me, well, why didn't you go? You really wanted to go to that concert. Now, I might have a list of reasons I didn't go. So I've got a list of 3 things. I can say, for starters, the tickets were too expensive. I couldn't afford them. Also, no one would go with me, and I didn't have much time because I was busy at work. So you can see I've given 3 reasons. Number 1, the tickets were too expensive. Number 2, no one would come with me. And number 3, I was too busy anyway. Now, for the first reason in this list, I've used the expression for starters. I said, for starters, the tickets were too expensive. Also, no one would come with me, and I was very busy at work. So I've given 3 reasons, and for the first reason, I've used the expression for starters. Well, why don't we establish a new sports club at the school? Edward could help to organize it, and that would give him motivation to join in. Mrs. Patterson has a great idea to give Edward some motivation to join in with sports. She said, well, why don't we establish a new sports club at the school? Now, when we establish something, we start a club, an organization, or a business, for example. You start this thing. So Mrs. Patterson is trying to say, why don't we start a new club? Why don't we form a new club? This will help Edward gain some motivation, and he can help start this new club. He can help to establish it. So when we establish something, we start it. She wants to start this new club. Edward can help, and this will give him more motivation to join in with sports. So we can use establish to talk about clubs in this case, or we can use it to talk about businesses, companies, for example. Let's talk about Apple, the famous company started by Steve Jobs. Apple was established in the 1980s in Steve Jobs' garage in California. Amazon, the giant e-commerce company, was started in 1994 by Jeff Bezos. So we use establish in this way to say something was started, an organization, a business, a company, or a club was started. You often see the word establish on company logos. So if you look at some company logos, you might see the word established and then the year the company was established, the year the company started. So for example, if a company started in 1922, the logo might say established 1922. This simply means the company was formed, the company started in this year. That sounds like a fantastic idea. I'll tell him about it when I get home. I have a feeling he'll be really excited to get started. Mr. Wright thinks Mrs. Patterson's idea is fantastic. She thinks establishing a new club is a great idea for Edward to get some motivation to join in with sports. And then he said, right, when I get home I'm going to tell Edward about this. I have a feeling that he will be really excited. Now the expression I have a feeling means that we think something is true. We feel inside that something is true or correct. We're not 100% sure because we don't have evidence yet, but we are 90% sure that this thing is true or right. So Mr. Right thinks that Edward will be excited. He can't be sure. Maybe Edward won't be excited. Maybe he won't be interested in establishing a new club. But he thinks that Edward will be excited. He's 90 or 95% sure that Edward will be excited and happy to establish a new club at school. So he used the expression, I have a feeling. I have a feeling Edward will be really excited. Imagine if a company is performing really badly. Sales are going down, the company has lots of debt and many problems. Lots of the staff are being asked to leave the company. So there are big problems in this company. Now, one of the workers is worried about her job. She thinks that she will lose her job soon because the company is doing so badly. Now, because she feels that this might happen, because she has an idea, she thinks it might happen, she is maybe 80 or 90% sure that she's going to lose her job, she can use this expression, I have a feeling. So she might say, the company is doing really poorly. Sales are down. Staff are losing their jobs. I have a feeling that I'm going to lose my job soon. This means she thinks this is true. She thinks it's going to happen soon. She has a feeling inside. I have a feeling I'm going to lose my job. One more thing, Mr. Right. Please give this homework task to Edward. I hope he can complete it by next week. Mrs. Patterson and Mr. Right have finished their meeting now. But Mrs. Patterson just wants to say one last thing to Mr. Right. And she used the expression, one more thing, Mr. Right. Please give this homework task to Edward. Now, when we want to say one last thing in a conversation before we go or before we stop talking, we use the expression, one more thing. This means I just want to add one more thing at the end before we stop talking and before we go. So Mrs. Patterson knows that the meeting is at an end, but she just wants to say one more thing before Mr. Right leaves. She said, oh, one more thing, Mr. Right. Please give this to Edward. I hope he can do it by next week. Imagine a mother and father are going away for the weekend. They're going on a short break to another city. And they're leaving their son at home. He is 18 years old, so he's old enough to look after himself, but still quite young. So the parents, the mother and father, are just about to leave for their short break. They're talking to their son before they go. The mother is saying, please look after yourself, be careful, make sure you have enough food in the fridge, and, oh, one more thing, no parties at home. So she's used the expression, one more thing, at the end, just before she goes, to say, don't have any parties at home, no house parties while we're away. So she was just about to leave. Before she left and stopped talking to her son, she said, oh, one more thing. No house parties while we're away. So use the expression, one more thing, when you want to add one last point before you leave. No problem, Mrs. Patterson. Thank you for all your help over the past term. don't hesitate to get in touch if you need to talk about Edward again. Mr. Wright and Mrs. Patterson have ended their meeting. Mr. Wright is very happy with Mrs. Patterson. He said, "Wow, thanks for your help over the past term." And then he said, "Don't hesitate to contact me if you want to talk about Edward again." Now, when we use the expression "don't hesitate," you're encouraging the other person to do something. Even though it's a negative, do not, we actually mean do this thing. Please do this thing if you want to do it. So he's saying, if you want to contact me to talk about Edward again, please do it. Don't hesitate. It's a nice way of saying, I am here and available if you need me. So please don't hesitate to contact me. Please do it if you need. We often use this expression when we want to show kindness and generosity and warmth to another person. So if my friend is feeling very sad, maybe she broke up with her boyfriend recently, she's feeling really upset, depressed, she's sad, she's lonely, she's at home all the time thinking about her ex-boyfriend, I might say to my friend, "Look, don't worry, I'm always here if you need to talk. Don't hesitate to call me if you want to have a chat." Now I've used the expression "don't hesitate." I'm showing my friend that I'm always here and available if you want to have a chat on the phone. I'm saying please do it. Please call me if you need to at all. So use "don't hesitate" in this way when you want to show kindness and warmth and to show that you are available for the other person. Those are all the phrases we're going to master. I hope this was a helpful lecture for you. Now grab all the extra resources, ask any questions that you have in the Q&A section, and move on to the next videos. I'll see you in the next lecture. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: I had the most horrendous day today. It was possibly the worst day of my life. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Everyone at the company is over the moon about receiving a $1,000 bonus for Christmas. The boss is really generous. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Sorry, Paul. I didn't hear what you said. I was busy daydreaming. What did you say? Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Hello, madam. Has anything here piqued your interest? How about this lovely floral dress? Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: A draft deal has been written. but I think we can come up with something much better for the final draft. Speaking practice. Philip, please stop daydreaming and concentrate on the lesson. Otherwise, you won't understand anything when the test comes. Amazon, an e-commerce corporation, is one of the world's largest companies. It was established in 1994 by Jeff Bezos, who is one of the richest people in the world. Thanks for your help painting the bedrooms today. No problem. Don't hesitate to call if you need any more help with the new house. I bought a brand new car for my daughter yesterday, and she's over the moon with it. She hasn't stopped driving it since she got it. Mike, you're consistently late nowadays. Could you leave your house a bit earlier so that you can get to work on time? There's been a serious road accident on the main road heading out of the city. Traffic is bumper to bumper while the road is closed. Buying the building turned out to be a horrendous mistake. Within a year, it was falling down and had to be demolished. What made you want to move to this town? Well, for starters, it is so peaceful. I don't like noisy places. I also like the parks and countryside nearby. Listening practice. Hello, this beautiful old Japanese vase has piqued my interest. Could you tell me a bit more about it? Hello, this beautiful old Japanese vase has piqued my interest. Could you tell me a bit more about it? Are you looking forward to the Rugby World Cup final later? I can't wait to see what happens. I have a feeling it's going to be a great match. Are you looking forward to the Rugby World Cup final later? I can't wait to see what happens. I have a feeling it's going to be a great match. Our university wants to attract the brightest minds and the most hard-working students. If you think you have what it takes, send in your application by the end of the month. Our university wants to attract the brightest minds and the most hard-working students. If you think you have what it takes, send in your application by the end of the month. Larry, tidy your room and wash the dishes, please. And one more thing. Don't throw your dirty clothes on the floor. Larry, tidy your room and wash the dishes, please. And one more thing. Don't throw your dirty clothes on the floor. The design is great, but there's plenty of room for improvement in the battery life. If we get that right, we will have the best electric car on the market. The design is great, but there's plenty of room for improvement in the battery life. If we get that right, we will have the best electric car on the market. I've come up with a name for our band. How about Sunset Patrol? I don't really like that name. Think of a different one. I've come up with a name for our band. How about Sunset Patrol? I don't really like that name. Think of a different one. Today is election day, and everyone is expected to vote. Shops and businesses are only open half day to make sure everyone can get to a polling station. Today is election day, and everyone is expected to vote. Shops and businesses are only open half day to make sure everyone can get to a polling station. Words and phrases in use. Conversation 10. A woman is talking about her dream of becoming a musician and what she does now. I established this shop when I was just 20 years old. Music piqued my interest when I was in primary school, and I learned to play many musical instruments such as the guitar, the violin, the flute, and the cello. I used to daydream every day about becoming a professional musician, but unfortunately I didn't make it. However, I always wanted to be involved in music, so I came up with the idea of opening a musical instrument shop. For me, it's the best job in the world. For starters, I get to play music every day. I also get to pass on my musical knowledge to my customers, and that's why they always return to my shop. Recently, I opened up another shop in a different city. It's doing really well, so I'm over the moon. Even though I'm not a musician, I'm still doing something that I love, and I have a feeling that I'll do it for the rest of my life. Conversation 11. Two friends are talking about their plans for the coming days. What are your plans for tomorrow, Ben? I'm off to the beach with my family. The weather is so good that we decided to go there for a few days. Lucky you. I'm stuck here working for the next few days. I guess you're heading off early in the morning so that you don't get stuck in traffic. Yeah, we're planning on setting off at 6 a.m. so that we have the whole day to relax. I'm going to hit the sack early tonight. Your kids will love playing in the sea. Are you staying in a hotel? No, actually we're going to stay on a campsite. We're packing our tent, camping equipment, and lots of food. I'm praying that it doesn't rain. Have you ever been camping? Yeah, My parents used to take me a lot when I was younger, but I haven't been for a few years. I still have lots of camping equipment lying around in the garage. I should take the kids someday. Oh, that reminds me. My camping stove has run out of gas. Do you have any spare cartridges? I'll have a look when I get back home. I'm sure there are some lying around in the garage. If I find any, I'll drop them off at your place later. That's great. You're a lifesaver. No gas equals no food. Speaking of food, why don't we grab some lunch? It's on me. Oh, thanks, Ben. I'd love to. Where do you have in mind? There's a fantastic little Italian restaurant on the corner over there. Their lasagna is to die for. Conversation 11 explained. Two friends are talking about their plans for the coming days. What are your plans for tomorrow, Ben? I'm off to the beach with my family. The weather is so good that we decided to go there for a few days. David and Ben are having a chat about their plans for the coming days. David asked Ben, "What are your plans for tomorrow?" And Ben said, "I'm off to the beach with my family." Let's look at the expression off to. Now, if someone is off to somewhere, it means they are going to that place. It's just a different way of saying I'm going there. So Ben is going to the beach with his family. But instead of saying going to, he used this expression. It's an informal way of saying going to. I'm off to the beach with my family. So this is an informal way of saying you're going somewhere. Let's say I'm at home and I'm just quickly going to the shop to get some bread and milk. I might ask members of my family if they want anything from the shop while I'm there. So I can say to my mum and dad or my brother and sister, "I'm off to the shop. Would you like anything while I'm there?" So I've used this expression, off to. I'm off to the shop. This means I'm going there now. Would you like anything while I'm there? So use off to as an informal, casual way of saying you're going somewhere. Lucky you! I'm stuck here working for the next few days. So Ben is off to the beach tomorrow because the weather is so good. Unfortunately, poor David isn't going anywhere. He's just working over the next few days. He said, "Lucky you. I'm stuck here working for the next few days." Now he used the expression stuck here. Let's look at this in more detail. We use this expression when we are in a place that we don't want to be. So in this case, the weather is so nice, Ben is going to the beach, everyone is out having fun, but poor David isn't having any fun. He's not going to the beach, he's not going out. He has to work for the next few days. So he doesn't really want to be at work. He'd prefer to be out in the sunshine, at the beach or in the park, but he has to be at work, stuck in an office. So he said, "I'm stuck here, working for the next few days." So the expression stuck here means you're in a place that you don't want to be. You really don't want to be here, but you have to be here. So poor David is stuck here working. Imagine there are two young children, a brother and a sister. The brother asks his mum if he can go out to play, and his mum says, yes, you can go out to play and enjoy the sunshine. And the sister asks the same thing. She says, Mum, can I go out to play? But the mum says, no, you need to finish your homework. Now the sister won't be happy, right? She'll be unhappy sitting at home doing homework. So while she's sitting at home doing her homework and her brother is outside playing, she might say to her mum, Mum, this is not fair. I'm stuck here doing homework and my brother is outside playing. It's not fair. So she's used the expression stuck here. I'm stuck here doing homework. This means she's in a place she really doesn't want to be. She doesn't want to be at home in her bedroom doing homework. She wants to be outside playing and enjoying the sunshine. So you stuck here when you're in a place that you really don't want to be. I guess you're heading off early in the morning so that you don't get stuck in traffic. David made a prediction. He said, I guess you're heading off early tomorrow morning to avoid the traffic. Now notice, before he made his prediction, he used the expression, I guess. This is to make a prediction, to make a guess. Now we are quite sure that our prediction is going to be correct. We're 70-80% sure that what we're saying is correct, but we're just making the prediction to see what the other person says. So David is guessing, he's predicting that Ben will leave early tomorrow morning so he doesn't get stuck in traffic. And he used the expression, I guess, to make this prediction. Now imagine if I'm in the office and we are waiting for a colleague to join the meeting. It's 9 a.m. now and the meeting starts right now at 9 a.m. But our colleague hasn't arrived yet. So we might say, oh, where is James? Why hasn't he arrived yet? It's 9 a.m. Some people might make a prediction. They might guess what happened to him. And they'll use this expression, I guess, to make this prediction. Now, it's likely that James is stuck in traffic. He often gets stuck in traffic on his way to work. So we're 70 or 80% sure it's correct. So we might say, where is James? He should be here by now. And a person might respond, I guess he's stuck in traffic. So this person is making a prediction. He is saying, I think this is true. I guess he is stuck in traffic. So use I guess when you make a prediction. You think it's true. You're 70 or 80% sure that this thing is true. Yeah, we're planning on setting off at 6 a.m. so that we have the whole day to relax. David's prediction was correct. Remember, David said, I guess you're heading off early tomorrow morning to avoid the traffic. And Ben said, yeah, we're planning on setting off, this means leaving your house, at 6 a.m. So he's going to leave very early in the morning to avoid the traffic. Now he used the expression planning on doing something. So he's planning on setting off at 6 a.m. When we plan on doing something, it means we intend to do that thing. It's a plan. It's in our schedule. So Ben is planning on leaving early tomorrow morning. This is what he intends to do. He's told his wife and kids, look, we're getting up very early tomorrow morning and we're leaving at 6 a.m. This is his plan. This is his intention. So he used the expression, I'm planning on setting off at 6 a.m. Notice the structure with this expression. Planning on doing something. So after the expression planning on, we use an ing verb. So it could be I'm planning on leaving at 6 a.m. I'm planning on going to the shop. I'm planning on visiting my friend. Notice it's always an ing verb after the expression plan on. Think about some things that you intend to do tomorrow or next week, next month, or even next year. What are your plans? What do you intend to do? For example, tomorrow I intend to go shopping to buy some groceries. So I can use the expression planning on. I'm planning on going to the supermarket tomorrow to do my grocery shopping. Next week, I intend to visit my parents. So I can use this expression again, planning on. I can say, next week I'm planning on visiting my mum and dad. What about next year? Do you have any plans for next year? I'd like to visit Japan next year. I'm really thinking about going there, so I can use the expression planning on. I'm planning on taking a trip around Japan next year. So use this expression when you intend to do something in the future. I'm going to hit the sack early tonight. Because Ben is leaving very early tomorrow morning, it makes sense for him to go to bed early the night before. And that's exactly what he said. He said, I'm going to hit the sack early tonight. Now he used a very good idiom here, hit the sack. When we hit the sack, it means we go to bed. So David is going to hit the sack early because he needs to get up early tomorrow. He needs to get up at 6 a.m. So he said, I'm going to hit the sack early tonight. If you've had a really, really long day, you've done lots of different things. You've been swimming, you went shopping, you went for a bike ride, and you went to the cinema. You've done lots of different activities. Now, by the end of the day, when you get home, you're going to be quite tired after all this. So you might come home and say, wow, we did so many things today. I'm exhausted. We went to the cinema, we went shopping, we went swimming, we went for a bike ride. I'm going to hit the sack. So this means you're exhausted and you're going to go straight to bed. Your kids will love playing in the sea. Are you staying in a hotel? No, actually, we're going to stay on a campsite. We're packing our tent, camping equipment, and lots of food. I'm praying that it doesn't rain. Ben and his family are staying on a campsite. This means they're going camping in a tent. And then he said, I'm praying that it doesn't rain. Now, when we pray for something, we don't actually have to be religious in this sense of the word. We don't have to believe in a God. This simply means I hope that something comes true. So Ben is hoping that it doesn't rain when they're out camping. If you're in a tent and it rains a lot, The tent can become flooded. It becomes very uncomfortable. It's very damp and not a very pleasant experience. So Ben is really hoping that there's no rain. So he used the expression praying. I'm praying that it doesn't rain. He really hopes that this comes true. If you've applied to a university and you really, really want to go to that university, you're really hoping that they accept your application form and offer you a place at their university because you love the university so much. You love the campus, the course, and the atmosphere of the place. Well, you can use the expression, I'm praying. You can say, I'm praying that the university accepts me. I'm praying that they offer me a place. What you're saying here is, I really hope this comes true. So when you desperately want something to happen, when you desperately want it to come true, you can use the expression, I'm praying for this thing to happen. Have you ever been camping? Yeah, my parents used to take me a lot when I was younger, but I haven't been for a few years. I still have lots of camping equipment lying around in the garage. I should take the kids someday. David used to go camping a lot when he was younger, but he hasn't been for a few years now. However, he still has lots of camping equipment in his garage. He said, I have lots of equipment lying around in my garage. Now, when something is lying around, it means that it's there, but it's not stored away properly. In other words, you don't really care about this thing very much. So because it's been many years since David has used his camping equipment, he doesn't care for it that much anymore. It's just in his garage. Maybe it's in a corner, in a big pile. It looks quite messy and untidy. So in this case, it's lying around. His camping equipment is lying around in the garage somewhere. It means he doesn't know exactly where it is. He thinks it's somewhere in a corner, but he doesn't care about it that much. Very often, children play with toys for a while. So they'll have lots of toys out playing with them on the floor, and then when they get bored of the toys and they're not interested anymore, they just leave them lying around. This means they don't care for them anymore. They leave them in a messy pile all over the floor, and the mum or dad has to come and clear it up for them. So children often leave toys lying around on the floor. When I was younger, I used to leave my dirty clothes lying around on my bedroom floor for my mum to come in and take to the washing machine. So I wouldn't leave my dirty clothes in a nice basket or next to the washing machine. I would just throw them on the floor, and I wouldn't care for them very much. I'd leave them in an untidy pile. So I can say, I left my clothes lying around when I was younger. This means I didn't really care about them. I left them in an untidy pile, and I just left them there for my mum to collect and wash for me. Oh, that reminds me. My camping stove has run out of gas. Do you have any spare gas cartridges? As they are talking about camping, Ben has been reminded of something. So he used the expression, that reminds me. We use this at the beginning of a sentence when we want to say something that we have been reminded of by the other person. So David and Ben were talking about camping. Then David said, "Oh, I've got lots of camping equipment in my garage." And that reminded Ben of something. Suddenly he remembered, "Oh, I have run out of gas." So use "that reminds me" to say, "Oh, what you just said reminded me of something. I have just remembered something that I need to say now." So we say, "that reminds me." So if I'm talking to my friend about cars, imagine he brings up the topic of cars. He says, "Oh, I'm thinking about buying a new car. I don't like my car. It's very old, so I want to buy a new one." And when he's talking about cars, I suddenly remember something about my car. It reminds me that I need to do something about my car. So as we're talking about cars, I can say to my friend, "Oh, that reminds me. I need to take my car to the mechanic to get fixed." So you can see how I've used the expression "that reminds me" at the beginning of the sentence. My friend reminded me of this thing because we were talking about cars. It's a similar topic. So I said, "Oh, that reminds me. I need to get my car fixed very soon." Ben used another expression that we're going to look at. He used the 3-word phrasal verb run out of something. So he said, "Oh, that reminds me," because he was just reminded of something. And then he said, "My camping stove," which is the small cooker, "has run out of gas." Now when we run out of gas or something else, it means the supply is finished. There is no more. So his camping stove has run out of gas. That means he has no more gas whatsoever. Then Ben asked David, "Do you have any spare gas cartridges?" Because David has lots of camping equipment lying around in his garage. So Ben thought, "Oh, let me ask David if he has any gas cartridges." So because Ben has run out of gas, he's asking David if he has any spare gas cartridges. Now, we can run out of anything really. Anything with a supply of something that gets lower and lower, we can run out of. For example, petrol in your car. You go to the petrol station or the gas station, you fill up your car with gas or petrol, and you drive around for a week or so. As you drive around, the petrol gauge gets lower and lower and lower before you finally run out of petrol. This means the supply of petrol in your car is finished. We can run out of food as well. Imagine I have no more sugar and no more coffee. I can say to my mum, "Mum, we have run out of sugar and coffee. Please buy some more." So I've used the 3-word phrasal verb run out of to say the supply of sugar and coffee is finished. There's no more. So this means I want my mother to buy some more sugar and coffee. So use run out of when the supply of something is completely finished. "I'll have a look when I get back home. I'm sure there are some lying around in the garage. If I find any, I'll drop them off at your place later." So Ben needs more gas cartridges for his camping stove. And David has kindly said, "Sure, I'll have a look when I get home. There might be some lying around in my garage." And then he said, "If I find any gas cartridges, I'll drop them off at your place later." So he's used the phrasal verb drop something off. When we drop something off, we bring it to someone, we give it to them, and then we leave. So we can drop off gas canisters like this. This means David will go to Ben's house, give him the gas canisters, and say goodbye. He'll go back home. This is dropping something off. If you have a parcel to deliver to someone, you can drop the parcel off. This means you bring it to someone, you bring it to their house, you knock on the door, give it to them, and then you leave. This is dropping something off. Now we can drop something off, which is an object like gas canisters or a parcel, but we can also drop someone off. So we can use people with this phrasal verb. So we can drop something off or drop someone off. For example, if I have 3 children, I can say, it's my job to drop my children off at school every morning. This means I take them from my house, we drive to school, I let them go into school, and then I go back home or I go to my office. So this is dropping someone off. If my friend is going on holiday, he might ask me to drop him off at the airport. So this means I take my friend, I bring him to the airport, I let him go to check in, say goodbye, and then I go back home. This is dropping someone off. So use this phrasal verb with things or people to say that you bring them somewhere to their destination and then you leave. You go back home or do something else that you were doing before. That's great. You're a lifesaver. No gas equals no food. Ben is really thankful that David is going to have a look for some gas canisters. And then he used 2 interesting expressions that we're going to look at in more detail. First he said, you're a lifesaver. And then he said, no gas equals no food. So let's have a look at the second one first, equals. Now we use equals when we want to say that one thing results in another thing. So Ben said, no gas equals no food. This means if he has no gas canisters, the result is no food. So it basically means no gas means no food. This is the result. If you have no gas, the result is no food. Imagine I am the security guard for a music concert. I check everyone's tickets before they enter the concert hall. Now, one person has no ticket to enter. I can say to this person, sorry, no ticket equals no entry. This means if you have no ticket, the result is no entry. So we can use this in short, simple sentences like this when we want to be direct with someone. No ticket equals no entry. You see how the sentence is short and snappy. If I were to reconstruct it in a fuller sentence, I might say to the person, if you don't have a ticket, it means you can't enter the concert. But you see how that's much longer? Whereas if we use equals, we can make the sentence shorter and snappier for effect. So I say, sorry, no ticket equals no entry. Now let's go back to the first expression that Ben used. He said to David, you're a lifesaver. Now a lifesaver is someone who helps you out when you're in a very difficult situation, when you have a problem or some other issue. The other person comes along and helps you in this really difficult situation. So Ben's difficult situation is that he has no gas. He has run out of gas. And David is trying to help him. He said, well, I might have some gas canisters lying around in my garage. I'll drop them off at your house later. So this is helping Ben a lot. So he said, oh, thank you. You are a lifesaver. You're helping me out in this really difficult situation. It's difficult because, remember, no gas equals no food. So Ben is very thankful to David. He's saying, wow, you're helping me out. You're a lifesaver. Now, the situation doesn't have to be very difficult or very serious. It can be a mild problem. We can still use the expression, you're a lifesaver. So let's say one day at work, I'm really tired. I had a late night and I get to work and I don't feel very energetic. I'm tired. I'm half asleep at my desk. I can't really focus. And then my work colleague comes along and brings me a nice cup of coffee from the coffee shop nearby. Now the coffee is going to wake me up. It's going to give me some caffeine and give me a small boost. So I can say, wow, thank you so much for this delicious coffee. You're a lifesaver. Now I'm using the expression lifesaver here to say that you've bought me this coffee. It's going to help me overcome this mild problem of being tired and a bit groggy. So thank you very much. You're helping me out in this difficult situation. So I can say, oh, did you buy this coffee for me, Gemma? Thank you. You are a lifesaver. Speaking of food, why don't we grab some lunch? It's on me. They were just talking about food. If you remember, Ben said no gas equals no food. And then he used the expression that we learned in a previous lecture, speaking of food. Now this topic of food was brought up. So he used speaking of food at the beginning of his sentence. He said, oh, speaking of food, why don't we grab some lunch? And then he said, it's on me. Now when we say, it's on me, it means I will pay for this thing. So when you're going out for lunch, as in this example, when you're going out for dinner, for breakfast, or if you're going to the coffee shop to buy some coffee, any kind of food or beverage that you're buying, you can say, it's on me. This means you are paying for the food or drinks. So Ben is saying, let's grab some lunch. It's on me. I'm going to pay for this meal. We often say it's on me when we are feeling generous and kind. We want to show kindness to the other person. Now, if you remember, David is helping Ben out. He's going to look for some gas cartridges and drop them off at his house later. Now, this is a very kind act. So perhaps Ben thought, oh, let me return some kindness. I will buy lunch for you. So he said, let's grab some lunch. It's on me. So he used this expression to say, I want to show some kindness towards you now. So if a friend has been really helpful recently, if a friend has done lots for you, if he or she has really been kind to you and has helped you in some difficult situation, you might take him or her out for a meal, and at the end of the meal, when you're ready to pay, you can say, oh, it's on me. Because you've been so kind to me recently, because you've helped me in this difficult period, I want to pay for the meal. It's on me. So use this when you want to pay for the meal and show kindness and gratitude towards the other person. Oh, thanks, Ben. I'd love to. Where do you have in mind? David would love to go to the restaurant with Ben. He said, "Yep, I'd love to go." And then he asked a question. Where do you have in mind? Now, this expression, have in mind, is used when we are thinking about something. So we can have something in mind, we can have someone in mind, a person, or we can have somewhere in mind, a place. In this case, we're talking about a place because David used the question word where. Where do you have in mind? This means that he's asking Ben, what place are you thinking about? What place are you planning on going to? So it could be an Italian restaurant, it could be a Chinese restaurant, a Japanese restaurant. What place are you thinking about going to have lunch? So we can have somewhere in mind, which is a place, as in this example, but we can also have something in mind, a thing, an object. So let's say I'm thinking about buying a present for my father. I call my brothers and sisters and ask them if they have any ideas for a present. I can ask them, so we're thinking about buying a present for Dad. What do you have in mind? Now you can see I've used the question word what because I'm talking about a thing. What do you have in mind? What present are you thinking about? And lastly, we can have someone in mind. We can have a person that we're thinking about. So if I own a company and I'm speaking to my co-owner, he and I are thinking of employing someone for a new job, a new role. We have 5 candidates and the co-owner is already thinking about one person to give the job to. So I can ask her, well, who do you have in mind? This means, who are you thinking about? Who do you want to give the job to? So you can see here I've used the question word who because I'm talking about a person. So I can ask the co-owner, who do you have in mind? Who are you thinking about for this particular job? So use this expression, have in mind, when you're asking the other person what they are thinking about. It could be a place, a person, or a thing. There's a fantastic little Italian restaurant on the corner over there. Their lasagna is to die for. So the place that Ben had in mind was a little Italian restaurant on the corner. He said it's fantastic. This is the place that he had in mind. This is what he was thinking about. And then he said, their lasagna is to die for. Now this is an interesting idiom. Again, it doesn't really mean we're dying. It's nothing to do with death. If something is to die for, it means we like this thing or want this thing very, very much. So it's really, really special for us. We think it tastes good or looks good or feels good. Whatever it is, we want it and we like it very much. So in this example, Ben is saying this Italian restaurant is amazing. He's been there before and he's eaten the lasagna and he thinks the lasagna tastes amazing. It tastes fantastic. It's the best lasagna he's tasted in his life. So he can say the lasagna is to die for. It means he likes it very much and he really wants it now. He wants to eat it. So this idiom is very often used with food. You often hear food-related sentences around this idiom. So it could be cake or chocolate. You might say, oh, this cake is to die for. This means it tastes so good. But we don't just have to talk about food. It could be anything really, really special or something that you like so much. So if I look around my dream home, imagine I'm planning on buying a new house and I visit my dream home. The property agent shows me round. I look around and I think, wow, this place is amazing. The bathroom is beautiful. The kitchen is brand new. The living room looks spectacular. There's so much space. Garden is amazing. It's really spacious and there are lots of trees. It is my dream home. I can say to my friend, wow, I visited my dream home today. It is to die for. This means I like it very, very much. I like it so, so much. It's my dream home and I really, really want it. I want to buy it now. So I can say, wow, this house, it was just spectacular. It was to die for. Thanks for watching this lecture. I hope it helped you. Now move on to the next lectures. Download all the extra resources and go over to the Q&A section if you have any questions. I'll see you in the next video. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: It's only 6 p.m. and James has already hit the sack. He must have been so tired. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: Holly and I are planning on visiting London on Wednesday. Would you like to come with us? Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: My dream car is probably a red Ferrari. That car is to die for. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: I can't believe it. Everyone else in the office has gone on a team-building day out, while I'm stuck here doing paperwork. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: My smartphone has run out of storage space. I need to buy a new memory card for it. Speaking practice. I need to be at work in 5 minutes. Could you drop me off, please? Otherwise, I'll be late. Chris, we've run out of tea and sugar. Could you go to the shop and buy some, please? Frank, can I borrow your phone to make a call, please? Sure. Here you go. That reminds me. I need to call Anne to let her know about the party. It's been a really long day. We went swimming, then cycling, and then we went to the cinema. I think it's time to hit the sack. Hi, Rachel. Peter and I are off to Spain for a few days. Do you think you can look after my cat while we're away? Did you buy this coffee for me, Gemma? Oh, you're a lifesaver. I was almost falling asleep at my desk. I can't believe it. I've lost my car key and I don't have a spare one. I'm sure I left it lying around here somewhere. Graham is late again. What could be keeping him? I guess he's stuck in traffic. It's 5 p.m., so traffic will be really heavy now. Listening practice. I really wish I could join you at the restaurant tonight, but I'm so ill. I hate being stuck here at home all day. I really wish I could join you at the restaurant tonight, but I'm so ill. I hate being stuck here at home all day. We've got 3 essays to complete by next week. We're going to be really busy. I know. I'm praying that we don't get any science homework from Mr. Rogers. We've got 3 essays to complete by next week. We're going to be really busy. I know. I'm praying that we don't get any science homework from Mr. Rogers. Eddie, I didn't know that you could bake so well. This chocolate cake is delicious, and these blueberry muffins are to die for. Eddie, I didn't know that you could bake so well. This chocolate cake is delicious, and these blueberry muffins are to die for. All university lectures have been cancelled tomorrow, so we have a free day. If you're not planning on doing anything, let's meet and go shopping. All university lectures have been cancelled tomorrow, so we have a free day. If you're not planning on doing anything, let's meet and go shopping. Jane and I are celebrating our 20th wedding anniversary today, so the drinks are on me. What would everyone like to have? Jane and I are celebrating our 20th wedding anniversary today, so the drinks are on me. What would everyone like to have? I can't believe it. I've put on 3 kilograms in weight. How is it possible? Charlie, lots of junk food and no exercise equals more weight. I can't believe it. I've put on 3 kilograms in weight. How is it possible? Charlie, lots of junk food and no exercise equals more weight. You said that you want to go on holiday with the kids next month. Where do you have in mind? You said that you want to go on holiday with the kids next month. Where do you have in mind? Words and phrases in use. Conversation 11. A man is talking about the company he recently joined and his plans for the future. I have just started this job, and so far I have really enjoyed it. I'm working for a company that sells computer software. Today, I'm stuck here in the office, while everyone else is off to a team-building workshop. The boss asked me to stay and look after the office while everyone is away. I'm planning on staying at this company for a few years to learn as much as I can. More knowledge equals more money. After I gain some experience, I want to start my own business. I have a few ideas in mind already, such as starting an internet marketing company. That reminds me, I need to leave a message for the marketing department. Conversation 12. A woman is visiting the doctor about a rash on her hand. Hello, madam. How can I help you? I'd like to book an appointment to see Dr. Clark. I've got the most awful rash on my hand that won't go away. I'll get an appointment booked for you right away. Can I take your name, please? My name is Wendy Hamilton. I've been seeing Dr. Clark for as long as I can remember. Oh, yes, Mrs. Hamilton. Dr. Clark has had a cancellation and is free right now. You can go and see him immediately. Please mind the step as you enter the room. A few moments later, in the doctor's examination room. Hello, Mrs. Hamilton. What can I do for you today? Hello, doctor. Over the past few months, this rash on my hand has been getting worse and worse. I've tried umpteen different creams and lotions, but nothing works. It appears you may have some kind of allergy. I'll send you to a skin specialist. In the meantime, I'll give you some cream to put on it. Have you recently started eating any foods that you never used to eat? Now that you mention it, I recently started eating peanuts. I never used to eat them, but I suddenly got a taste for them a few months ago. Well, that could be the culprit. I would stop eating peanuts for a while to see if the rash subsides. If it does, then you most probably have a peanut allergy. However, still go to the skin specialist to confirm our suspicions. Thank you, doctor. I can't believe I didn't realize that a food could have been the cause of this rash. Here is your cream. Apply this twice a day, and it should bring you some relief. Have a great day, Mrs. Hamilton. Conversation 12 explained. A woman is visiting the doctor about a rash on her hand. Hello, madam. How can I help you? I'd like to book an appointment to see Dr. Clark. I've got the most awful rash on my hand that won't go away. Wendy wants to see the doctor because she has a rash on her hand. It's a very, very bad rash because she used the expression the most awful. She said, I've got the most awful rash on my hand and it won't go away. Now, when we use the expression the most awful, it means extremely bad. We use it to describe something that is very unpleasant. In this case, Wendy is talking about a very unpleasant rash on her hand. It's very itchy, it's red, and it just won't go away. So she described it as the most awful rash. This means it's extremely bad. Imagine I had a really bad experience with a particular airline. So I went to catch my flight, but the airline company told me, sorry, your flight is delayed by 5 hours. And then they tell me that I can't get on the flight. The flight is fully booked, so I have to wait for the next flight. And then they tell me that the next flight is 20 hours away. Of course, I would be very upset, and this would be a really bad experience with an airline. So I can use the expression the most awful. I can say, I had the most awful experience with this airline. This means it was an extremely bad experience. I had the most awful experience. They delayed my flight. They were fully booked, so I couldn't get on the flight. And then they told me the next flight was in 20 hours. So this experience is not pleasant. It was the most awful experience. I'll get an appointment booked for you right away. The receptionist said that he will book an appointment for Wendy right away. This expression means to do something immediately or right now. So obviously Wendy is in a bit of pain and discomfort. The rash is very itchy, it's red, maybe it's a bit painful. So the receptionist wants to get an appointment for her as soon as possible. So he'll book the appointment right away. This means he'll do it right now. So when we use right away, it gives a sense of urgency, of being urgent. Something is urgently needed to be done right now. For example, if we call an ambulance, there is someone involved in a car accident and we need to get an ambulance here very, very quickly. I can say, okay, I'm going to call an ambulance right away. This means I'm going to do it right now, immediately, with a sense of urgency. Sometimes we need to speak to children with a sense of urgency. We need to tell them to do something quickly or right now because they might be in danger or they might be doing something naughty. So if a little boy or girl is playing near some water, it looks quite dangerous. The water is very deep and they're playing right at the edge of the water. I might say to that little boy or girl, get back from there right away. This means get back from the water right now with a sense of urgency because it could be dangerous. You might fall in and drown. So get back from the water's edge right away. So we use it with a sense of urgency. When there's some danger or some threat, we can use this expression right away. Can I take your name, please? My name is Wendy Hamilton. I've been seeing Dr. Clark for as long as I can remember. So the receptionist is going to book an appointment for Wendy right away. Then he said, "Can I take your name, please?" And Wendy gave him her name. And then she said, "I've been seeing Dr. Clark for as long as I can remember." So she's telling the receptionist that Dr. Clark is her usual doctor. Now, the expression "for as long as I can remember" means you've been doing this thing for a very long time, an extremely long time, longer than you can actually remember. So it's been so long you can't remember when it started. So Wendy has been coming to this doctor's surgery for many, many, many years, and Dr. Clark has been working there for a long time. Since she started going there, she has been seeing Dr. Clark. So this could be from when she was a young girl. So she's been seeing Dr. Clark for as long as she can remember. This means she's been seeing him for a very long time. We often use this expression when talking about how long we have known someone. If you've known someone for an extremely long time, many, many, many years, maybe since you were a little boy or girl, since you were 2 or 3 years old, well, this is a perfect expression to use to say that you've known this person for an extremely long period of time. So you can say, "I've known Olive for as long as I can remember." This means I've known her for so long, since I was just a little boy or girl. I'm sure you have some family friends that have known you and your family for a very long time. Perhaps it's an elderly man or woman, or a neighbor that you know. Well, if you've known them for many, many, many years, since you were a very young boy or girl, you can say, "I've known this person for as long as I can remember." "Oh yes, Mrs. Hamilton. Dr. Clark has had a cancellation and is free right now. You can go and see him immediately. Please mind the step as you enter the room." So Wendy has an appointment with Dr. Clark right now. The receptionist said, "Dr. Clark has had a cancellation, so he is free right now. You can go in immediately." And then he warned Mrs. Hamilton. He said to her, "Mind the step as you enter the room." Now, when we use the word mind in this sense, it means be careful. There is some danger or something that could cause an injury. So, as you enter the doctor's room, there is a step. Now, some people might not notice the step. They might just open the door, walk in and fall down. They might trip as they hit the step. So the receptionist is warning Mrs. Hamilton. He's saying, "Please mind the step." This means be careful, be aware that the step is here. It could be a danger. So use mind to say, be careful or be aware of this thing. Now in London, we have an underground transport system, a subway system. The train comes along, and as you walk towards the train on the platform, there is a little gap between the train and the platform. Now, this gap could obviously be a danger. If you accidentally fall down into the gap, you might get stuck, so it could be very dangerous. So, as the train comes along and the doors open, there is an announcement. The announcement says, "Mind the gap between the train and the platform." So this announcement is warning you about this gap. It's saying, be careful. Be aware that there is a gap between the train and the platform. So as you step onto the train, be careful not to fall down. So use mind in this way when you want to say to someone that there is a dangerous obstacle in your way. So please be careful or be aware of it. A few moments later, in the doctor's examination room. Hello, Mrs. Hamilton. What can I do for you today? Wendy is now in Dr. Clark's examination room. Dr. Clark welcomed her in, and he asked the question, "What can I do for you today?" Now this question means, how can I help you? We often use it in slightly formal situations, and it's usually for business people or people with a client, a customer, or in this case, a patient. So you're asking the customer, client, or patient how you can help them. You want them to explain why they are here. You want them to explain what they want from you so that you can understand how to help them. So instead of saying, "How can I help you?" you can use the expression, "What can I do for you today?" So you'll often hear this in business contexts. If I want to buy a new car, I might go to a car showroom. Now, as soon as I enter the showroom, there's going to be a salesman who sees me and approaches me. Now, the salesman will probably use this kind of expression. He might say to me, "Hello, sir. What can I do for you?" He basically wants me to tell him why I'm here. So I might say, "Well, I'm looking for a brand new car." Or I might say, "I'm looking for a second-hand car." Or I'm looking for an electric vehicle. So when he says, "What can I do for you today?" he wants to know how he can help you. He wants some information from you so that he can find out exactly what you want. Hello, doctor. Over the past few months, this rash on my hand has been getting worse and worse. Dr. Clark asked Wendy, "What can I do for you today?" And Wendy said, "Well, I've got this really bad rash on my hand. And over the past few months, it's been getting worse and worse." Now she used the expression over the past. We use over the past with a time word like few months or a few years or a couple of days or 3 weeks. So you can use any time word. In this case, Wendy has used a few months. And what you're saying is, over the previous weeks, days, years, or months, this thing has happened. So over the previous few months, Wendy's rash has been getting worse and worse and worse. So she's saying recently, over these few months, this thing has happened. So use this with the time words years, months, weeks, days, hours. Any of these time words can be used with the expression over the past to say the previous years, months, weeks, or days. Imagine I have been saving really, really hard for many, many years in order to buy a house. Every day I've been saving, I've been putting my money away, I've been very careful for about 10 years. It's taken a very long time for me to get this house. But finally, I save enough money and I can buy the house. Well, I can say, over the past 10 years, I've been saving really, really hard to buy this house. Finally, I did it. I've used the expression over the past 10 years. So this means the previous 10 years from now. The previous 10 years, I've been saving very, very hard. Now, I finally did it. I finally bought the house. I've tried umpteen different creams and lotions, but nothing works. Wendy's rash has been getting worse and worse over the past few months. She's tried umpteen different creams and lotions. She used the word umpteen. Now this word means very many, so many that I can't remember. So she's tried umpteen different creams and lotions for her rash. She has bought so many from lots of different shops. Maybe she has a pile of 20 or 30 different lotions, but none of them have worked. So we use umpteen when we want to talk about a number that's very large. So Wendy has bought so many of these creams and lotions that she just can't remember how many exactly. It must be a big number, but she's lost count. She bought umpteen of these creams and lotions. Now, recently I tried to open a new bank account with a bank. I walked into this bank and I thought it would be very simple to open a bank account. But the bank asked me for so many different documents, pieces of ID, and other information. They gave me a list of so many things to bring to them. Now I can use the word umpteen in this case to say that the bank wanted so much information, so many pieces of ID, and they wanted so many documents that I can't even remember how many they wanted. So I can say, wow, I tried to open a bank account today, but it was very, very complex. They wanted umpteen pieces of information. This means they wanted so much information that I lost count of the number. It was such a large number. They wanted my passport, my ID, bank statements, information, proof of address, so many things that I just can't remember. So they wanted umpteen different documents. It appears you may have some kind of allergy. Dr. Clark now understands the problem with Wendy. She has a really bad rash and it's been getting worse and worse. She's tried umpteen different creams and lotions, but nothing worked. So Dr. Clark has a good understanding of the problem. Now he's looking at Wendy's rash and he has some idea of what the problem could be. He said it appears that you have some kind of allergy. Now he used the expression it appears. We use this expression when we have some evidence. We have something in front of us that we can see. And we think something is true based on the evidence. Now the evidence that Dr. Clark has is Wendy's rash. He can see it. She's tried umpteen different creams and lotions. Nothing worked. And it's been getting worse and worse. So this is Dr. Clark's evidence. And based on this evidence, what does he think is true? Well, he thinks that it's some kind of allergy. So he used the expression, it appears. This means based on this evidence, I think this is true. So it appears that you have some kind of allergy. If I work for a company that is struggling financially, they're losing millions of pounds, lots of staff have been asked to leave. Well, I can look at this evidence, the fact that they've lost lots of money, and staff are being asked to leave. And I can think, wow, what is true based on this evidence? Well, I think that I also might lose my job. So I can say, wow, the company is losing money, staff are being asked to leave. It appears that I might lose my job. So I've used the expression "it appears" to say, based on this evidence, I think this is true. Based on the fact that the company is struggling financially and staff are being asked to leave, I think it's true that I might lose my job. So I can say, it appears as though I might lose my job because the company is struggling and lots of staff are being asked to leave. I'll send you to a skin specialist. In the meantime, I'll give you some cream to put on it. Dr. Clark wants to send Wendy to a skin specialist. This is another doctor. But before that, he will give her some cream to put on her rash. He used the expression "in the meantime." Now, if we do something in the meantime, it means we do this thing before this thing happens. So, Dr. Clark wants to send Wendy to a skin specialist, but this won't happen for a few days or even a few weeks. So, visiting the skin specialist is far in the future. However, before that, in the meantime, Dr. Clark will give Wendy some cream to put on the rash. So in the meantime means before this thing, you can do this thing. In the meantime, here is some cream for you to put on your rash. So if we do thing A until thing B happens, it means we do thing A in the meantime. In this example, thing A is the cream, putting the cream on your rash. Thing B is visiting the skin specialist. So Wendy will use the cream in the meantime. If I plan to go traveling around South America next year, but I have no money to do it yet, I have to save lots of money before I go, I can use the expression "in the meantime." So I can say, I plan to go traveling around South America next year, but it's going to cost me a lot of money. In the meantime, I need to save lots. So you can see I've used the expression "in the meantime." So I'm doing thing A, saving lots of money, until thing B happens, traveling around South America. So I can say, I'm going to South America next year, but it's going to cost a lot of money. In the meantime, I need to save. Have you recently started eating any foods that you never used to eat? Now that you mention it, I recently started eating peanuts. Dr. Clark is asking Wendy if she has eaten anything recently that she never used to eat. And Wendy said, well, now that you mention it, I recently started eating peanuts. So Wendy recently started eating peanuts. Before this, she never used to eat them. But recently, over the past few months, she started to eat peanuts. Now she used the expression, now that you mention it. So Dr. Clark asked her, have you started eating any new foods recently? And this reminded Wendy that, oh, actually, I have started eating some new foods. So because she's been reminded of this thing and she's been made aware of this, she used the expression, now that you mention it. So use this expression when the other person says something and it reminds you of something, or it makes you aware of something. So in this case, Dr. Clark reminded Wendy that, oh yes, I did start to eat some new food recently. I started to eat peanuts. So she said, aha, now that you mention it, yes, I recently started eating peanuts. So this expression makes you aware and reminds you of things that you might usually forget. So here's another example. Imagine my neighbor's house has just been broken into. My neighbor comes and visits me and says, "Hi Anthony, our house was broken into last night. Did you see anything strange?" I can say, "Oh, yes. Now that you mention it, I saw two strange men walking up and down the street last night." Now I've been reminded by my neighbor about these two strange men. On another day, I would have seen the strange men, and I probably would have just forgot about them. But because my neighbor's house was broken into, he came to me and reminded me of these two strange men. So he said, "Oh, my house was broken into. Did you see anything strange?" I reply, "Aha, now that you mention it, now that you've just said that, you've reminded me, I saw two strange men." So use this expression when you are reminded of something or made aware of something that you otherwise would have forgotten. I never used to eat them, but I suddenly got a taste for them a few months ago. Wendy never used to eat peanuts, but suddenly, a few months ago, she got a taste for them. Now, the expression "get a taste for something" means you suddenly start to enjoy eating something, or you start enjoy doing something. In this case, we're talking about food. So a few months ago, Wendy never ate peanuts. But then suddenly, she started to enjoy them. She bought a packet, she started eating them, and the next time she went shopping, she bought another packet, and again and again and again. Sometimes we do this. We don't eat a certain food for a long time, maybe even a few years, and then suddenly we try it, and we can't stop eating it. We eat it again and again and again. Well, that's what happened with Wendy. She never used to eat peanuts, but now she really likes them. So she said, "Yes, I suddenly got a taste for eating peanuts." This means she suddenly started to enjoy eating these things. We can also get a taste for doing something, an activity. So it's not always about taste, it's not always about food. It can actually be enjoying an activity as well. So if I suddenly started playing hockey, I've never played hockey in my life before, but if my friend introduced me to the sport, he said, "Hey Anthony, come along and play hockey tonight. It's good fun." I might say, "Okay, that sounds fun, let's go." I play hockey and I realize, wow, this is a really cool sport. I really like this sport. And I start going every week. In this case, I can use this expression, get a taste for something. So I can say, "I never played hockey in my life until last month, but now I've really got a taste for it. I've got a taste for playing hockey." This means I never did it before, but suddenly now I have a strong desire to do it. I really want to do this activity. So use "get a taste for something" when you're talking about food or an activity that you have a strong desire to do suddenly. Well, that could be the culprit. Dr. Clark thinks that eating peanuts is the culprit. Now, the culprit is the cause of a problem. In this case, we're talking about peanuts causing a rash. So Dr. Clark has linked the two. He thinks that peanuts are causing this problem. So he said, aha, that could be the culprit. That could be the problem. So use culprit when you want to say that this thing is the cause of a problem. If I have a really bad back, it's very painful and I'm having real problems with it, I can try to find the cause of the problem. So I might think to myself, what is causing my really bad back pain? Could it be the exercise that I'm doing? Could it be my chair? Could it be something else, some other unknown problem? Well, I find out that it's my chair. The chair I was using wasn't very comfortable, it wasn't very good for my back, and it wasn't very ergonomic. The shape of it wasn't suited to my body. So the chair was actually causing the problem of my back pain. Here I can use the word culprit. I can say, I had a really bad back. Pain was terrible. But I found the culprit. It was my office chair. It wasn't suited to my body. I bought a new office chair and now my back is fine. So my office chair was the culprit. I would stop eating peanuts for a while to see if the rash subsides. If it does, then you most probably have a peanut allergy. So it looks like Dr. Clark has finally found the culprit, the cause of this problem of Wendy's rash. And then he suggested something to Wendy. He said, I would try to stop eating peanuts for a while to see if the rash subsides, to see if it becomes less severe. And then he said, if it does subside, then you most probably have a peanut allergy. So he's used the expression most probably to say that he thinks this is almost certainly true. So he's used the expression most probably to say that this thing is almost certainly true. He's 99% sure that it's true. So we use most probably in this way. When we're 99% sure that something is true, we're not 100%, but we're almost there. So Dr. Clark is almost sure it's a peanut allergy if the rash subsides when Wendy stops eating peanuts. So he said, well, if it does subside when you stop eating peanuts, it's most probably a peanut allergy. Imagine my housemate is a very sporty person. He loves going out jogging. He jogs in the morning, in the afternoon, and in the evening. He does lots and lots of jogging every day. He's training for a marathon. Now, I come home one day and my housemate isn't there. So I wonder where he could be. So I ask my other housemate, where is James? Now, because we know James likes jogging and he's training for a marathon, he goes out morning, afternoon, and evening to go jogging. He's probably out jogging. It's 90 or 99% certain that he's out jogging. So my housemate might say, I don't know where he is, but he's most probably out jogging. So my housemate has used the expression most probably because she is 95 or even 99% sure that what she's saying is true. She doesn't know 100%, but it's almost certainly true that James is out having a jog. So she said, I don't know for sure, but he's most probably out jogging. However, still go to the skin specialist to confirm our suspicions. So if Wendy stops eating peanuts and the rash subsides, Dr. Clark is quite sure that she has a peanut allergy. But Dr. Clark still wants Wendy to go to the skin specialist, just to be sure. He said, still go to the skin specialist to confirm our suspicions. Now, this is an expression that we use when we are suspicious about something. We think something is true, but we're not sure 100%. So Dr. Clark thinks that it's a peanut allergy, but he can't be 100%. Maybe he's 95% sure, but he's not 100% sure. He can only be sure once Wendy goes to the skin specialist and has some tests done. So he said, you most probably have a peanut allergy, but go to the skin specialist anyway to confirm our suspicions. This means you see evidence of something that you were previously suspicious about, that you previously thought were true, but you couldn't be certain were true. Here's another example to make it clearer for you. Imagine two of my co-workers, a male and a female, are getting quite close together. They seem to be talking more, they seem to be spending more time together, and they really enjoy each other's company. They smile a lot together, they laugh a lot, they joke and have fun together. Now, I can look and think, oh, maybe they really like each other. Maybe they're falling in love, or maybe they're dating each other. But I can't be sure. I haven't asked them, but I think it might be true. My other friend or my co-worker might come to me and say, oh, Anthony, did you know Mary and Phil, our two co-workers, are actually dating? Now, previously I thought that this was true. I was suspicious about this, and now I've heard from my co-worker that it's true. So I can use this expression. I can say, oh wow, I thought they were getting closer. That confirms my suspicions. That's great to hear. It's wonderful that they are getting close and they're dating. So I use the expression, that confirms my suspicions. Because before I thought maybe they are getting close together, maybe they're dating. And then my co-worker confirmed it. He said, yes, it's true. So I said, aha, that confirms my suspicions. Thank you, doctor. I can't believe I didn't realize that a food could have been the cause of this rash. Here is your cream. Apply this twice a day and it should bring you some relief. Have a great day, Mrs. Hamilton. Dr. Clark has given Wendy the cream that she's going to use in the meantime. And he said, here's your cream, Wendy. This will bring you some relief. Now, if something brings us some relief, it reduces the pain or suffering that we're going through. So Wendy's pain or suffering is a very itchy rash. It's quite painful, it's red, and it might be very inflamed. So the cream that Dr. Clark gave her will reduce the itchiness, it will reduce the pain and the redness. So in this sense, the cream will bring her some relief. It will reduce the pain or suffering that she's going through. We don't have to use this expression with physical pain. It doesn't have to be physical pain like a rash or some other painful thing on our body. It could be some mental anguish or mental pain that someone is going through. Imagine two children have a pet that they really, really love, a pet goldfish. Unfortunately, the goldfish died. Now, the two children will of course be very upset and sad. They'll be going through some mental pain and suffering. So we can do something nice for those children. Their parents might try to cheer them up, do something nice for them so that their pain and sadness can disappear. So the parents might say, their pet goldfish died, so they are really, really upset. This weekend, we're going to bring them somewhere nice. We're going to bring them to the park, and we're going to take them out for the day to bring them some relief. Now we've used the expression bring them some relief because we want to reduce their pain, reduce their mental suffering by taking them somewhere nice. So the parents are going to take them out for the day to bring them some relief. Thanks for watching this video. Don't forget I'm always over in the Q&A section if you need any help at all. I'll see you in the next video. Complete the sentence. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: the doorway is very low, so please mind your head as you enter. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: the sky looks grey and gloomy. It's most probably going to rain soon. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: you must be so stressed from working all week. I'll cook you dinner while you take a relaxing bath. That will bring you some relief. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: we've been saving all our money over the past 10 years to buy this house. We're so proud of ourselves. Complete the sentence using the appropriate word or phrase. Answer: last week we had the most awful weather. It rained, it was cold, it was windy, and every day was gloomy. Speaking practice. Matt, you have been acting strangely over the past few weeks. I'm starting to worry about you. Is everything okay? Your computer has been infected with a number of viruses. You need to get this fixed by a professional right away. Do you notice anything different about me? Now that you mention it, your hair looks different. Did you dye it a different color? This laptop is so old and slow. I've ordered a new one, which will arrive next week. In the meantime, I'll just have to keep using this old thing. I had the most awful experience with this airline. First, my flight was delayed for 4 hours. Then they told me that there was no space for me on the next flight. I had to wait 23 hours for the next plane. After many years of threatening behavior, It appears that the country is willing to stop this and form new international relationships. The kids are so sad after their pet goldfish died. Let's take them somewhere nice this weekend to bring them some relief. Remember, Jane invited everyone out for lunch on Sunday. Will you be there? Most probably. I don't have to work on Saturday, so there should be no problems. Listening practice. These beautiful trees have been here for as long as I can remember. It's such a shame that they're cutting them down to build new houses. These beautiful trees have been here for as long as I can remember. It's such a shame that they're cutting them down to build new houses. Hello, sir. What can I do for you today? I'd like to return this faulty clock. I put new batteries in it, but it doesn't tell the correct time. Hello, sir. What can I do for you today? I'd like to return this faulty clock. I put new batteries in it, but it doesn't tell the correct time. It's a very cold day, and the roads are very dangerous. If you are out driving, please mind the ice and drive slowly to stay safe. It's a very cold day, and the roads are very dangerous. If you are out driving, please mind the ice and drive slowly to stay safe. This show is so funny. I've seen it umpteen times, but I still laugh so hard every time I see it. This show is so funny. I've seen it umpteen times, but I still laugh so hard every time I see it. My backache has disappeared since I bought this new office chair. My old chair must have been the culprit. My backache has disappeared since I bought this new office chair. My old chair must have been the culprit. Have you heard? Liam and Sarah from work have started dating. That confirms my suspicions. I knew they were getting closer. That's nice to hear. Have you heard? Liam and Sarah from work have started dating. That confirms my suspicions. I knew they were getting closer. That's nice to hear. I've really got a taste for paella and tapas. Ever since we visited that Spanish restaurant last month, I can't stop eating them. I've really got a taste for paella and tapas. Ever since we visited that Spanish restaurant last month, I can't stop eating them. Words and phrases in use. Conversation 12. Situation. A woman is talking about an upcoming business conference in Germany. I've always wanted to visit Germany for as long as I can remember. So when the opportunity came, I said yes right away. My boss asked several employees if they'd like to go to Germany for a business conference, but they all said no. Most of my colleagues hate conferences because they can be quite boring, but I think they are a great opportunity to see other cities and countries. I've been to umpteen conferences over the past few years. Once I got a taste for experiencing different cultures, I always volunteered to go. Even though the conferences last all day long and are quite boring, exploring the city at night brings me some relief. I also try to stay an extra day or two so that I can see more of the city during the day. The conference in Germany is next month. In the meantime, I'm going to research some interesting places to visit. The target idioms for this lecture are a blessing in disguise, bite off more than you can chew, a change of heart, and a downward spiral. These are the 4 idioms that we're going to focus on in these lectures. This is set number 1. Let's look at the first idiom in more detail. Idiom number 1 is a blessing in disguise, which means something that seems bad at first, but is actually a good thing. For example, being fired from my previous job was a blessing in disguise. It forced me to start my own business, which is really successful now. A blessing in disguise is something that is usually bad, but turns out to be good. In this example, the man was fired from his job, so he lost his job. Usually, this is a very bad thing, right? So if we lose our job, we lose our income. We cannot pay the bills. But for this man, it was a blessing in disguise, because once he was fired, he was forced to start his own business, and now his business is really successful. So something that seems bad, which was being fired from his job, actually turned out to be a good thing. So this is an example of a blessing in disguise. Now let's look at idiom number 2. Idiom number 2 is bite off more than you can chew, which means to try to do something that is too difficult. For example, I bit off more than I could chew with this new project. I'm worrying that I won't complete it on time. This person took on a very big project and soon realized that it was too big for her, so she couldn't complete it alone. In this case, we can say she bit off more than she could chew. This simply means when we take on a task or a job, which at first we think, I can do this, no problem, because we're very eager. But when we actually come to doing it, we realize, this is a very big task or a big job. I cannot handle it alone. Here we say, I bit off more than I could chew. I took on a task which was too difficult for me to complete alone. So that's idiom number 2. Let's move on to idiom number 3 now. Idiom number 3 is a change of heart, which means a change of opinion. For example, we were planning to move to Spain for a year, but we had a change of heart and decided to stay here. A change of heart simply means a change of opinion. When you change your mind, you have a change of heart. In this example, the person was planning to move to Spain. So he planned everything. He decided that he wanted to move to Spain. But finally, he changed his mind. He decided not to go. So in this case, we can say he had a change of heart. So we use this idiom when we plan to do something, but at the last minute, finally, we change our mind. In this case, we have a change of heart because we change our opinion about the situation and we decide not to do it. So that's the third idiom. Now let's look at the fourth one. Idiom number 4 is a downward spiral, which means a situation that is getting worse and worse. For example, the country is in a downward spiral. Crime, unemployment, and political corruption are serious problems that need to be solved. A downward spiral is a situation that gets worse and worse. A spiral is this kind of shape or this movement. And a downward spiral is when it goes down, 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 down. This downward motion signifies that it's getting worse and worse. So in this example, the country is in a downward spiral because there are so many problems. There's crime, unemployment, and political corruption. These three things are making the country get worse and worse. So it's in a downward spiral. So those are the 4 idioms we're going to master in these lectures. Now move on to the training exercises and the following lectures in this section. Also, download the MP3 and PDF. Listen and read as much as you can. This will train your brain to master these idioms. I'll see you in the next lecture. Pronunciation and meaning training. Repeat each idiom after me. Mirror my pronunciation, intonation, and word stress. As you repeat each idiom, keep the definition in mind to train your brain to master it. A blessing in disguise. Say, a blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise means something that seems bad at first, but is actually a good thing. A blessing in disguise. A blessing in disguise. Bite off more than you can chew. Say, bite off more than you can chew. Bite off more than you can chew means to try to do something that is too difficult. Bite off more than you can chew. Bite off more than you can chew. A change of heart. Say, a change of heart. A change of heart means a change of opinion. A change of heart. A change of heart. A downward spiral. Say, a downward spiral. A downward spiral means a situation that is getting worse and worse. A downward spiral. A downward spiral. Make a sentence. Choose only 2 of the 4 phrases to make a good sentence. Pause the video and write down each sentence before pressing play again to check. Let's begin. Choose 2 phrases to make a good sentence. Answer. If I have a change of heart, I change my opinion on something. Choose 2 phrases to make a good sentence. Answer. Taking on too much work is an example of biting off more than you can chew. Choose 2 phrases to make a good sentence. Answer. The company is in a downward spiral because things are getting worse and worse. Choose 2 phrases to make a good sentence. Answer. If something is a blessing in disguise, it looks bad at first, but is actually a good thing. Replace the phrase. Replace the phrases in bold with one of the idioms from this section. Pause the video and write down each sentence before pressing play again to check. Pause the video and replace the phrases in bold with an idiom from this section. Answers. I've had a change of heart regarding buying the house. John is in a downward spiral. He needs help, I think. James has bitten off more than he can chew. He's really stressed out now. Missing the flight was a blessing in disguise. If I hadn't missed the flight, I would have been on the plane when it crashed. Speaking practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and repeat after me. Think about the meaning of the idioms we studied. Train your brain to master these idioms. I broke my smartphone, but I think it's a blessing in disguise. I was using it too much, and it was costing me a lot of money. I think you should only take on one project at a time, John. You don't want to bite off more than you can chew. Kim was going to accept the job offer from Asia, But after thinking about how much she would miss her family, she had a change of heart. Since the collapse of several major companies, the economy has been in a downward spiral. Breaking my leg was a blessing in disguise. It's given me some much-needed rest from work, and I'm able to spend more time with the children. How is engineering school? I think I've bitten off more than I can chew. I should have chosen an easier subject to study. I decided to say no to Peter's offer of marriage. I thought you were happy about it. Why the sudden change of heart? Business was very tough for a few years, but we avoided a downward spiral, and now things are looking positive. Listening practice. Listen to what I say, then pause the video and write down what you hear. Press play again to see the text on the screen and check your answer. Train your brain to master these idioms. Since his wife left him and he lost his job, Dean has been in a downward spiral. I'm doing my best to help him. Since his wife left him and he lost his job, Dean has been in a downward spiral. I'm doing my best to help him. Are you still interested in buying the car? No, sorry. I've had a change of heart. I'm going to buy something cheaper. Are you still interested in buying the car? No, sorry. I've had a change of heart. I'm going to buy something cheaper. Tina is working 2 jobs, her main job and a part-time evening job. I think she's biting off more than she can chew. Tina is working 2 jobs, her main job and a part-time evening job. I think she's biting off more than she can chew. When James left me, I was upset for months. But it was a blessing in disguise, because it made me a much stronger person. When James left me, I was upset for months. But it was a blessing in disguise, because it made me a much stronger person. At first, her father was unsure, but after thinking for some time, he had a change of heart and allowed her to marry the man. At first, her father was unsure, but after thinking for some time, he had a change of heart and allowed her to marry the man. How is Simon these days? Is he getting better? Yes. Thankfully, he managed to pull himself out of a downward spiral and is feeling much better. How is Simon these days? Is he getting better? Yes. Thankfully, he managed to pull himself out of a downward spiral and is feeling much better. Losing all his money turned out to be a blessing in disguise for the man. He found out who his true friends were, and he lived a much happier life. Losing all his money turned out to be a blessing in disguise for the man. He found out who his true friends were, and he lived a much happier life. I went skiing on the weekend and went down the advanced slope. I fell and almost injured myself. I definitely bit off more than I could chew. I went skiing on the weekend and went down the advanced slope. I fell and almost injured myself. I definitely bit off more than I could chew. A man is talking to the boss of a company who offered him a job. He initially accepted the job offer, but decides it's best to refuse it. Sorry, Michael. I've had a change of heart about the job offer. I don't think I can take it because I'm just not qualified or experienced enough, and I worry that I've bitten off more than I can chew with it. If I take the job and it all goes wrong, I could end up in a downward spiral, which isn't good for me or the company. I hope you understand. I know it's a difficult situation, but I think it's a blessing in disguise. You'll find someone more capable who can do a better job.